90s up here in the Bay Area.
It's very humid here. I think that's what's really getting to me. All right. We got a VC verified, man. G, what's up? Welcome. Make sure you're free to talk. Yeah, I think you. G, man. G Disca. G Disca. Welcome to the show, man. If you step right up to the microphone, man, you can talk and you can tell us all about what you think the next prize is worth. Come on down. The price is right. G Disca. Desica.
Yeah, all the people in this VC right now are in line to get back on the globe. We just need, I guess, the bouncer to get in the club, took a break or something. But we're just waiting on a globe bouncer.
The globe bouncer.
Come get us in the club.
Got one? That would be good. G's got it, man. I know it. I got a feeling. Man. I got a feeling, man.
You know how they usually like check your ID and stuff like that. Like we're basically just because we got all the money to spend, right? So we got to find a club that's cool. So we want to make sure that they have the measurements, the qualifications, the paperwork, and if they have all the goods, then we can come party in that club.
Get that bad boy notarized. Let's do this.
But if they don't have the paperwork, we're not spending $1 in their club.
Right, man. You got to have a bill of sale. You got to have a transfer title, a release of liability. I mean, there's got to be a lot of things checked off here.
You want Floyd Mayweather to party in your club, you're going to have to, set up a deal beforehand.
Yeah. It's got to be some guaranteed.
We need some. Yeah, we need to make a deal. We need to see that curvature.
Guaranteed curvature over 5 years.
Yep.
I'm too good to be signing up for some shitty deal, man. Come on.
Exactly. I already bought the premium package, so I'm all in here.
G.
Did you get the Ultra or the Ultra Premium?
I want to talk to G Desica. Where are you, man?
Actually, in 6 months, they'll roll out the Super Premium Plus plan.
Shit. The Premium Plus plan, which gives you the extra channels to verify your curvature. Yep.
That's correct. It's even higher level, more curvature, more rotation. Smash that like button.
More rotation. We got more gyration, rotation in the house.
All that. More gravitation. Guys, get on the new tier. Super Premium Plus.
CD, man, can you kick a beat? You got a beat handy? Just checking.
I could. Are you trying to spit something real fast?
No, man. I was wondering if you had one handy, just in case. I need to know.
I mean,
I know you got a beat.
Only if you're gonna spit some bars for us, there, FED.
I'll spit something, man. Guaranteed.
You're gonna spit some bars for
it. I'm gonna spit some bars. I'm gonna spit some bars. Spinning around the globe, shooting through space.
They think we're in a car.
You think we're in a car? I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna make a splash.
NASA getting all the cash.
NASA's getting the cash. So a few months ago, man, the guy came in here. He actually went back and looked at all the money that between Space Force and between NASA and everybody. It's like $128 million a day. 128.
That's not enough.
And it's just doing such a good thing for humanity, man.
Yeah, they need more, honestly.
All right. Oh, shit. G Desica, man, are you actually alive, man? Could you type something, or you're not here? You're here. You're not here. All right. Never mind. Ugh. I was trying. I tried. Got the crickets, baby. Got the crickets in the house. Anyway, I think I'm sweating deliriously because the heat is it's good. I love summer, man. I'm not complaining. I'm just drinking a lot of water. But yeah, the sweating is really interesting, man. When you
It's actually gravity just squeezing your skin. It's actually releasing it's just releasing a little extra weight. It's just gravity.
I thought it was refraction. Damn it. What do I know?
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
When you sweat, it's a refraction of the molecules within the atoms of the dielectric.
Yeah, that's the smell. The smell
plane.
gets refracted. So, like, if you're sweating and then that's smelly, like that, the smell is due to refraction.
You're really not hot at all. You're actually cold because the molecular structure of the refraction inside the cell membrane produces the molecules of the water produced by the cold inner black matter of the dark space that totally makes everything work. Of course, you guys know this. I know you guys know this. Everybody knows this, right? Yeah. Everybody knows that. Come on, don't be ridiculous. It's the dark matter of the dark space between the everything that makes it all perfectly aligned, so that the sun and the moon appear to be the exact same size. It's just, yeah, that's it. Yep. We got some curvature problems here for you. G dropped. Chickened out. Chickened out. Too bad. It happens. It happens a lot, man. I've seen it, man, 100 times. Guys come. Yeah, I'm coming in, man. We did VC check-in. They come in here and they get their, and they got nothing. Then just leave. Weird. Very weird. Strange. Yeah.
Maybe they're yellow.
Are you yellow?
Guess we'll just have to do another victory lap, fellas. These ballers aren't coming in, so I guess we'll do another victory lap.
We got a victory lap music. What do we got? I could use like some Rocky. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, a little Rocky. That'd be nice. I mean, shoot, that's trying to get hyped up for the fight. We already won. So.
I know we are trying to get these Glovers hyped up, man, to come in here.
Yeah, they need that Rocky.
A lot of these tigers.
You give us that curvature, baby. Come on. You got it. You got it in your pocket, man. Come on. It's easy. You live on Earth. Show us the Earth curving.
I mean, I don't even know why we're asking at this point. You know, like
I know.
It's only really good to ask if there's like 5 ballers in the room and they think that it's there, and then you ask one of them and then they can't get it. But otherwise, we all know it's not there. So it's like when we ask somebody, we're sending an innocent person on a wild goose chase, looking for something that's not there. But
yeah, that's why I sometimes point out to him when I ask him for curvature. I point out to him it's redundant even asking him because the radius has been falsified.
Absolutely.
But hey, I was gonna say, CB, you should go and take your soundboard and go into Gem Panda server and then like throw out the invitation. Hey, we're looking for some Glovers to have a discussion with over this other server, and then play the Rocky soundtrack.
Not happening.
I get banned so fast.
Yeah, well, of course. I've never been over there. I don't think I'm ever going.
They don't like my type. Like, I'm too
They
direct.
definitely don't like my type, man.
Yeah. They want somebody that's going to get into the weeds with them. I'm not doing
Right.
that.
I'm not going.
I'm not slithering in the grass with you.
Nah, man. I
Snakes.
got a weed eater. But
Yeah.
ain't going in there.
I hired some people to do some lawn care. I'm not getting in there.
Yeah, exactly. That's just stupid, man. Like, yeah, let me go deal with some cocks that got no proof of call, man. Thanks.
Well, they're over here trying to talk about like this high level stuff. And I'm like, so you think that water curves? Let me just take a quick sip.
Yeah. Let me find that curvy water, man. Bendy water. Anybody? That'd be good. I got it. I've been 7 years out here, man, looking for it. Nothing. Help. Help me. Funny stuff,
High
man.
level.
Keeping a high level, man. Just looking for bendy water, man. That's high level for me. Simple, high level. Yeah.
I met that guy once, man. He's got some killer stuff.
Yeah. That's my plug's name, High Level.
Hey, man, you got some curvature, man. What? Say what? All right. I got to go check something out. I'll be back in a few.
Get out of here.
I'll be back. This is high level shit. I'll be back. Hold on.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Be quiet now.
It's weird, man. Like, if I try to get in the mindset of a baller, knowing what we know now, I can only see it as peer pressure. They don't have anything to lean on. You know what I mean? Something sturdy. You lean on a wall, it's going to hold you up. They don't have anything to lean on. There's no evidence. There's nothing there. It's like, so what do they have then? What's got them so... Why are they on this ball so much? It's the peer pressure. You know, I've been saying, like, if you've ever, like, played sports, you know what it's like to play an away game. You get in the bus and you go to someone else's turf, someone else's court, someone else's arena, someone else's, stadium. So it's like the people in the stands, they're sort of pressured to cheer for the one team, the home team. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I can relate to that.
yeah, it's an away game, but we smoked them. We won like 100-0. I think, Rookie, we were talking about this in the chat earlier. That's what I was saying. You're like, well, we can convert people. Yeah, for sure. But I don't think, like, my main goal isn't, well, I want to get everyone in this stadium to be a fan of my work today. No. Like, they came here to cheer for their team,
Right.
dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them will realize, like, damn, this team is really good. We got smoked 100-0. Maybe I'm gonna look into like what they do or whatever. And like I said, like we're not gonna win the hearts of the people. We're gonna win the minds of the intelligent people. Well, we're definitely not gonna win the hearts of.
But yeah, that's the goal. Obviously, yeah. I agree.
So
Completely, yeah.
I think we just keep doing our thing, like they don't have anything to lean on. So if we keep building up our foundation, something that we can lean on, our evidence, then we don't need the crowd. We don't need the cheer. We don't need the fans. We don't need any of that stuff. We got a solid foundation. I can lean on this wall. It's going to hold me up.
Yeah. A flat Earth fanatic would scare the shit out of me, right? Like it's either you know the truth or you don't. But if you buy like flat Earth merchandise and wait a second, no, you should buy flat Earth merchandise. What am I saying?
Wait, what?
No, we like the super fans as much as just the people who are gonna just learn or even just listen. Super fans are cool. I think that's kind of what Globers see us as too. Is like just instead of knowing things, they think that we're just fans of an alternative opinion from the mainstream. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
not really. Anyway, keep going. I just want to say that.
That's a good take,
Yeah,
though.
I think
They do think that, oh, well, you guys just have a distrust of, so you've come up with this other idea. No. It's just that you guys slurp up every government-sponsored narrative. Is there one that you don't? It's not that we're just like alt. No, you guys are just simps for what for what daddy government has to say. Slurping up all those sponsored narratives. It's so weird though. It's really goofy. Like you talk to I feel like 8 times out of 10 when you're talking to a new baller, they already have a pre-assigned narrative for what your position is supposed to be that they find stupid. And most of the time, like they came up with that narrative. So it's like I was pointing out today in the chat, like people would be like, "Man, you guys are so dumb." It's like, okay, so you came up with something in your head that you find stupid. That's my problem, dude. You're finding your own thoughts dumb. We get that so much, dude. It's like we don't even spend that much time debating the flat Earth. We're trying to like unspin these what is it, like these guys tie themselves into knots with these narratives. Oh, so where's the edge of this disc? All right, well, let me untie that knot. Oh, well, it's like it's always that. Every once in a while, then you'll be able to debate the flat Earth, get into Black Swan and all that stuff. But it's like people have their own narratives for what you're supposed to think. It's sloppy.
I agree.
I don't think there's a baller that we haven't met yet. Like, what you should do is when you come across one of them, categorize them in a way. Like you see the different types. You get the interviewer type, the guys that come in. Oh, I'm just asking questions. Are you? You get the troll types, the cube earthers, all those guys. Very rarely you get like a genuine person who's like, all right, so what's your position? But like, I don't think there's one approach for this topic, this conversation, this dance. There's you have to dance a different dance with these different styles of people. Some people, they don't know how to do the, they don't know how to line dance or whatever. Some people don't know how to do the merengue. So you gotta match them, I would say. The guys that come in like trolling hard, it's like an ego thing. You can slap them with unlimited amounts of evidence. They're not listening to you. So you gotta pop the ego first.
Well, sometimes it's a revenge thing too. I think I've heard a lot of them say that when I've asked, like, why are you so aggressive or whatever, they'll say, well, they started it, blah blah blah, and I'll be like, wow, really? That's what this is all about. It's just like a grudge. Wow.
Well, they got their feels in it, you know. So with those types of guys, I sort of, I don't know if fight fire with fire is the right way to put it, but like I just like straight pop the ego first. And then we can like talk about, I'll plant in a couple red pills here and there. The interviewer guys, I know you guys have seen those types of people before. Oh, I'm just asking questions. That's a damn
like
lie.
every day in lots of different servers too. Yeah, you're right.
That's such a lie, though, dude. Like it's like they try to pretend like they're this nebulous third party hovering over the two stances. Nah, dude. You can't pretend like we don't know whether you're a baller or not. It's easy. You don't have to say it. It just radiates off of people. But with those types of people, the floaters, the fence riders, the interviewers, I'll just make them take a stance. All right, what do you think about this, topic? Pick a stance. The interviewer types, the good ones. The good ones, those are the ones you make take a stance. The bad ones, you just point out how when you start, like if they're doing interviewer style questions. So, what is your stance on gravity? And then you point out some stuff how gravity's never been scientifically validated, yada yada yada. Then they start defending. Oh no, but gravity has. Oh wait, I thought you were interviewing. What are you doing defending like some position now? So that's what I do with the bad interviewers.
Yeah, it's like
you're not
like
really
their belief feelings get hurt.
Yeah, that's just pointing out how like you lied about like just being an interviewer. You went like trying to do this undercover baller act. Like we've seen that before, so that doesn't work. But like when you get like someone who's genuine, that's a delicate situation. I know like tempers can get pretty worked up in here. Like even for me, from time to time, I'll pop off on a baller. It's like, but if you have someone who's genuine and like pretty cool, chill, we should handle that with like a gentle hand. That's tough to do.
Well, like I usually act accordingly to how everybody else is acting. Like if everybody's acting outrageously silly, then I'll start doing the silly thing. Or if they're acting really, really like aggressive, sometimes I'll just do the funny thing anyway, just to like counter it. Like I like to do that a lot. A lot of people get mad at me for that, but it's like sometimes we just gotta laugh and like mellow people out a little bit. And sometimes it's just telling people the truth. Just be like, do we really have to like go there? Like we don't have to be angry and hurt each other. We really don't.
I feel like I've definitely joined the live stream and it's like a bunch of dogs like barking at a target. like okay, guys, hold on. What's going on here? Everybody's barking at this one thing, but no, I get like that too. It happens. We deal with a lot of ego. It's not like we're barking at someone's evidence that they presented. You know what I mean? That's happened 0 times out of 0, or out of 100. But it's like, well, maybe out of 0 because they don't have evidence. But you're usually getting worked up at someone's ego. Oh, you guys or whatever. It's like we're not getting worked up because they presented some evidence that debunks anything.
Yeah, exactly. I just get frustrated with them when they won't be honest with themselves and us. It's like, like I get it if you want to come in and troll, but at least be honest enough, to...
Yeah, I don't like dishonesty anyway. I hate liars, so I don't have time for that. I wouldn't make time for that anyway. Damn, nobody new today? Where's all the new people at?
See, that's the very reason why, Glovers, or some Glovers are not, able to read or not willing to research since they have pleasure in this unrighteous behavior of suppressing the truth. You know, they're literally people that just want to stay in Wonderland. You know what I mean?
I think it's part of the peer pressure. If I step out of line, people might like question my faith to the cause. You know what I mean?
Do you
So
really think that the Glovers think that way, though? Do you really think that's what's in their hearts, or do you think it's more of like a psychological response or something?
maybe a little bit of both. I mean, because like the definitely like, that's what peer pressure is. It's pressure, right? You better do this thing, or you'll be castrized publicly. If you step out and start questioning the globe,
Well, isn't that
that's
more
a
of like an
paralysis.
acceptance issue? I mean, I'm just saying, you know, like thinking it out.
I don't know. I mean, I was listening to like a live stream the other day, and some people were like casually, they're like, "Do you guys believe in any conspiracies?" And some guy was like, "I think the Earth is flat," and they were like, "No, get out of here!" Like, you know. So it's peer pressure. You know, you're not
Well,
supposed.
at least it was lighthearted. I mean, at least they were
No, I
laughing
agree.
about it.
I agree. Usually that could go. Usually people get way more emotional and like triggered.
Yeah, usually they're like, "Oh, get out of here! I don't want to talk to you, man. You're
Are
one of
you
those
kidding me? It
weirdos."
can't be flat. That's impossible. Yeah. So it's like, I think it's part of the peer pressure. Like, no way, man. Everyone knows. Yeah.
What's funny is that there's two sides to it, and I bet you that there's probably a story on both sides of it if we really actually sat down and listened. You know what I mean? Like, I can only imagine that there's probably a lot of Glovers who really believe in the evidence they've got, right? And although they might be misled, they probably don't mean intentionally be liars. They just don't understand what's going on and what evidence is what. You know, maybe I don't know.
Well, that was us.
But you know, yeah, it's like it's weird though because it makes me kind of feel guilty if I'm too harsh on somebody. You know.
Well, the only reason you go harsh on somebody is because they're being hard-headed, dishonest. They're retelling the story like you've never heard it before, type of thing.
Yeah, that's
They're
usually
treating
what
you
triggers
like
me.
they're treating you like you've never even heard of this stuff before. Like that's when you start popping off and you're like, are you kidding me, dude? You think I've never heard of gravity? Like, really, dude? Like, I'm teaching you this stuff. Don't just read it off Google like I've never heard this before. I genuinely think that as like a defense mechanism, people, this is what I mean when they have this pre-assigned narrative about what a flat earther is and what they think. I genuinely think there's a large majority of these people that think a flat earther is someone that was born a flat earther and doesn't know anything about the globe because they go and start telling this story like no one's ever heard it before. It's like, hello.
Right, like they didn't expect there to be any intelligent, logical argument on this
Yeah.
side of it, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
that's
here we
it
go.
does. Well, I mean, don't we always like assume that like when we go into like a group that's like into some kind of video game or something, and they're like really into it, and they use all these code names, and you know what I mean? Like, I get it, but it just I don't understand why being so opposed to everything that's different. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've always been interested. You know what I mean? And I'll ask questions and all that. I'll try to be nice about it, even though I am skeptical. I'll still want to know why they believe what they believe.
Right. Well, like I said, it's a defense mechanism. If they don't ask you your position and instead just assume it, then they don't have to defend against your position that may actually be pretty rock solid. But the silly position that they came up with in their head that they've assigned for you is easier to deal with in their own mind and dismiss it as silly. This is what I've noticed a lot lately with these Glovers. None of them will ask you what your position is and then steelman it and then try to present a case against that. They'll create a straw man, burn it as if that's your position, and claim victory. But this isn't common, or this isn't
like,
new.
So what you're saying is,
Yeah, exactly, like that Peterson interview.
like, why do you got to do that, man? Like, come on. Like, don't you have better tactics? Like, didn't you train better?
It's so weak. It's just really weak, is all.
Not that I wouldn't use it if I was losing my ass, but you know,
Yeah, maybe that's why they have to do it. Because like, what other choice do they have?
I think that kind of reveals who they are, right? It kind of reveals like the kind of Glober or the kind of opposing person that they are, right?
Yeah, I've been asking the mods to make a role called the Weasel Earther role. You know, I'm sure you guys have played Whack-A-Mole before. You have like a rubber mallet, and there's a bunch of holes, and a little a weasel will pop up, and you smack the weasel, and they pop up another hole. You smack it again, pops up in another hole. You smack it again. This is like the nature of a globe earther at this point. They just weasel around the different topics and points and all this. So if any mods are listening, hook a brother up. Damn, you guys are so respectful, giving a moment of silence to the globe. It's amazing.
Bro, it's important to so many people, the globe. So I figure a lengthy, a longer than usual moment of silence is really deserved here.
It's just so honorable that this many people can hold it quiet for so long. It's just amazing, guys. Like the globe really was. It was with us for so many years. You know, we really have to pay tribute to such a long lasting and just beautiful memory of the globe. So
Yeah.
The globe,
Yeah.
1960 to 2022, 62 years of years on this flat plane. R.I.P. to the globe.
It's important to remember those that have fallen. And the globe model is the only thing that has fallen that has made me happy. Silly. Awesome. See, that's what it gets. It gets the most respectful salute we can come up with. That's right. So salute. But obviously, I ended that moment of silence just because at some point life goes on. You got to grow up, right? The globe ain't shit.
but hoes and tricks.
That's right. I'm not going to say the next part, but anyway.
But it is lots of tricks, though.
Wait, what did you say? Buttholes and tricks?
The globe ain't shit, but hoes and tricks.
Black holes and magic tricks, huh?
Ooh, there you go. Parlor tricks, magic tricks. Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have Flat Earth Joke Day.
Well, for the globe, it's a joke every day.
We need a lot of days. We need court day. We need role reversal day. We all go ballers for a whole day. What else was there? I think there's one.
That might be a mess.
That'd be fun, dude. That'd be fun.
We should have a humor channel in this server.
No, just do an event
I
one
think
night.
Drace and I did that once, where I was pretending to be a Glober, and somebody came in and goes, "Did Rookie become a Glober, or what's going on in here?" And I just laughed my ass off. I thought it was pretty funny.
No,
Dude,
it would be
I agree.
one event, like ladies' night. We just do one event where we do baller night.
Yeah.
Role reversal. And we honestly, it'd be even more funny if we could get the ballers to be the flat earthers, just so they could reveal how little they know about the topic.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What a fun thing to actually get a baller to pretend to be a flat earther, right? While we pretend to be globers. Oh.
That's one of my ideas.
It would be really fun if we separated people off and only had like certain people talking. Yeah, I think, but otherwise everybody would be like coming in, going, "What's going on in here? Who is this?"
Sure. No, we have to definitely referee that shit.
Yeah,
we have to advertise it really good so that way everybody doesn't freak.
Yeah. It would be a special event.
Did you say sexual?
Oh yeah, well we're getting heliosexual up in here.
Okay.
Right. No, I think that'd be lovely, but the problem is, we destroyed that technology, and the real problem
be prudent, not a disjunct.
Yeah, that we can't even get a glober to admit it's not a globe, let alone come in and LARP as a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like that's probably not going to happen. But
they can barely admit that it is a globe. They'll start saying things.
Right. They don't even. They're like, ooh, if I say it's a globe, then I got to back that shit up. I don't know about that, sir.
That's why they say it's a triangle or some sort of cube or something.
Sir, I refuse to cooperate with your logical conversation. I'm going to tap out now. Because level means curve.
That's crazy, dude.
I just drove by a bona fide Masonic temple here in my city, too, by the way.
You should have popped in and told some Mason jokes.
There. And for their sake, that's the good news. Do you feel me?
Yes, I feel you.
Well, I probably could, but you're kind of far away.
That's okay. Right when I said that, I had someone feel on me. It was great. Look at those guys in the blue shirts. Same white hats. Sorry.
Oh, man, that ain't no fun. I mean, it's a little exhilarating, but I'll give you that.
Hey, Gold Shock, what's up?
Ew.
We got a person in the server here, Gold Shock. Do you identify as a glober today?
That's a good question.
Yeah, but what does the Earth identify as?
That's a better question.
Play. I got a better answer. How about a realm?
That's bigoted for you to assume its identity.
Well, don't assume the Earth's pronouns. Ask first.
That. My bad.
Yeah, it changes. Depending on
my daughter and I were having a discussion about this yesterday because she comes in the living room and she goes, do you know how many genders there are? And I'm like, 2? No, you don't understand. There's like 5. I'm like, no, I think there's 2. And there might be like an extra one if you say that you're not. And she's like, no. And she got all angry. And I was like, It's okay. I don't need to know all this.
Well, the globe can be whatever it wants. It's like a trans globe.
Maybe we should put it onto a table and smash it like a dough ball and make it flat like it's supposed to.
Maybe. I mean, that would still be proof of a globe. We have sometimes the Earth is pear-shaped. Sometimes it's a perfect sphere. Sometimes it's a spheroid. Sometimes it's lumpy like a potato.
Polygonal.
Sometimes it could just be, you know, it's flexible.
Someone mentioned to me that you can make a globe out of triangles. And I said, yeah, if you make those triangles microscopic and then you back away from it really far and you can't see the edges. But if you look at the edges, you can always see the pixel, can't you? Like, regardless of how big it is or how small it is.
Oh, well, you know, my car can be a Lamborghini. You just have to think of it as one. So you can do a globe with triangles. You just have to think of it.
Mind over matter, huh?
No, man. I trust the people that have been outside of the Lamborghini to tell me about it rather than me going and seeing the Lamborghini myself.
That's right. You don't even need to look at the key fob or the steering wheel. Someone else has already done that for you. Therefore, you can believe them.
That's right.
And even though it says Toyota, that is actually a Lamborghini.
Correct, yeah. And it's specifically because the experts told me that Toyota is actually a Lamborghini.
Yes, and the reason why it says Toyota is actually for security purposes, so someone doesn't steal your Lamborghini. It's labeled as a Toyota. That way they don't steal it.
Correct. Any excuse in the book, in fact, a whole new book of excuses not to address the fact that Toyota is not a Lamborghini. This Earth is not a globe.
You still have to pay Lamborghini prices, though. You still have to pay Lamborghini prices.
Yeah.
So you label the Earth as a globe so no one steals it?
Interesting.
Well,
Get out your Post-it notes and
we need you to give all your money. So if you think that it's a Lamborghini, then you'll give us your money, more of your money.
Oh, it's a shakedown. I got you.
Yeah. Because if you thought it was a Toyota, then you would probably look for a deal. Then you wouldn't give us your money.
and we can't have that, can we?
Yeah, we got rockets to launch here, ladies and gentlemen. We got bills to pay.
We got tin cans throw in the sky and tell you whatever we want about them.
Rockets to shoot, pockets to line.
All right, so Gold Shock then not going to talk to us.
Maybe we need some silver. Or maybe he's a vampire don't like silver? Maybe he doesn't like silver.
Yeah, I've never met a creepy creature that didn't like gold. You feel me?
Well, work it with gold then.
Dun, dun, na, 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 Hey.
That reminds me of the Tetris soundtrack.
It is? Yeah. Isn't that what was that you just now?
Wait, is that Tetris? That's not Tetris, dude.
Dun, 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 dun.
So it reminds me of Tetris because it's that Russian type.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Basically the same thing, right?
Notes were not. Yeah, that was basically the rhythm, but not the notes.
Yeah. That's funny.
Of course, the damn beginning of Super Mario Brothers when you first start the level and it goes do 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 do, that runs through my head constantly because I probably played Super Mario Brothers, the first one, the first Super Mario Brothers that came with the Nintendo Entertainment System. I played that so much. I mean, so much that it literally I would dream about playing it. Like it got really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I'm with you. Sometimes I'd be on the playground running around, and when I'd stop suddenly, I'd go, in my mind, though.
You'd make that little
sounds while I was running around. So I kept it to myself.
Oh, man.
Eat some mushrooms and double up in size.
Yeah. You don't need to go back to being a kid. You just need to, level up.
Yeah, you gotta level up.
Well, what I think is great is that we all know that mycelia is healthy, right? Mushrooms are healthy for the body. But I'm not sure that's what they meant by homeboy eating mushrooms and getting more powers.
Nah, I think they need something.
Well,
they're even fly Eric mushrooms,
you
right?
eat a lot of spaghetti. Some people don't like mushrooms in their spaghetti. I think that's where the idea came from. But I could do
They made them Amanita mushrooms in the game, too.
Yeah, they did. Amanita muscaria. That is crazy.
And what about Toadstool? He is a mushroom. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, why wouldn't Mario just grab him up and just take care of it?
Exactly.
Of course, maybe it would turn him into a toad. I don't know.
That's crazy. All this stuff is right in your face, dude.
Right in your face. Trip mushrooms, bro.
Well,
you literally level up
you should look deeper into Mario Brothers because more of the characters are actually very racist and there's different. I mean, it's pretty creepy.
What's weird is you'd have to go into the sewers and hang out with these weird, like, soft triangle creatures with feet. And, like, it's just weird.
Sounds like some Glober stuff. Triangle creatures and...
Yeah. And you jump up and you punch a golden box with a question mark on it. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I just take that box and sell it for cash. You feel me? I don't care what.
You gotta wait till it flickers onto the right thing that you want, then you hit it, remember?
Well, that's different ones, but yeah, you're right. I like that about Mario 3 where they, like, at the end, if you jumped right, or whatever, you could pick whatever, like, one-up you got or something else.
Yeah, depending
on they have any, did they have any maps? Maybe it's not called maps, but levels that were curved?
No. The only
I've said this before.
The only video game that I know of that deals in like being on curves or spheres is Mario Galaxy.
That was a bad game. That was a terrible game, dude. Trash.
Well, you know why it was bad? Games. I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, you know why it was bad? Because they had to try to make it like you were on a sphere, and they didn't do it right because that's hard to do. You know what I mean?
And you could tell immediately how small. Like if you were on a sphere, like they showed this sphere, this globe. It does like California looks so curved. Like you would be able to tell this stuff for sure in reality, man. The globe they keep showing pictures of doesn't look that big.
Well,
So Mario Galaxy was the same way. Like there were tiny spheres.
Yeah. I was gonna say the planets were tiny. It was like really ridiculous.
Yeah,
I still have that game on the Wii.
On the Wii, that's when I played it.
Yeah, it was on the Wii.
I still have a Dreamcast.
The only Mario game I started playing, and I was like, "Holy fuck, this isn't gonna make any money," but it did because it's Mario. You know?
Well, all right, the three of us had a copy, so
I spent so much of my life playing Mario Brothers just alone. I mean, I probably don't even want to look up how many hours I spent on it.
The only other video game I played more than that Mario was Street Fighter 2.
Hey, whatever it is, you've spent less time doing that than a Glober has spent time in a Flat Earth server.
Right.
Those 5 globe heads that were in Helio's YouTube chat for like How many years straight? Yeah, so they've got more time here than you've got more time. Than you've got time playing video games. So don't worry. Don't beat yourself up.
I'm not at all. Every day I take comfort in the fact that I'm on the right side of truth. I love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right.
We love you too, man.
Not even joking though. I genuinely think that the Globe Earthers have the top like 5 slots on the leaderboard for most time in this topic. It ain't me. Like taking some big ass breaks. It's not us.
Can you imagine though going into a debate with no evidence and really no understanding, and actually coming out on the other side like thinking you won?
Confident, yeah. Well, it's like that's why I look at it like a court case. You know, I've like they go in, and the only thing that they can do is ask for a continuance. Otherwise, they're going to lose. If they don't continue the case and just push it down the road, they don't have any evidence with them. There's nothing in the briefcase that they can present to the judge. What are they going to do? Cross-examine us? They don't even know how to do that. And they're the ones with the claims on the table that doesn't have support. So continue it. Push it down the road.
Do they know they have no evidence? They think they get to just be right by default. They think the default position is Globe. That's already established. Everyone knows it. Therefore, you have to prove the opposite.
Yeah. Classic fallacy. I think if they could just keep it going, keep the lie going.
Yeah.
You know, like imagine you're a lawyer at a firm you're a Globe Earth lawyer at a Globe Earth firm. Obviously, y'all don't have database files of evidence, but we got to keep this ship afloat. So when we go and face the judge, we're just going to continue every case. We're just going to keep continuing the cases. I don't know if you guys have been to court, but this is like a court that if you just continue the motion to continue, that just means judge don't make a decision right now, judge.
Cost to the court.
Yeah, don't make a decision now, judge. Push this one down the road a couple months, and we'll push it down the road again next time I see you. So that's like the only thing they can do. They can't do anything.
And their hopes is that you'll plead out because you're tired of waiting.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna hope you like run out of money, run out of patience, run out of this, run out of that, morals, all that, and just drop the case. Nope. Their evidence is you'll hear them saying, well, my evidence is in the future. Just you wait. Once space travel's real, then I'll really get you.
Yeah, just wait till space tourism starts.
Imagine telling a judge, well, just judge, wait till I get my evidence.
Yeah, I guess they probably tried that because, the Globe is lost in court before.
Yeah. So it's over, dude.
Yeah, I mean, all they can do is appeal to popularity just over and over again.
Yeah,
everybody knows it. We've always known it. You can't overturn 2,500 years of science. How can you deny all this science?
They have the home court advantage. Look at the center of the football field. That's our logo.
Yeah,
that's who I'm supposed to cheer for.
Yeah, they're the homeboys.
Stupid. That's what I mean. It's pure pressure. Yeah, the freshmen are like, "Oh, well, I guess we're losing, but they're still cheering for the losing team." Freshmen all confused on who they're supposed to cheer for.
Yeah, it's like a social and political thing for people. It's not about reality.
No way. If it was about reality, then they would just go outside and make observation and be like, yeah, this place isn't moving. But it's not. It's a social thing. It's like you said. Yeah, that's why they have to just all regurgitate the story.
It's just groupthink. It's like whatever they would have been told. It could have been a globe. It could have been flat. It could have been anything else. If they had done it in the same way that it's been done here, where it's got this much popularity, People would just go for it the same as they did the globe.
It would be funny for a day if we could push a button and like change their belief to just like from globe to like just some other thing, and just watch how they would just parrot that too. You know what I
exactly.
mean? Yeah, exactly. You know,
You have to be a television broadcasting person in order to be able to do that and laugh about it.
If for some reason the peer pressure tide turns towards flat, all these globers will just jump right on top of that.
but I also love.
I don't know. Wouldn't that cause like some kind of like special cognitive dissonance?
It would.
I'm just saying, if it does go that way, I mean, that's how they got into their position in the first place, was peer pressure, right? So whatever, the peer pressure swings towards is what they'll go with.
Correct.
I don't know. I would think there would be some difficult periods beforehand, right?
No, that's what I'm trying to say, though, Rookie. That's what I'm trying to say, Rookie, is that there are mixed signals already on the globe side. They can't seem to figure out how high enough I need to go to see curvature. 10 different roof balls.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, I'm just imagining.
That's the cogdis. It's like the mixed signals.
Well, the globe is well marketed and well promoted. So if we had our shit together to promote our ideas that well, to the point where the globe starts to seem stupid to the normal person, then that'll be that.
That's a good point. And I feel like that has been my main goal for the past 6 months. That's why I keep talking about like water hills and moving houses, because like my goal, I'm trying to make the common sense belief seem really silly.
Yeah.
And like that's
Or just expose it for what it is, really. Yeah, but I hear you exactly.
Well, Central, that Seiya guy, he's like, oh, you shouldn't say that, water hills. You shouldn't say that to somebody. I'm like, well, that's what they believe, though.
Yeah.
That's literally what they believe. So, like, doesn't matter if I say it, that's their belief. So when
you gotta just put it in the most basic terms so people can see just how dumb this idea is. Right?
Yeah, they get mad. They're like, oh, that's stupid, though. I'm like, yeah. Your belief is stupid, dummy. Like, it's not my idea.
Doesn't it still like awkward? Like letting when they say stuff like that, doesn't it just like eat away at you? Like what? Like I don't. There's some kind of dissonance that's involved with that too. Because sometimes I get angry and triggered by it. It's like,
no,
how can you be in denial of reality? I don't get it.
You got to get past that stage. I feel like I was at that stage for a while, but I'm in this new stage now where it's funny. You have to laugh. We've already made it through the trenches, Rookie. Okay, we've already debated all the Rumpuses and all these crazy Brendas and all these people. We won. We're just doing victory laps. So don't get angry. There's no need to ever get angry at any of these people. They're gonna come in confident, bluffing at the poker table. You're gonna get mad because they don't have a winning hand. Let them bluff. But don't get angry. You got to stay calm, man. The only time I get, it's for me,
I'm working on it.
I'll ramp up the energy, but it's like, I'm going to pop this dude's ego. But I'm not angry. You know what I mean? Like,
the one time I get pissed off is when I feel like they're just like straight up lying to me.
No, it's okay to pop off on the ball.
That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's like when they just, like when you show them two pictures and you say, okay, which one's white and which one's red? And they go, neither one. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that triggers me. It's like, really, bro?
You can pop
you're playing cop out, bro. Come on.
There's a difference between like, you know what I mean? Like getting your feelings involved and just like slapping someone on the chest and being like, wake up, dude. You know what I mean? So I think there's a few people here. Central's one of them. I would consider myself one of those types of people that would like turn the tone up a little bit, kind of slap someone on the chest and be like, "Hey, dude, get it through your head, man. Like, wake up, bro."
Yeah, like what's the matter with you? Snap out of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not anger. I would say.
Yeah.
Well, I say anger. I don't know if it's really anger. It's more frustration with myself because I feel like I can't explain it in the right direction. Or in the right manner, that they're not getting what I'm saying or they're not really seeing, and I doubt that I start to think, well, maybe they're really being honest and they're not seeing what I'm showing them, and then you know how that works, and it just all like starts twisting around in your head.
Well, that's why it's like another way I look at the server is like Dancing with the Stars. It's a show where they have expert dancers and they bring on these people who are B-listers or whoever, and they learn to dance. So your job is to be able to show these people how to dance. You can't have a one. You can't have like a one dance. You got to be versatile. You got to be able to swing different ways. You got to be able to do different dances and stuff. So try new things. If you feel like you're not getting through with someone, try another way. Like no offense to anyone, but we do have like a couple different what would you call it? We have like a flow chart. Some people will hit the flow chart. So how did you hear about the server? And then like, what's the next question? Oh, so what do you think about flat Earth? Oh, so you know what I mean? Like that doesn't always work, friends.
I always ask them, did you read the rules and do you understand the rules?
Yeah.
They go, yeah.
You got to try different ways to really connect with somebody. That means you got to get on, continuing with the dance plan, you got to get on the dance floor and try out your moves. That same dance isn't going to work with everybody.
True.
Even if it worked really well one time. How did you hear about the server? Oh, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to work on everybody.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, like not everybody is the exact same thing, so you can't just copy and paste the same formula and just use it on everybody, right?
I mean, we get mad at them for copying and pasting their bull crap into this.
I agree. If it worked, we could argue that. But yeah, since we can't, then yeah, you're right.
There's a time and place for everything, but just read the room, know who you're talking to. And I would especially keep in mind that the majority of people that we do talk to are young children.
True.
So you got to talk to them like a child, man. You can't be going all high level on a kid. You know what I mean? Like, meet them where they're at. If they're like young and speaking with some gusto with no, you got to speak back to them with a little bit of gusto. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's what I mean by like being a good dance partner. You got to sort of match their energy. It's not easy.
You either pull them up to your level as best you can, or you lower yourself down so you can communicate properly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy, really. I mean, I'm saying dance. That's a physical thing, but this is speaking to someone, trying to convey ideas. And again, like I've said before, like this flat Earth idea, it's not a package deal. There's no portfolio or a brochure I can just show you with some bullet points. It's more like a shaman. Like you show up and I have to sort of
suss you out as an individual, and it's like a personal journey that you have to go through.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it any better, Central.
We're more like shepherd that's keeping the sheep on the path so that they can experience the same things we did and then hopefully come to the same conclusion. That's basically how I look at it. I mean, I know it sounds kind of silly, but
Here's the word I was looking for. It's like therapy, like flat Earth therapy. So you come and lay on the couch, right? Well, I don't have anything to sell you.
I like the sound of it, but I'm sure other people won't.
No, they're not gonna like that. Of course not. But like, you lay on the couch and tell me what you're thinking, and then I will help you sort of untangle the knots of your mind. But I can't give you a step-by-step program. We're not gonna meet every Wednesday. It's your journey, dude. Like, you got to figure this out. I don't have anything I can give you.
The thing that makes it tough is like when someone goes for therapy, they do it willingly, like knowing they've got a problem that they need to sort out, right? And when they come here, they don't have that attitude at all, right? They think that we have a problem.
Yeah, they come in here thinking they're the shrink and they're going to help us.
Yeah, I know. They go from the shrink to the patient real quick.
Which is actually good, because that's one of the few things that people will actually show up onto a strange server for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I admit it. I've actually gone to strange servers just for the reason of what it was named in the thing that people told me that it had or whatever, you know.
And it's so delicate, you know. It's not a mathematical thing. When you speak to these people, it's like there's lots of colors. It's what is it? Left brain versus right brain. You know,
Right.
it's dancing. It's not computing numbers. So you have
Yeah.
to try different moves, different steps, different things. I say a lot of the similar things. I notice we all have our patterns, which is fine. Some of them work really well. And one of the things for me, and I don't mean to brag or anything, but like I love hearing my ideas ripple through the server. Super cool.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things. So like try out new things. You never know what might work, fellas. I hear like 3 or 4 of my ideas ripple through the server all the time, and I love it. It's like awesome because right. So I've been in Flat Earth for 4 years now. I'm coming up with new ideas still today. So it's like you gotta try new things. The stuff you were working with a year ago might not be, might not be fresh anymore. So you gotta try something new. Oh, when did you hear about the server? All right, we'll try something new, dude. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's not gonna work anymore. But
Yeah, it's more about your skills in relating to people than it is even in geometry or anything like that. Because as far as the geometry goes, the actual globe argument is over in just about 10 seconds. So then it's more like how do I actually get this across to this person? Right? That's more where the art is, I think.
Well said. Well said. Exactly. Yeah, can you convey this information while we're dancing?
Yeah, because I mean it's simple. It's like that horizon isn't at 1.2 miles, is it? I mean that's it. Like that's pretty much the whole thing. Like the challenge is really in just getting it across for sure.
Yeah, then holding them accountable and stuff like that. And like, yeah, just being a good dance partner in general. It's very difficult, but you need practice. And I mean, there's several of us that practice this in the chat. People practice this in the live stream, stuff like that. So yeah, get out there, try new things. You never know what saying you might put out there that might be the next like point that we all use. Like for example, one of the things that I said, maybe it wasn't my idea, but like when I first joined, I always said, well, how about water in a cup, a pool, a swimming pool, a lake, a pond, and like then you start hearing other people say those exact words, and I'm like, well, that's awesome. Like I've literally thrown a rock into the server, and it has rippled through, and like so yeah, and like even some other new things too. So try out new stuff. You never know what you might come up with. But the same old song and dance might not work with every single person that you meet.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
Yeah, I think what Central said is like there's in hospitality or restaurants. There's maybe not even just restaurants, just in general, like even giving speeches and stuff like that. There's a thing called reading the room.
Man.
You know, you got to read the room. If you just hit everybody with the same approach, you're not going to connect with everybody. So
yeah, you got to be more of a psychologist than somebody who knows like math or geometry, really.
Yeah,
which is what you would think it would be, but no, there's too much psychology involved in this conversation.
Truly, and it's weird. That's why they're always like, "Whoa, I'm not an expert." Well, neither am I, dude. There's smarter people than me, no doubt about that. But you know, yeah. So
yeah, for sure.
What I am good at is like, sort of connecting with people. Like, imagine like a seatbelt, the plug, the connector, whatever, they click together. So you want to be somebody that can kind of click with as a lot of people. You want to be adaptable and click with other people. So yeah, I feel like that's what I don't have all the technical skills. I can't debate ether or any of this stuff.
You don't need to.
I know, that's why I don't.
We're just talking about a shape. Like this is like, primary school level stuff, right?
Yeah.
Shapes.
That's why I don't even get into that stuff. I just keep it simple, like FGD was talking about. So
Yeah,
At this
that's
point,
what.
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, at this point, that's what I'm working on in Central, is like just being a better dance partner.
Yeah,
We already won the debate, so it's
Yeah.
like, well, so now how can we convey this information?
Another big hangup I think people have is that it's deceptively simple too. I mean, you say something to them like either there's a horizon in that pic at 1.2 miles or it's not a globe, and I think people just go, "Well, this is just like a picture of some rigs. Like, how can this prove anything?" Right? It just seems too simple to them that they just don't think that could possibly be it. Right? That's the end of it right there. Really? Like,
I know. See,
Yeah.
this is another. This ties into the peer pressure because then they think, well, if you guys can figure this out, then why haven't the experts figured it out?
Yeah, it's so basic, and yet the scientists and the experts, they can't figure it out, but this guy in Discord can. Yeah, so they have all these hang-ups about it, and all this cog dis and stuff.
But why would they lie? You got to don't forget that one.
Well,
Yeah.
then you insert refraction, and that's where the experts will refraction and so on. So
Yeah.
then they've hung themselves up yet again. But they don't realize that the refraction thing, oh, dude, this is just the timeline thing. You can guys just call me Mr. Timeline because they never look at the whole timeline. Refraction, we were saying that. So if you guys are going to say refraction now in 2022, you have no idea. Like, you guys just don't realize that you're punting back you're punting on first down. This is our argument. You dummies. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
That's hilarious.
They do it with gravity too, fellas. If you want to know what I mean by timeline, like they do this with gravity, right? They'll say, well, drop a pen. So they're starting their timeline. They have a hyper-focused timeline on this small gap of the moment you dropped it and the moment it hits the ground and so on. But, like, your goal was to get them to see the whole timeline. So you picked it up first.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the flat earthers at first were saying, well, at first the globe earthers were saying the earth curve is the horizon, boats go over the horizon. So we were saying, well, no, there's refraction, there's observer height, there's weather conditions,
the angles and stuff to how far away something is. Yeah.
All of that. Then they say, no, you're just talking about perspective and all that stuff. And then we say, okay, then black swan. Then they say, no, actually, refraction. It's like, wait a minute. Wait, we were just saying that. Like, when I first got into this whole topic, that's exactly what was being said. For perspective, we were saying refraction, yada yada. So how are you going to turn around and claim a victory after saying what I was saying?
Well, then when they hijack your arguments like that, they also kind of taint them too. So now when you want to bring up refraction, it makes it kind of awkward to talk about it with them, right? Because they're going to go, oh, yeah, you're bringing up refraction. Now refraction exists, and they're just going to take that as a win, right? Because they think automatically refraction, therefore globe. Right? I mean, it's totally incoherent, but I don't know. They've muddied the waters so bad.
That's true. Right, because we're not talking about a 7 or 6 hour refraction.
No. Yeah, we're not talking about applying refraction to things that don't exist, right? That's how crazy it is, because that's what they're trying to do. It's like you would have to demonstrate the thing that you say is being refracted existing in the first place before it could ever be refracted, right? Yeah. You can't just whistle past that part.
Refracted gremlins. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that, dude.
I got a refracted bridge to sell you.
See, this is what I mean by leaving ripples in the service of you said refracting gremlins once, and I'll never forget that. That's all.
Well, I used to say like unicorns and stuff like that, but I don't know. Gremlins.
But it's the same idea. Refracted something. You can't have a refracted something if that something doesn't exist.
Right.
That's a central thing. I'll always remember that. Like Central said that. So
exactly.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there in their formulas, right, with the R and the 7/6 and stuff like that. It's like, what are you talking about? What R? You don't have R. It's not measured, so there's nothing there to be refracted. Like, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
unless you can go back and get us that measurement, but we know by now that ain't happening.
Yeah. Well, they do that. They do the muddying of with the waters thing with Coriolis as well, right? Because we know there's a
Right.
Coriolis effect, but then they're talking about some sort of Coriolis force. Like, it just gets crazy. But I think that's part of that mixed signals. If they put out all these mixed signals, then it's almost like those interviewer Glober Earther guys that, like, if I don't take a stance, then I can't be wrong. So if we as an entity, Globe Earth entity or whatever, we put out mixed signals, then they can't trap us on one stance. It's just, dude,
Yeah.
it's so ridiculous, though. If anything,
Yeah.
if a rookie, that's what bothers me is like the weaseling around.
Yeah, that really
Yeah,
pisses me off, to
That's
be
another
honest.
one. Like, that's why I want that Weasel Earther role, dude.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, I hate that. You have
they
to ask.
do
I had to ask a guy in chat the other day, literally like 50 times for his Earth curve, because he just wanted to keep talking about lunar eclipses, and we humored him on that anyway. It's a total red herring, but we humored him on it, and we showed him how the lunar eclipse itself actually debunks the globe, and he just kept circling back to it over and over again. Then it was like, okay, it's time for you to show a measurement of Earth curve, and he just literally could not even talk about it. It just like the response every time back to the eclipses. Like,
yeah,
weird.
total. It's like whack-a-mole. Like,
Are you talking about
literally
yesterday afternoon?
It was that British kid. Can't remember his name. I put him in cultist and deleted everything that he said until he finally addressed Earth curve. And then he was like, well, I don't know of any measurement. I was like, okay, good enough from you. All right, I'll let you go now.
It's the live action whack-a-mole
Yeah.
with a human being.
Yeah.
Well, I say human being loosely there. I mean,
Yeah.
jeez, sheep, maybe.
Yeah, it's just freaky to see how a lot of them literally cannot address the actual subject.
Mm-hmm.
And why not? Like, why can't you answer to this?
It's high defense. It's just like super defense. If I don't allow them to bring it up, then I don't have to address it.
Right.
It's like kind of genius, but I don't think they're doing it intentionally. It's like a defense mechanism that comes naturally to people.
Yeah.
They can like
behaving like cattle. Wouldn't it make more sense to say whack a cow?
whack a cow. No,
like
that's not
bots,
catchy,
basically,
dude.
like NPCs in a video game, with just a script, a set bunch of lines that they just repeat over and over again. They just can't deviate from the script, right?
Yeah. No,
like you're talking about the eclipse again. Like, we're done with this already. We've already beaten this to death, and I'm trying to get you to talk about something else, and you're just on this script still. Like, what gives, man?
I don't understand why, like, they do have this script. They can't go away from it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like there's not even any thinking involved. It's just they just rattle off the script. Yeah. Even though it's already been debunked, I mean, I guess they don't realize it. They don't fathom it. They don't seem to fathom anything in the conversation. They just think, stick to the talking points, and somehow that's a win. I don't know.
Dude, literally, like, I'm picturing the court case again, and they're like, well, the book here says that the sun is not moving, and why are you reading off the story? What the, like,
Right.
What is going on, dude? Like, we don't care about what the script says. What is the proof? You saying the script line one more time, what does that do?
Right. They don't understand the difference between the story level of it and what we can actually, empirically demonstrate, right?
Correct.
They think they're the same thing.
Dude, rookie, that's what pisses me off too, right there. Is like when they confuse the story with the real thing.
Yeah.
They're like tying the two together.
I hear you, bro.
It's like explain seasons, and it's like it's the same thing. Everybody has always known what it is. Just the sun moving between the tropics.
Exactly central. Exactly.
And then they give you this whole story about how that happens, and they think that that's automatically some kind of proof. They don't even know the tropics
and meteors and.
But they don't even know the tropics. They don't even know the main thing. They don't even know what the sun is doing, right? All they know is the globe story about how the sun does that, and then they think that that's it. That's the whole argument. That's proof in and of itself. It's pretty weird.
I'm glad you picked up on that, Central. I haven't been able to put that into words, but that's exactly what's been in my mind. Is they like work backwards with the story as
Right.
the proof. Oh, but what about seasons? As if that's proving like something about the sun.
They're so lost in the story, they don't even know what the story was made up, like what observations the story was made up to explain.
Correct.
Try to explain, right?
Correct.
Like what is the observed phenomenon, right? Well, it's the sun moving between the tropics. So then I just give you this whole like reverse engineered like globe story about how that happens, right? And then that's all they know, and they don't even know what the observation that this was all taken from is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a moment. I haven't really worked out my flowchart response to when someone says things where they use like the story as the proof. That just makes me want to like grab my own forehead or like smack them. Like that's what I'm like. Are you kidding me? Like I don't have a response for when they're like, "Whoa, explain seasons, dude." You can't explain seasons,
right?
Like, just because that's part of the story doesn't make the story true.
Right.
That's crazy, dude. Like, I don't have a response for that yet. It's just too crazy. That line
I just tell them it's the same explanation that people have been using for, I guess, thousands of years. I don't know. People have more or less always noticed that the sun moves between the tropics, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. Yeah, going back to the
so just adding your little globe story on top of what people have always known doesn't help.
It's too funny.
Yeah,
man.
but
you see something in the sky, you make up a story about it, you claim proof of globe.
Idea. Right?
Yeah.
Like everybody can be right?
Yeah.
Everybody can or everybody can't?
I was punning, like.
Everybody gets a participation trophy. You're all winners.
Well, no, because you ever notice, like, when you start debunking a bunch of stuff about the globe, they'll go, well, neither of us can be right.
Oh, yeah. They were both wrong.
Yeah. It's that crabs in a bucket mentality. They when they start getting slammed on, then they go, well, we're both wrong.
Is that what they call it?
What do they call it?
I call it defeatism, because when they're defeated, they go through this ism where they don't, they start acting all sketch and trying to, trying to figure out some way to cover their ass without actually telling the truth about what they really meant.
Yeah. Yeah.
It must be the... Oh, sorry, I got to go do something. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's like we're looking at them from outside the bucket, and they're like trying to pull us back in. No. If I can't get out, no one can get out. No, we already made it out. Sorry. I'm not getting dragged back and down into your crab bucket. Just because you're wrong.
Some of them do come in with like this attitude, like they really think that they've got something figured out. Yeah. They really think they're going to help us figure something out. And I love that because it does give me the idea that maybe they're really genuine. But I always notice that it seems to turn out the other way. Like it never seems to turn out that they were genuine. They just didn't understand. It's always like, oh, I see, you just came in to troll, and that's all it was. Well, it's kind of disappointing.
Just what I mean? Here's how you can fix that though. Put yourself at the poker table. Some dude sits down at the poker table and he's talking a big game. Got to see smirking, smiling, but he keeps losing every hand. And you're the one has all the chips. You ain't gonna be angry, bro. You're not gonna be angry. You're gonna start laughing at this goofball for bluffing every hand. Then you're gonna realize, oh, he's just that's all he can do. So start realizing that when they come in here all confident, pretending like they're on a high horse and all this, they're just bluffing. If they're claiming to have the winning hand, then just play it. Tell them to play it. What are you holding on to your winning cards for? Why are you folding your hand? Are you waiting till tomorrow? You're gonna come back tomorrow and play me in. Why are you talking a big game and then folding your cards? It's because they're bluffing. So that's all you need to do is just literally anytime you interact with someone that acts like that, just okay. If you have the winning hand, then go ahead and play it. Oh no! Well, if I played it, then all right. Well, then you don't have the hand. Then you're just bluffing. Super simple.
I've noticed, CB, you like this poker analogy. Have you?
Throw a knife to a gunfight. I'm sorry.
I could elaborate it. It's the only thing I know there.
Wait, so what was it, Andy? What's the metaphor again?
No, I've noticed you used it before, and it's funny because I was listening to Paula. Is it Level Up? And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I hope I never have to debate that lady on physics because she knows way more than me. Then I thought to myself, I wonder if she knows anything about poker. Because that's the only thing I could debate her on and actually win.
Okay.
But
Well, at
anyway.
least you're honest about wanting to beat somebody at something. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I mean, competition, a competitive edge isn't a bad thing provided it's used properly, right?
Yeah, well, the way I looked at it is, no one of us is greater than all of us. So
correct.
Where I lack in one area, you guys can teach me about that. So I don't mind.
Yeah, and vice versa. Like there's things that you can show us that we might be missing in our game. So that's why that's what I love about this crew of flat earthers. I haven't really quite figured out a way to put it, but it's almost like football. Like there's 11 players on the field on your team. So two of them are wide receivers. They're catching the ball. One of them's running the ball. A bunch of them are blocking. One's throwing. So it's like that's the way I think of it. We're all doing different things, but we all have important functions.
Dude, I love you, CB. You do love a good analogy, and so do I.
Yeah, that's what I'm good for. I'm like all about the analogies.
Yeah, well, anyway. Go on, Sasha.
So you like the bluffing analogy, Andy? Is that what you were trying to say?
No, were you trying to say something, Sasha?
I wanted to be CB. I said emotional damage.
Emotional damage, yeah.
Right. It's always him, in this moment it was like missing,
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
All right, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the thing. I mean, I'll get told off for not talking about flat Earth. But the thing about poker is, if you're going to bluff someone, you need to first establish that they're a good enough player that you could outplay them because, that's the first thing. Because then, otherwise you might be sending signals their way that they're not picking up on. So,
right.
And then once you realise that they are a decent player and they know what's going on, then you can tell them a story. And it's got to be convincing. Do you understand?
To the bluffer is telling the story, or the person?
He's trying to tell a story about what hand he's got.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's got to pick up on it. He's got to, and if he deviates from that story at all, the other guy's going to pick up on it straight away. So he's got to stick with that story from start to finish.
Okay.
Like that goal, but that goal, it's not there. It's in the corner. Shoot in that corner.
I think that were a football analogy, Sasha.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, if you work in 50,
we're mixing up the sports here.
52 combination analogy, you need to be smart.
Yeah, it's very psychological. It's poker. It's like you have to really. Sorry, go on.
It's also math. If you can count everything.
Well, the math can kind of ruin that side of the game actually, because you can play strictly mathematically, and it kind of fucks things up because I don't know. Some people's games go out window because it's all about feel, and there's no maths in feel. You know what I mean? It's not.
For example, okay, with good professionals, but if somebody in a game make mistake that you see even one card, that could be, so enough, I'm saying only about game, because that's
saying,
mistake. But yeah, if you have cards, nobody can beat cards. I have, my straight flush, you can do whatever you want. You can bluff whatever you want your life. Like guy said, that the guy said 2-3 years ago, I will go there on the oil rig and I will be there and you people shoot on me and you will miss it.
Wait, you're saying that's actually really funny.
I missed that. Explain that to me.
No, the guy in Glober said that he will put himself there on the oil rig. That like
Right.
example, he said you're fucking crazy. I will not put myself there. Expose myself. Because he said that he will not be shooted by anything.
Yeah. He's saying like if someone was standing on the rigs and you tried to shoot him from the spot where the Black Swan was taken, you wouldn't be able to hit him because it's refracted or whatever.
Yeah. Right? Whatever.
That's ridiculous.
We know he's dead.
He's getting sniped, dude. He's getting straight sniped.
He's not there anymore because he dropped to the ground.
Oh my god, he's behind the curvature.
Not on the ground. That's water. What is physical? Immediately.
Everyone says they're gonna stand there until it happens. No. I was just kidding. No. I don't trust this. Walks away. I was just saying stuff.
Just stuck to answer. Is that water physical or optical there? And they know that they cannot say that is physical, and they must say, it's optical. But it's standing in the water. That means the oil is standing in the optical water. I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. But that it's flat water, man. What's flat that? Earth has elevation. Earth has elevation because of that water.
You can do this strategy. You can pretend, right, like you don't know how to play poker, right? Make it very dangerous for him to bluff you. Oh man, this guy is freaking donkey, man. What the hell? You know what I mean? You know what he's doing, right? You want him to expose himself, right? His story. It's like, see, I knew from the very beginning, pre-flop, that without curvature, you can't have. That's why I'm not even. You know what I mean? Like, you can just pretend.
The thing about good poker players, though, Bong, is they can always spot someone who's acting. That's very difficult to then sit at a table and say, right, I'm going to pretend this and I'm going to pretend that. That's yeesh.
I think the better a player is at poker, the easier it is to bluff him. That's the thing about poker, right? You don't want to bluff like new players that don't know what's going on the table because he could run into something that he doesn't even know he has, right? That's why we don't. That's why people don't bluff. But NASA, you know how NASA is thinking that they're bluffing us. We don't know what the hell's going on, right? Well, you can play stupid, right? And let your opponent tell you his bullshit story, note down the inconsistencies, right? And then open your cards up. You know what I mean? Like, you can just surprise, let him put all his chips in. You know what I mean? Like, because you've got the winning hand. Imagine you're sitting there with a royal flush, and all these people, they might have stronger hands but you're the one sitting there with the nuts. You know what I mean? Like, just waiting for everyone to put their chips in, stories in.
Yeah, that's like once in a lifetime, and that's Hollywood stuff that you don't really see that often.
But that's what
a royal
this
flush
is.
that is.
We are holding a royal flush. There's no higher hand. This, right? So no matter what hand you bring to this, game, we started like the flop. It flopped a royal house. That's what I'm saying. We flopped a royal house, and all you got to do is get everybody to put their chips in. I mean, right? Aren't we holding?
Let's drop the poker analogy because it's just confusing.
I know. It's like poker's a bit psychological, man. It's like if you want to learn how to lie to a liar, poker's your game.
No, Bonk, water is a game. If you want to know, say how to
funnily
lie,
enough,
say water
yeah.
is scared.
I was just about to say that. Funnily enough, I'm with Glatt on this one. In that, let's just bring them back to ground all the time and show them that it's been measured, and then it's over. I think that's what we need to do.
Just show him one of your cards. Look at my cards and look at the flop. Look at my one card and look at the flop.
Bug, it's over. drop the poker analogy, man.
And here's the ace.
I have 3 of pick, 8 of heart. I have 1 ace, also of heart, and I have 7 of pick, and I have cube of 8. Is that enough or something?
I don't know what you're saying, Sasha.
I'm saying that I have ace of hearts.
7 of hearts. 7 of cube. 7 of cube.
Oh, of caro. How do you say?
I don't know what you're talking about. Diamond.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Diamond. 10 of pick.
You have ace high so far.
And 4 of diamond.
You still got ace high.
Okay. And you have 3 ladies and 2 kings. Have I any chance? I don't know the rules.
No chance.
But why? I have ace.
Yes. You have a lonely.
You don't have ace. But he don't have
an assumption. Right? Having an ace is having an assumption, is assuming that your ace proves that the earth is going to win, right? Like, I got to win because I have the ace. The earth is not ball. It's not perfect.
Ace is bigger than kings and the ladies.
Hey, what you've done, CB. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, refraction is just, that's what you have. You have this argument of refraction that assumes a ball. That's what you have. And nothing. Yeah.
That's why I see all hearts.
You should fold. Yeah.
But if I come back tomorrow and bluff again.
Yeah, reset. Yeah.
That means you haven't learned anything.
Yeah, but if I repeat that like 1 million times that I'm winning with my ace, maybe you will believe me on the end that I'm winning with the ace.
I don't think the math works out. No. I don't think that's how probability works. I'm just saying.
Define probability. Maybe now
probability is like. Sorry.
Because maybe probability was the name what we was using for probability. Maybe now it's changed.
I'll explain it. It's like the double slit experiment. Okay, when you're not looking, okay, the probability is there, right? But when you look at your card, it's like, oh no, I'm not. I fold. Go ahead. Next. I'll wait for the next hand. That's probability, right?
I will say this. I will say this about a math game, a pure math game, and that is that it's less exhausting. Because if you're playing by feel, and you're just looking at every player and how he is, what sort of day is he having, for instance? Is he feeling good about himself, etc. And you're doing that with other 9 players. Oh, it's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting to pay attention to every move. Oof. Whereas if you're just playing a pure mathematical game, you can just ignore all that and just have your headphones in and not listen to anything,
Yeah. I go for the if a player is a gutsy player, you know what I mean. You can be a good player, you know. So I go for the personality. I look at the personality versus
Depends.
all the other details.
Cash
If you're
game.
playing like this,
Oh, yeah.
this is 52 cards. But if you imagine that it's 60 cards, there is some 8 cards flowing around, but you can see them, but they have some function, some pseudo function.
Like a
Let's
wild card.
let's drop the analogy. It's
I
it's
know.
so
Like you have you have four like 3 kings, you know, and 4 kings is somewhere there, but you don't know that 8 cards what could be, because they are making making that stuff refractions, you know, arranging centrifugal force.
Only the experts can see those cards.
You, like a human being, you cannot understand, but that card exists. You cannot see them, but they exist.
Like a wild card, right? Like a wild card, like a Joker, right?
Yeah, and they're always here, you know, and they are.
Well, we can say we can call those the things that we don't understand, but when we do discover it, it supports our argument or our side. You know what we're saying. That's what but the analogy is getting complicated. I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Andy was gonna drop the analogy if you want to finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to move away from poker because it's annoying as shit.
No, I will come back. That means that we now clearly can say that level is flat. That we cannot say level is curved, because with that we will invoke all the 8 cards, what doesn't exist. Do you understand?
No.
If we say that level is curved, that means that at this moment definition is changed, because level is not curved, level is flat. How we learn, like a boys, like a child, or like a human beings, you cannot say that something is curvy if it's level, and everybody knows that. But somehow now it is not the case, because we have people who say that level is curved. That means that these 8 cards now starting to move, you know, around.
Are you telling me that they've changed the definition of level? Is that what you're telling me?
That's cheating.
They
you know what happens to people when they cheat in poker? They get shot.
No, I don't mean anti-flat earthers. I mean they, as in Oxford Dictionary. Have they changed the definition?
No, but they didn't realize that these people who realized that the level is curved, they still didn't put how to publicate that new age science, whatever, you know, and
scientism.
We're not playing poker anymore, are we?
This is new people. This is people who will now debunk all this. Well, scientists, where they are saying that level is flat. For example, if we have Einstein will say level is flat immediately, you know, and now Rumpus will come and say no. God, what fuck you know. I will tell you now. You know, I agree with you with relativity, but I'm not agree with you with the level thing. Would be
that's cheating. Yeah, that's cheating. That's wrong. That's unethical. Nobody wants to play a game when people do that. When you redefine things so that you can win, it's like, what kind of game are you playing here, man? These are the rules of the game, and you're breaking them. What the hell? Guy out of here, or shoot him.
Yeah. That's when it stops. You need to stop that person and say, listen, okay, everything is right, but let's make definition clear. You know, let's make something let's call it straight or whatever. Let's put one name and let's agree on that, and then let's agree on something what is curvy. No, I'm telling what is.
You do not.
Yes.
If you don't know how to play, right? You don't play. I mean, this thing that we're talking about. Right? It's not a game. Right? Go ahead.
I saw how you English people play. You are playing like this. Proof, evidence. And in my brain, dokaz. And you again, proof, evidence. And in my brain, dokaz. And I like, what the fuck they are discussing? Do you understand me?
Yeah.
when, for example, Matthew started, and 1 hour, what? Oh, this is not evidence because of mathematical things, because of this and this and that, and in my brain, what the fuck? Can you tell me what is the whatever that water is whatever? If I can say it now. Do you understand me? I cannot use now,
Yes.
not even level, not even flat. Okay, tell me what is
Well,
water doing when it's doing what is doing?
I think the best thing to do is to define flat. Okay? Let's define flat, right? Let's define a 180-degree line. Right?
Without
I think
school.
that's the first thing we should do.
But
What is
without school?
Right.
Horizontal and level without school.
Right. Well,
Like this from
let's distinguish between a straight line, 180-degree line, and a curved line. Okay? Let's make a distinction. Let's separate them and see what the difference is. I think that's the way to do it. People hate that because it insults their intelligence. What do you think? I'm stupid? You think that straight line out there is a curved surface. You tell me if you're stupid. What you think?
Well,
You
I
know
think
what I
the way to look at it, I think the way to really simplify it is to just simply have someone look around them at the surfaces nearby. There are only two options, friends. You either have a surface that's curved or rounded in some way, a pillow, a chair, yada yada, or it's a level / flat surface. We don't mean smooth, none of this stuff. We're just saying not curved. So just as simple as look around you. There's only two options. So the Earth is either curved or it's not.
Right. What Sasha is saying, okay, is that the word level now means, right, a curve around the globe. This is what they've redefined level as, right? It's this equal distance from the center of a ball, right, to the top of the ocean. And as you go around that ocean, right, around the ball, they call that level. That's what we have to call level now. And this is why I say put a ruler on that ball, right? What do we call that?
Level.
What do we call that straight line? Right? Let's distinguish between this straight line. Yeah. So is this called flat while that curved line is called level? You know, we have to do that.
It'll just be whatever you want it to be.
Well, it can only be like a ball and a table, right? Cannot be the same thing, right? That's what I'm saying. And it'll blow their mind.
If you want to think of it as a ball, and it can look like a table.
When does that ever happen?
You just have to think of it like that.
Okay, you can look at a man and think that it's a pig. It's a pig or a tree, right? I mean, it's like what?
Or you think it's a woman. You can think it's a woman.
Yeah, just insert thing here, right?
Exactly. It can be whatever you want it to be on the day.
Right. So I saw this dude yesterday. He was going to the store. I'm sorry. I saw this tree going. He was in the store buying cigarettes.
Tree.
And I was like, "Hey, nice branches." And he's like, "Touch my hair." And I was like,
"Did you just assume my branches?"
Did you just assume I had branches? I was like, "I thought you were a tree. Sorry, I'm a flower." And then you know what I mean? It's like Wonderland, dude. So yeah, ask them what level means, and then ask them what 180 degrees is. Are they the same thing?
Well, you know how that superhero with the two buttons, and he starts sweating. Let me post because they just click both buttons. If is level or curved or flat, and they just click both buttons.
Just hit them together at the same time, like
they just push both buttons at the same time.
Siri, tell me.
Yes and no.
Yes what? And no. Yeah, that's right. We do. We don't.
Can you tell which one is a curving line and which one is not a curving line? I can. Okay, what is it? Both. All right, let's go to recess. Let's go play basketball, guys. Come on.
Both? Dude, that geeks me out. Oh my god.
All right, everybody out. Let's go play the ball. Yeah.
Both.
Right? Yeah. All right, you see the floor? You see the ball? Okay, bounce the ball on the floor. All right. Let's go back in the classroom. All right. Try again. All right. It's not as simple as it seems. Look, it's not as easy as it looks. All right, it's very difficult. Let's try it again. Which one is the curved line and which one is the straight line? Okay, let's do plus 2 equals.
Both. 5.
All right, let's go back out. Everybody back out to recess. What you guys do at school today? Play basketball all day. The teacher was so frustrated.
You didn't get your education, man.
He kept trying to tell us that straight lines and curved lines are different. Like, what's wrong with him? Does he even NASA? Does he even science?
I have this weird idea. I think ballers have this weird idea that, like, no matter what, it's always going to check out. Like, if you have questions about, well, is it a straight line or curved? Like, the peer pressure starts kicking in where, well, if they were wrong, I would know. You know, like, it automatically works for them. It's just so weird. Anything, you go and poke holes in, like you said, well, how can you have a straight line on a glove? Well, you know, they just tend to rationalize it at every instance. It's crazy, dude. How they do that. You know, it's crazy.
So it's the kind of rationalizing. It's like
this is belief. You cannot question this. Really, you cannot.
Yeah. Right. That's what I mean. We have that. I've been talking about being like a good dance partner and stuff. Like, how do you get through to someone like that? You know,
you can question God, but this you cannot question. This is no.
Yeah, right. Isn't that crazy though, Sasha? They would question. They do question God, but they could never question this at all. Yeah. Good point. Great point. Yeah, so it's about getting through to those types of people. That's very, very tricky. You know, like Pokemon.
We will know that our mind control program is complete when everything the public believes is false. This is what the CIA said. CIA said that.
Yeah.
I mean, that tells you how hard they've been working at it.
You know what, CV? I could be even how to say skeptic if I could see, let's say, 100 years of history, like totally different history, you know, with some kind of fucking good history, you know, without wars, without it. Then I would be maybe skeptic about that, you know, appeal to authority and that I believe them. But in this, all of this, what happened in the history, you know, and you still, you know, have like a somebody realized, you know, in the end, I don't know who, I'm not so clever, but it must be somebody who nobody wrote anything, nobody mentioning anything, but it must be, it's not, these people doesn't know. It must be somebody who knows. That's the point.
Gotta be somebody
who knows. Yeah, it must be somebody who knows. And that's it. It is not possible that this is, and it's not questionable.
Yeah.
America.
You know what keeps the globe narrative alive? It's simple. Here's what keeps the globe narrative alive: a willingness to believe.
Yep. I was just going to say, they'll literally say, well, I trust the scientists. And you say, well, who? Can you name one? And they go, well, I don't know their names. So it's like, then you just trust some random vague thing that you make up in your head. Like, what the hell?
Well, yeah, it's like, listen, it's like people are like, oh man, what a big world. It's so daunting to try to figure it out myself. Oh wait, he says he figured it all out. Oh, thank God. Let's go over there and Believe that shit. Yeah. Tell me everything and make it snappy because I got shit to do.
That sounds confused, right? They're saying that, well, how could you possibly figure this all out? Oh, but they figured it all out.
Right.
Oh, man.
Well, first you need a lot of money. Like a lot.
I would have gone the
No, you don't
opposite.
need money. You need degrees.
I would have gone the opposite
resource.
direction. Hello. I would have gone the opposite direction and said it's avoiding pain. It's about avoiding pain. Because it's very, very painful. Oof.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's defense mechanism for sure. If I don't allow, yeah.
And just to comment on this week here, Bong, about the Jester. I see you've done some work on this. Well, the Jester always used to be able to say the things that everyone weren't allowed to, weren't they?
Correct.
And now they're not. Well, Benjamin seems to get away with it, and he's been ostracized from everything. He's been kicked from everything. And talks about this quite a lot. He calls it Jester's privilege. And
we're not just we don't have that privilege. That's what I was saying.
That's true. But even they don't now either. That's the point.
The Jester used to be able to sit next to the king.
Why, the people that stay up, these late night shows where they make fun of politicians, those are the Jesters. Those are the people that get to make fun of the president, that get to make fun of the politicians, of the bankers, of all these powerful men, and we take it all in and laugh, ha 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 ha, just like the Jesters did. Always. Those are the Jesters.
But
what we're doing is also similar, but we're doing the opposite. We're doing the opposite. We're bringing the real to people, and that's a problem, and that's why they have to watch this very specific little group of people, not just this server, but real flat earthers.
It changed a little bit though. They changed the idea of the Jester because the Jester would in the past would have told the truth to the king. It would have been someone that could be trusted to be at the hand of the king. Now, what you said was true. These little guys on late night talk shows, they're not saying truths though. That has changed now. So, but the idea
narrative.
Of good Jester for sure. Where I feel like we're more of the good Jester. We're just not at the hand of the king anymore. We're definitely telling the truth still though.
Oh, we never were. The reason why the Jester is there, right, is so that the narrative, right, can be told, truths can be told, right, and everyone can hear it. But like a Jester wouldn't embarrass the king in front of like the people. You know what I mean? But
well, no, he would. He would. That's the point. That's the whole point, Bong.
Right. Exactly.
I thought the whole point was that here's this thing that suddenly we can not take serious in all this very serious business. Do you know what I mean?
It's supposed to be like fun and games in a way, when they do it to the king. And in the end, they're delivering the narrative, the message that you're supposed to believe, the people. You know what I mean?
Well, here's my understanding is actually that the important part of the Jester was not to the people, but from the Jester to the king. The Jester, in a funny way, would tell truth to the king. And if you didn't say it in a proper way, they would off your head and in come a new Jester. So to be a good Jester, you'd had to be able to deliver a truth in a certain way. Whether if the king was being disruptive to his people, whatever, you had to be able to tell him that without getting your head cut off by being a Jester. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of the way I look at it. It has to do with telling the truth in a certain way.
Right, but I'm not talking about the guy with the funny hat. Yeah, that's the public mocking the actual position of the Jester in the courtroom. Like they didn't dress like that. They were high. They had high positions. Yeah. But I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. It's not necessarily just the funny hat. It definitely is more of a meme, I think. But I can see it though in a more sophisticated way. Someone who's close to the king, close to someone who's very powerful, who can sort of deliver a message in a way that might be, like maybe for comedic effect, it tells a hard truth in a softer way. And so, yeah, and I think that ties nicely in with what we do here. Like we need to be able to tell the truth about the Earth being flat, but in a way that's sort of, because we don't want them to like metaphorically cut our heads off, which is what a lot of people do. They get pissed, they leave the server, you guys are dumb, they're out. So instead of cutting our heads off, we want to be able to deliver the truth in a way that's sort of, jestful or whatever you want to say. Like, it's light, and a way that they'll accept as if they were the king.
Yeah. I just got my. You guys know the news, the media. You guys reckon that also fulfills the role of jester? Jester. They're always criticizing, right? But they're not really criticizing, right? It's problem, reaction, solution, right? Why would Sky News Australia report against the pandemic? That's what I always ask. Are you telling me Channel 9, Sky News Australia is one of us? The news, they're the manipulators, aren't they not? When people take DMT, and then they go on these trips, they talk about seeing these same figures, like gestures, clowns. Forever, I'm not gonna try it, but I can't verify that, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, I've heard similar things. That's kind of somewhere of the idea I've got it from. But it's like flat Earth. You don't want to meme the idea first. You want to experience the thing first, because like how we see these people fail, these new globies that come in with the meme of flat Earth in mind, this disc, or with Joker, like you said, with the hat, the jester. You don't want to have the meme in mind, like DMT or whatever. You don't want to have like some idea in your mind go in with an expectation. You gotta have the experience first. You gotta experience what is flat Earth. You gotta ask questions, get the position. If I was a new baller, the best case scenario, it's like you ask questions. You'd be like, "What is this?" You gotta have the experience first before you, before you come to some sort of conclusion.
A new baller. I was like, I don't think there is such a thing as a new baller. There are only old ballers, right?
Well, I guess what I mean is like someone who believes in the globe who just heard about flat Earth, someone new to this topic.
Oh yeah. And even after I did figure it out and put it together that the Earth can't be a ball without curvature, man, it was so hard to like remove the belief. Fuck! It was so hard. Because all these explanations kept coming in, right, and smothering the 100% fact proof that the Earth can't be a ball, right? It's smothered by all these scientists and smart people, and I was too lazy to challenge these scientists to go read their stupid books, right? So I was like, fuck, I gotta do this, and then go read it. Go read Einstein's shit. Go read all their shit, and you're gonna start hearing, these guys sound like a bunch of fucking assholes lying through their teeth. Like, why the fuck are they saying? Why the fuck would you think? Why the fuck? You know what I mean? And then you start challenging it, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, come back to the beginning, right? And then I said to myself, I had to go read these liars to know that they're lying, but the Black Swan, the Horizon, has never lied to you, dude. Like, do you think your eyes and the world is lying to you? Like, so what if all these people, smart people, say all these things that fucking smother it? Like, are you gonna call that tree a man? Like, I mean, that man, a tree. Like, no. Like, okay, stop thinking. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. This is a man. I know him. Yeah, but the scientist said that could be a woman. Like, this is my friend I grew up with. He's a man. You know what I mean? You know that. Like, you can't remove the beliefs because of all the damn freaking explanations from these priests. You guys ever experienced that when you first? That's all I hear from the new guys coming in. After you hit them, with the facts, they're like, it's not possible. It's not possible. It can't be. Their flat Earth society, the flat Earth society, man, is like grained in the brain of these Globers. I never had that problem. When I first saw flat Earth society, I was like, this is the dumbest. Why is Vsauce wasting his fucking time on this shit? All the science we could be doing. Why is he wasting his time? Like, who cares if you go to the edge of a stupid disc and it gets heavier? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, never fell for flat Earth society. So can you believe people that did fall for flat Earth society? They're like way, way deep in that rabbit hole. And it's going to take a lot of patience and a lot of like resources, thinking, mental resources. We're going to be exhausted like you're playing poker. But I think it's worth it. I don't think calling them stupid and sending them off is the right way to. They're the only people that care to come here and troll us, so they're probably the only people that are going to care to listen. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Remember when you first came in, how difficult it was for you. These people are just people. They're victims. They're victims of the governments, of the mystery religions. Just like you were. Just like I was.
I want to make one analogy about one question. And that question is, why would they lie?
Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah, but look at this, Bog, if you put if on that, if you don't know, but if you put if they would lie, or if they are lying, isn't that scary?
Yes. And I think the heart...
If you don't, why would they lie? And I said they don't have reason to lie. Let's answer like this immediately. But let's ask a different way. Like, if they are lying, isn't that scary?
Of course, if they are lying, it's scary. Of course. But I think what they really mean by what do they get from lying, right? What they mean by that question is, what advantage would a bad guy have, right? Lying to the world about the shape of the earth. Like, what agendas or what goals can he ever accomplish, or what does he get from it? Right?
I want to move you now how it's difficult to be on this side. Now, when you realize that they are lying, Wong, now you are in that position that you even, everything what you learn now will be on you, only on you. Oh, fuck, But sometimes, and many times, it's somehow that people will choose, even with knowing the truth, because that scary part, when I told you, what if they are lying? Now he will realize that they are lying. Now he will be scared like a shit because it is scary. And now, like, fuck, I will leave this. I don't want to know. Somebody else will realize. Somebody else will do it. I don't want to know anything about it.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
But it can't. Yes, I agree. It's scary. It's scary. But it's not as scary as if the Earth was a ball. It's not as scary as that. It's not as scary as if the Earth was a ball. Because if the Earth was a ball, like knowing that you're in the middle of fucking nowhere, that there's no God, and at any moment an asteroid could hit you, anything could happen and wipe the whole world out. You live in constant terror. If you believe these things and know these things.
Now it's that like I can feel like people are clearing the conscience and can go with the empirical things what we can, or what doesn't matter, even science, what we can really we will realize on the end. Fuck, look at this, these guys did that 10 times, I can do it. Yeah, fuck it, that's it, great. But I don't know, if we had all these things, I know that it is the way. I don't know any better way than this one. This one is the best one, now. Like, look, people, water, and everybody can now realize, and everybody can say, okay, now let's see who is lying here, and doesn't matter, let's do it this time on the right way, even if. But I don't know, this is too evil.
Yeah, there's not a lot of things that really scare or
finish nice. I don't know.
like
even maybe
true
this
horror,
is nothing.
True fear and horror, in my opinion, comes from not knowing something. Like the fear of the unknown. That's where what people really are afraid of. They're not afraid of monsters or any of those things. Because because once you know what it is, you can deal with it, right? But not knowing what something is terrifying to people. That's why if you don't show the monster, the movie will be a million times scary if you show the monster. People are afraid of what they don't know, what they don't understand. That's why you have racism. That's why people hate each other, because they don't know the other person. They don't understand him. So they kill him because he's different, because he doesn't understand him, doesn't know him. Imagine knowing that you don't know shit about the world and you've been lying to. Oh, wow, man, that can give people a heart attack, in my opinion. A kind of
you're becoming crazy, man. Yeah, if you put that globally, if you put that in mind, like a click, if you can make a click for 10 seconds, that you have honestly intellectual honesty, that click, water, everything that can click in everybody, like let's say in 5 billion minds, let's say 6 billion minds. I think that people will be, oh wow, what the fuck.
That's funny when you say that, because people don't even know what 1,000 miles look like. They don't even know what 100 miles looks like, right? Like there's 100 miles right there, right across the ocean. It's like, whoa! Like, do you know how big the globe is? What? Never mind. So imagine telling them 6 billion years ago, the Earth, the world, the universe exploded. It's just, it may as well be 50 years ago. Like, who cares, right? That's what these numbers represent. Nothingness. Nobody thinks about what 1,000 miles looks like.
This information about water will always stay. That only somebody need to move this water, and then we will be okay.
Yeah.
Because on the end, whatever will be, when I'm saying that click, what you know, you will speak of black swan, but doesn't mean black swan. That water is fucking flat, and that's it. When if people get that click, they will know, they will know it, but they don't want, they still want to believe in it. I don't know.
Because they don't know, right? Because what they do know right now, right, explains everything. So if they were to accept that, then they don't know anything, and that's living in the darkness.
I know why. Because Earth is big. It's fucking big. That we know it is big, and because of that, only because of that, and they cannot perceive that bigness, that fucking, and there is, it's a big, it must curve. I cannot, even if it's not curving, it's,
Yeah. Just imagine this. Just imagine this. Anything flat you see, imagine, okay, that the Earth has how big the Earth is. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? It's so big. It looks flat. Yeah, but it doesn't look like a ball there with a radius of 3,959 miles, man. And it looks like the galaxy or something.
But if you don't mention, only if you don't mention with the numbers, I know that doesn't match even if you. Yeah, I get it that in the first place, like this, but like when you see, I don't know.
That's why people don't care about measurements, about the numbers we give it. because it doesn't matter. It's always going to appear flat to them. That's what's happening in their brain.
Yeah.
Why should
And
I care?
after
It's always going to appear the same.
you have satellites, you have rockets, you have ISS, you have that mainstream live stream. What else? That's in the brain, and plus, that's curving because it's big, and you cannot perceive that from the ground. Even what you can tell whatever you want.
Yep.
You can show him, look, fucking, it's flat. This is the mat. Nah, that's your mat.
That guy Sino that came here a couple days ago, man. When we showed him the Red Bull jump, where he jumped off and he saw the thing. The fear we're talking about. That's what was in his voice when he said, "That's not possible. That's not possible." Like the fear and the anxiety, they all came out in those words, and then the cognitus happened, and then it's
I don't know. I had also I got a fear also. I could say maybe I don't know, not a big fear, but something fucking scared me. But I didn't go to cook this. I go to more in the fear.
Right.
And the realization, and then oh fuck.
And you start explaining. And you start explaining and trying to justify all the reasons why it can't be. Right? Okay. All you're doing is regurgitating.
It's only one thing. I cannot go against myself. That means I will be crazy. I cannot go against my common sense. I will speak about that with other people. You will tell me this, okay? Did I see this? Yes. Do I see? Is that so? Distance to that is that? Yes. Why? Because of that. Okay, great. Till I don't, if I have some kind of, I don't know how to say things. What is going left or right of that means that I'm not doing something well, and I don't know. I want to know what I'm not doing well, and if people cannot explain what I'm doing well, I cannot change my common sense, and I cannot go against that.
Some people, I agree with you. People have not switched on their common sense yet. Some of these people, like I did it, and because I experienced it too. My common sense did not click. I did not start using my common sense until I verified that these people are lying. Right. So that's how far it can go. I'm not a smart person. I'm lucky that my common sense kicked in, and I'm able to think straight. A lot of people, I think, are going to have trouble.
We can learn if we have, let's say that we have good memory, but fucking great good memory. We can learn like 10 books about astrophysics, for example, and we can people will look at us, they will don't know fucking what we are saying, and we will only repeat what is in the book. Even we don't know what we are saying, but we have fucking good memory. We know what is written in the book. You understand me? Yeah. That knowledge we can have. Some people know how to say, to be actors. To know that means he can repeat the text of 2 hours, without problem.
Me, I love education. I know what you say. I love reading. I love everything. But the experience that I had in elementary, in public education, right? It made me hate learning. Okay? I love learning. Okay, but the experience of school made me not ever want to go back and learn any of the stuff I learned. And I think a lot of people feel this way about school and relearning things. Go ahead.
I learned this in social education. Do one experiment. This is not natural experiment. This is experiment with people. Take 10 people, 10 your friends. Write one story about, let's say, 5 minutes to read. Put everything happened, change the angles, I don't know, change the names, put 6-7 names inside, make some story, and put it on the paper. Then you will read that story to the one person, only read that. That person then will listen to you. That person then will say the third person. Nobody will listen, only, and then we'll go to the 10th person, but nobody will hear what they are, They cannot hear what second person telling third person, They will not read. Only you will read first time. then second person will say what he heard from you, and then on the end when they finished, then the last 10 person will tell the story all of you, and then after that you will read the story, you will see what happened.
Totally different stories.
Man, they did that like many times in some workshops.
And
Man, the story
oh
is
my god.
totally different, totally different.
Exactly.
The name,
Exactly.
yeah, and that I'm telling you story about 5 minutes, and you're telling in 1 hour because you need 10 person, 15 minutes. Then you need,
Yeah.
it's finishing totally different with other names, with other colors, with I don't know.
With different
It was the car. It
definitions of
was the
level, right?
it, no. It was the car. It was the car in your story, but the guy take the bike. But the guy wasn't the guy. Guy was the
Yeah, and
woman,
then
and
a girl, a woman.
yeah.
Did you hear the story about the guy that took the car? No, I only heard the story about the woman that took the bike. I think it's the same story, dude. I'm pretty sure it's
Man, you can
different.
make that experiment, and you will be surprised. Everybody will laugh on the end. Really,
But it's true. It's the grapevine. It's how rumors spread, and that's the trick. You know, they leave this topic. So it's like a rumor, right? Because it's always changing. We're always discovering new stuff in space. Oh look, the moon is inside. Those are the rumors. But when you ask somebody what's 2 plus 2, like everybody knows how to tell that story, right? Oh yeah, it's 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. So why is this story correct and consistent? Well, the shape of the Earth it keeps changing. It's because that is told as a rumor. This is told, as fact or things that we do every day. So of course,
because
what I mean. Yep. Go ahead.
because 2 plus 2 you can question, but shape of the earth. Come on, man.
Exactly. Oh my
That's
god.
like what? Do you know what are you touching?
That's a man and not a woman you are touching. Like, oh, what?
It's it,
Yeah.
do you know how that big it
Touch.
is to the earth itself, nature, the rivers, mountains, everything? You want to touch that science? 4 billion years of of gravity, of mass attacks mass, and then 100 years of space.
There's also something they call knowledge management. How? Wait, what? You mean school? No. I mean compartmentalization of knowledge. That. So it's like all the knowledge is up there, right? And you have to work your way up through the compartmentalization of knowledge to get to the top where the real knowledge is at, where the real scientists are pushing the limits of all that crap.
Yeah.
Human progress. And why is Russia and those guys fighting, and you guys are over here talking about pandemics, and those guys over there? Like, what progress? You can't even stop people from fighting and killing each other. What kind of progress are we talking about? Time where you get rid of half the population and only give your technology to the other half that you get to rule
Maybe it's
over?
because there's nobody really fighting.
Exactly, right? False dichotomy, right?
Just saying.
I agree, 100%. Time I say that, people want to yell at me stuff. Like, people are dying. People have always been dying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the price for things to change and for goodness to happen is for people to die. It's hard to admit, but it's the truth. Sometimes people are sacrificed in the way of saving others. Sometimes that's the way it has to be.
It is the way of life.
It sucks when it's you, but I mean, it is what it is.
At school, going through high school is the reason why I didn't want to look into flat Earth, the numbers, the radius. When I looked it up, I was like, wait, I gotta relearn stuff I already learned. School, so it's like you don't remember shit you learned in school. You freaking hated that crap. What
Or
are you
you're going to have
talking
to
about?
learn it in the first place, right?
I know. Yeah, that's it. That's what I had to do. I was like, oh my god. It's like, are you gonna do this to yourself?
I'm too lazy to be a flat earther.
That has to be fought through. This is the big wall that every person who discovers the truth has to fight through. All the bullshit that they're being told, and this new school. I was like,
Oh, Bong, honestly, I didn't know the radius. I know that 40,000 kilometers. That was in my mind, and then
me
somebody
too.
said
Yeah.
radius. Somebody said radius, and then I wanted to fucking know. Let's see fucking radius
Yep.
because I liked math in school.
Well, there really isn't a radius because you can't measure it, right?
Yeah. Of course. Fuck.
So it's kind of like, it's one of those double standard things. Like, if you answer that question, you're kind of assuming or you're admitting that you believe it's true, right?
Yeah.
Well, dude, that's the other thing. Everyone knows the circumference of it, right? 25,000 miles, 40,000 kilometers. Like, how do you guys know that? What, like some kind of circle? Like it's a circle? Oh, it's not a circle. That's a circle. No, but it's not a circle. But that's a circle.
That means you live in a two-dimensional world. Continue on forever and ever and ever. You just keep coming back.
That information 8 each per mile square. Oh, but that was the gold one. I thought like, oh really? Okay, that's small and then it's growing and I thought, oh, that's interesting because in that time I didn't thought that math it's really that small on the end because that's it because my brain is working. That's it and nothing else. And then that was the goal. Like, oh my god, look at this. What 8-inch? What? That is nothing.
What I find fascinating about numbers is like how the number 9, when you multiply it, you always end up with a number or a sequence at the end that equals 9. You ever notice?
Yep. That's very interesting.
I mean, it starts out with 9 times 2, you get 18, and 1 plus 8 equals 9, and then you just keep going from there. I've actually gotten some big numbers, and it comes out that way. It's like, what the heck? Like, what is this?
9 times 999,000.
Oh, because of that, I know to do one trick. One trick. Yes, you can say three. How you say three letter number like 357, for example, and I can tell you 2,000, 3,000, blah blah something, and you say 2 more numbers like that. I said 2 more numbers, and all that 5 numbers will give that result. What I said after your first number. I have formula for that, and that 999 can help a lot.
You'll have to share those with me so I can use them on my friends.
Oh,
calculators work. Why do they teach us the long hard way?
Okay.
I don't know. I did see that video on YouTube about how to solve, big multiplication and division problems really simply, and I was like, oh my god, this is so easy. Like I could have learned this in seconds when I was in grade school, and I would have never had problems through high school or any of that. But for some reason, no one told me that.
Rookie, I will tell you like a fog now. For example, the square numbers, like after 10, it was some formula that you can easy come after all numbers, and then you can go like a. I know on my. I know how it's going, but I forget it, the formula. 10 it's 100, 11 it's 121, 12 is 144. I know that in mind, but I know that I use one formula to get that, and it's so easy, and you will get all these, how to say, squares. 11 yeah.
So I had to listen to people like you and people that love doing the math. I had to come here and listen, right, and then just try my best to take
Bong,
notes.
do you know what is math? Do you know what is math? I will tell you now something. you will you go to the math class. If you understand all that formula and logic, you put numbers, and every time will come back the results. If it cannot be only if you have some logical math, that's something different. But if you have math with the, or you can come to the result when it's, for example, when you have something that something divide to zero, then it's finished because you cannot divide by zero. And
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. But all other things you can calculate because you learn the process and method and the formulas and all letters and blah blah blah. That when you learn, but you need to learn that. When you learn that, practically, I know how I knew it math, but if you don't practice and you don't how to say, you cannot forget it, that formulas. When you don't forget that formulas, you are fucking good in math, in every fucking math. But that is all the time like a practicing, like a fucking sport.
Yeah, that's what I hated about it. I hated that. I hated all the numbers.
Yeah,
I hated
most
trying
people
to
hate it. Yeah.
because if I couldn't take the numbers right and translate it into reality, I can't. I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing it. You know, that's what I hated about math. But once I get it right, it was like, oh, and that's what I loved about math. It's like, dude,
I know.
people have figured this out. You can do this. It's like,
Man, in high school, I don't know. I don't want to put my ego or something. I'm not doing math for years, but in high school it was like a teacher is telling like today we will learn blah blah blah, and everything is fucking coming in my brain like a normally, like fuck, I understand all this stuff, and then
that's real shit. Hey, see, that's what I mean. Like when something is real and it's being taught to you, your brain just easily can click onto it. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. I was into that, and she explained it to me. It's not that I was like a genius. No, she was explaining to me, and I was understanding. What she explaining. Like, that's the reason. Okay. Oh fuck, good. This is easy. For example. And for most people, it was fucking difficult. I know that because I was surrounded by other kids. It was
I'm so
fucking
bad at math. This is how bad I am at math. I was 10 years old. I'm the smartest kid in the class, right? But when we get to greater than, less than signs, right? I guess it because I don't know. Like to me, right? The greater number is what the arrow is pointing at. That's the greater. But every time I do that, I get it wrong, right? So I kept guessing. It took me like a couple of weeks, and then my friend finally told me, and then I was like, "What stupid."
Man, I remember it was like a 16 years old
I always
kid.
do the same thing because I didn't pay attention to the directions, and so I'd get it wrong at first, and then everybody'd be like, "Why did you get all those wrong?" And I'd be like, "I don't know." And then the teacher would go, "Don't you remember how to do it?" And I'd be like, "Oh, that's right." And then I'd do it all right there, and she'd be like, "You just got an A." And she goes, "Why didn't you do that with the test?" I said, "I don't know. I was sidetracked or something. I'm stupid."
That's true.
Rookie, my best friend was the bad in math, and he has and he needed to have that exams during the fucking holiday, and I wanted to help him, and I teach him. Man, he was fucking okay. I teach him one day today, and he understanding. Tomorrow, nothing, everything gone, totally.
Well, I do agree. Like when something is super new to you and so unfamiliar to you, it'll take a while for it to to sink in. You got to do it a couple times. Yeah.
At one time I said sometimes I understand also teachers,
Yeah, I was going to say a good teacher will know that she has to pound it into your head to make sure you've got it and make sure that, like let it go for a couple hours and then hit you again and right before you leave class. That way she knows that you're going to keep remembering it, right? And the next day she hits the first thing. And then once you know that they've got it down and they're not going to forget it, then, that's kind of like what I thought a teacher did. But when I got into like older, the higher grades, it seemed like they weren't doing it that way anymore. It was almost like they were doing it the opposite. It was weird. It was like some kids were excelling and they were like putting all the energy into them, but all the kids that didn't seem to pay attention a lot or seemed to have a trouble, instead of like working with them, they would just kind of let them sit in the back of the class and fail. That's the way I felt anyway.
That's a bad teacher.
I think that's
Rookie. I will tell you something what I learned about social education I studied, but not in university. It was part of university, and plus we were working on the field. and practically it was the we had the groups of kids like working workshops with them, like 10 girls with 12 till 15 years old, and we're working with them. First we put the chairs and tables. We didn't put like in schools, that we are like teachers and they're like need to listen to us. We put it in a circle that everybody can watch ourselves, and then we started something like this. We didn't want to know. We didn't want to. First wanted to know what these kids want and where their needs and what they are like. All of them, Maybe they have some similar needs or blah blah blah, and then we will train them to move to that point where they are more interesting, and to speak about that and to teach them about something about that, or to make something about that, or blah blah blah. And that was like
yeah. Attach things
like
together so that the memories are attached to something good or something that they'll remember easily.
And people who was teaching us was telling us also that was like a approach also, that people does not need teachers, it need more trainers, that people like us need to train the kids how to live the life and what we have in experience, and then approach and of their needs. If you have I don't know, if you have for example 10 girls and they like, and they all of them, I don't know, like gymnastics, no, they will study the maths, Do you understand me? You will push all your efforts on these kids because of math, and they will never maybe want to have that math.
Right.
But
yeah.
maybe
You gotta find something that they really, really like to do and use that as an attractant for you to get them to cooperate with the other stuff and learn it so that it's just like the same as the other stuff. So that they balance it out.
Yeah.
You level out their understanding so that they can
not even to move them, right? to find out from them what they really want. Of course, not small kids. You cannot expect that for 4 or 5 years old kids you will make it also, but also from them you can find out what they want to do, for example. And that's it. That's all education. But we have the government education. This is the program. This is this. You will teach this. This is the history. This is the math. This is that, and that's it.
Right. Somebody said something the other day. I don't know if it was in here, but they were saying that old schools, like old schoolhouses where you had like one in your town or in your neighborhood, they would actually, the older kids would help teach the younger kids. And so a lot of those younger kids would excel and actually end up being as smart or smarter than some of those older kids. And so you would have very, very advanced children that would be very, very ahead of their game, right? But whenever you separate them and you segregate them like that, and you break them up by race or color or whatever it is that you do, you put them in separate rooms, and that's how you destroy their understanding and how to work together. Like they need to learn to work together at large groups and small groups, one-on-one. They need, they need to be able to defend themselves as well as be aggressive. They need life lessons. They need your wisdom, not just you telling them what they're supposed to understand. And then just memorize it this way, and that's all I need you to do. Don't do it that way, because it makes the kids think that it's meaningless and that it's not important, right? And make the stuff you teach them important. Like if it's not important, why are we teaching it to them? What's the point except to brainwash them, right? We all want our children to love their country, right? We want them to want to support, the way of life that we live, right? But we don't all agree on the life we live anyway. So that's why it's difficult for me to understand why we all, it seems to work backwards in that sense. You know what I mean? It's terrifying.
Well, it's designed. It is designed. The education system is designed to produce a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. I'm paraphrasing. I think it was Rothschild that said that. So I was like, who are you, right, to determine a nation's like what kind of outcome? What you're going to control the school system? Is that what you're saying? You're just going to teach people how to be workers and slaves and not how to think? How are you going to do that?
I think it's obvious they already did, but we don't know how they did it. But obviously, been done in 10 years.
For me, it's more searching to put them that basic things, like I don't know what that could be basic things, but we know it could be million things, basic things that we can learn, and all other things that people will observe, that teachers or whatever, kids, and they will find out, oh look, this kid has this quality, this kid has this quality. Let's move these kids in that direction, not in direction what you want to move them. And this is, look, now how many of us, I like to read also everything, but I didn't like to read all books, you know. And when somebody said, "Yeah, this is on the you know in the literature, you need to read this book." Why you didn't let me to read other books and to tell you about other books, you know, if it's literature, you know. No, this is the problem. You must read this book, you know.
Have you guys heard of something called the trivium and the quadrivium? You guys know what that is? Those are. Trivium is like your basic learning. It's what elementary school is. Okay, it's also what high school and higher learning, college. That's the quadrivium. That's where you learn the other topics. You know, but the topics that you're supposed to learn in this program, like what's important in it, are topics like art, you know, topics like music. These topics in these schools are put down as electives, not really that important. But these topics will turn you into a thinker. That's probably why. That's what I think.
That's funny. Those are the ones that I was the most interested in. The ones that I actually got A's and B's in. All the other stuff I either got a D or a C.
But Dad, Mom, I want to be an artist. Dad, Mom, I want to be a musician, a singer. What? You gotta be nothing. Like, get a real
I have
job.
to practice? Oh, wait, maybe I don't want to be a singer.
Well, you what are you talking about? You're not going to be able to earn a living like that. There's not that many singers. You have to get a real job. Go study something for real, and then you walk away from music.
That's a hobby, kid. Yeah, you got to get a job.
Yeah, well, study science or something, computers or something. You know, you can get a job in. Why would you want to study that? Well, Dad, it's helping me grow my mind. Like, no, make money. Yeah, go ahead.
But I want to put you in one situation. Imagine yourself like a teacher. And you are going in the class, and your kids are 7 years old.
Yes, good age. Yes.
Yeah, I started first with 7. In England, they're starting with 5, but we started with 7, let's say. And then you are coming and saying this to kids. Kids, today I will tell you one definition. The level is flat. Don't be scared.
Yeah. Of course. Yes.
Don't be scared because, you know.
I don't think 7-year-olds are going to be scared of that.
No, they
too young. Yeah.
It would be like, not even to say that don't be scared, to say only that level is flat. Let's see how kids will react.
I was 7. Man, what was I thinking about? Watching E.T., watching, cartoons, Batman. I don't know if I was really thinking about the shape of the earth or reality. At that age, I would teach them a song. I would teach them, how to draw a tree. We'd go outside and pick a tree to draw together, or a flower to draw together. You know what I mean? I would, stuff like that. Something to fuel the imagination. I wouldn't bother with the. Of course, I would show them what water is and everything, right? I wouldn't bring up the actual words, because they can go home and tell their mom and dad. My teacher told me that the earth is flat today, Dad. Like, what the? I'm gonna fire that. I'm gonna call the school. Oh, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, appreciate what you're doing here, but you know what I mean? I'm fired? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll go look for another job. Yeah, that's what would happen if I was. My mother was a teacher.
Oh, okay, imagine now that you are that teacher, but kids are not anymore 7 years old. They are 16 years old now. And you are coming and saying...
that sounds fun. Yeah.
You're coming and saying this.
Oh, yeah.
Kids, today say one definition. It's this one. The level is flat.
Oh yeah, I would have so much fun with the 16-year-old.
And-
With the water concept of water, flat
And now-
level.
Yeah, and now you have that 16 years old boy coming home and said the same his father.
Oh
Listen,
yeah.
John.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Listen, Daddy. Today I was in school and my teacher said that level is flat. What do you think about that?
Well, tell your daddy
Really?
what I told you. All right. If he says anything else, tell him to come and tell him to go build a foundation. Tell him to go build a house and see if he can do it at this curved level. Tell him to go talk to the carpenter that built his house and see what he's saying. Because the 16-year-old would know how to speak to his dad, right? And I would say to the 16-year-old, the world
Oh, that
could
would be-
be flat. Right?
That would be bad
get
if,
fired.
if dad is making houses, you know.
Oh yeah, his dad would be like, "Sounds legit." That's how I level houses, you know. It's how I work, son. So yeah, good teacher. You're gonna be a good carpenter when you grow up. Will redefine the meaning of level. That's not level. You don't know level. Don't stand on this floor. This is level. See? That ball is not level. That's ridiculousness.
Like your dad and that one guy from Tennessee, only we can make so level.
I mean, when you talk about practical, right? Like, why are you learning this? So I can, because in school I'm like, why the fuck am I learning this? Like, I'm ever gonna use goddamn fucking these kinds of math and, building a house. Like, I'm just gonna, I want to build it. That's it. I don't want to like build a rocket. I'm not trying to build a rocket. I'm not trying to build a teleporter to Mars. What the hell is all this crap?
But Bong, let's use this ball for anything. Let's use for any job apart NASA.
I gotta admit though, wouldn't you love to go up and try to touch it yourself to see if it was up there and what was up there for real?
Oh, I would love that. Yeah. I go up on a plane. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, nice, but I'm kind of scared. I don't trust the pilot. But if I could just go up and look around and test it, safely, hell yeah, that would be so awesome. I wonder if
Maybe
you can actually
some robot with some camera.
or an airplane that doesn't ever have to land. I wonder if that's possible to build an airplane so you can live in it in the sky and come down and do your shopping and go back to the house. Up to the ISS. Yeah.
It's my compartment.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder, it's like.
Is there a Russian on ISS?
Well, supposedly
what
there were these floating islands in the sky in certain places in different scriptures. I don't know which scriptures those are, but I've heard this said. I don't know. It's just me throwing it out of my head. I've heard it.
I wonder.
Are still Russians on ISS?
They're just legends, of course, but who knows? Maybe there's some proof, or maybe there's some evidence that those stories were maybe somewhat true, or maybe misinterpreted, of course, but somewhat true.
Yeah, they have, because it's international, right? It's an international, right? Space station, right? Or else it would have been called the American Space Station.
For everyone.
Yes, because space unites the world. Okay? Because when it comes to us versus the universe, we have to stick together. I can only imagine if there was a threat from outside our world, how quickly we would put aside our differences and unite as one world. It's like fucking actors, man, get the best speeches. Although I did like Independence Day speech, we shall not go quietly into the night.
I thought that I saw something that what you. And 2 times, even more. You know when we build that big fighters, against that big creatures.
All it take was just to fly right up to the center, right? It's like, why can't you just shoot something in there? Why did you have to fly your plane in there? Everything wrong with Independence Day in 14 minutes. Ding! I watched this YouTube channel.
You say that. It's funny that
In
you
one
say that
version,
because I feel like the same way. I feel like I can pick apart just about anything on the TV and tell you and show you how it's fake or how it's green screened and where they try to convince you it's not. It just cracks me up that nobody else sees it. Though.
Yeah. I mean, it's very convincing, isn't it? Some of it looks so real.
Yeah,
in one version,
we probably had technology to fake people's faces for a lot longer than people would think. Just based on what I'm seeing, anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
When you watch it on the movies, okay, like say Interstellar, when you watch them float around in space, right, it looks real, right? And that's why it's real, right? That's why NASA is real, because it looks not as real as the movie, because it looks so fake, right? I mean, what do you expect? Did you expect the real thing to look like the real thing in the movies? Because the movies look like the real thing, right? Why does the real thing look fake?
it depends how you perceive real and fake.
Well, you never notice that when they're up in space and they're doing their little, whatever they call them events, right? Whenever they're like posing or whatever, and they're in a group or something in one part of the space station, you ever notice that they're always like they're always like still until a certain part, and there's always like different kinds of like sections of them. They break it down to where they can do different tricks, different points in the little thing. And if it is an event, you got to remember they admit it by saying that these are called events because they're not real. I don't believe that there's probably anything but like a hollow shelled rocket going up. It's just all for show. You know what I mean? It's all just it's kind of like why we set off fireworks on the 4th of July. There's, you know what I'm saying? It's just someone decided that's what we're going to do, so now we all do it.
Yeah.
I think that they will be better in next years, in 2023. I think that they will now something, they discover this, but this will be covered with some kind of, the story will be better. I don't know.
I think the truth is probably a simple story. That's the reason why we all would rather hear it be some romance, some perfect romance type of thing, like it's got to be like artistic and all that. Maybe it's not ever going to be that.
Water on the Mars. You have lake, you see everything live, you see the sound, it's coming down, I don't know, whatever, in drones, and then you see how it's collecting, everything will be recorded, you will see. And I will say, look, and then everybody that will be like a moon landing, something like that. Gathering water from Mars.
It's gonna get really, really like the faking of it. I think is gonna get much better.
But if you don't know, we are there.
Yeah, we are there now. Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 is a gaming. It's for creating games. It's a 3D platform, so you can create. It looks real. It's so real. They just released
the graphics card. I know. I understand.
With the graphics, yep, and the new technology that Nvidia is doing things. It blows my mind. Things. So the realism is going to go way up. We're going to
radon.
I think they will slow down because of flat Earth now. They will point it to Mars. They will not bullshit thing now. They will not go any planets. They will point it on the Mars. You will see. Mars
Well,
is
you can
the
go to Mars. You can go to Mars. I can go to Mars, right?
Only
It's
in that
going to be virtual.
little
It's
environment
a
where it's
virtual.
in a computer and it's creating a fake thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Virtual. You can virtually go anywhere in the universe with this technology. Anywhere.
Let's see.
And if you do it right, you can convince the whole world it's really true.
Right. Because you don't have to go to. So there's a meeting in Japan that you have to be there by, in like 4 hours, and you got to jump on this freaking plane, and you got, oh
Well,
my gosh, I hate traveling,
well,
right? That's not
I
gonna.
only
Yep.
want to record this assumption. That means 2023. Let's see what will happen if they start to speak Mars. I was right. Okay.
Mars can come to you. That's the idea.
Yeah.
The meeting can come to you. The meeting can be
And
there in your
and
wherever you
then
want.
we will use this material, what we are saying now, and then we will put it live, and they will say, "Look, fuck it, these motherfuckers were speaking this 1 year ago."
Because it's not just a visual thing with your eyes. It's visualizing it. You can close your eyes and the idea is so that the mind can experience reality in the mind. Not just with eyes and ears and nose, but inside the mind. Like think about people who are blind, people who need prosthetics, people who cannot experience this 3D, this technology, right? I mean, all those people are the reasons why these technologies are being developed. Because we want to help people who lost their legs. Because we want to help blind people see. Okay, Jesus, go ahead then.
We
Right?
want to put you to sleep so that way you can just veg out and you don't have to be worried about anything. We'll take all your cares away.
Right. It's a full
That's what
body
they offer.
transformation. Yeah, it's a full. I don't know how it's going to work and how we're going to transition there, but by 2030, I think that's their goal, right? 2030, 2020 by 5G by 2020 happened.
Yeah,
I found out about it in 2015. Yeah, it happened. It's happening. We're moving to 6G. 6G is using this infrastructure so that we can have real time connection.
You're right. They are pointing out very well that 2030. They want something to do till 2030. If you don't see, you can see that everyone pointing that year. Why are you pointing that year? Okay, that's the year.
Yeah, it's like a business plan, or any plan. We want all these different corporations, these different producers, manufacturers, I'll call it that, to build our infrastructure by then, right? We want people to start utilizing the technology and the infrastructure. So there's going to be a transition. Facebook is dying. I think. I don't know what it's going to turn into, but yeah, we're there. We're there. It's in our hands. It's in your pocket. It's everywhere you go. Where is it going to be next? Right? Inside you. So it's not that this may happen or this is a cool thing, right? That we can go. No, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Like it or not. How are you going to buy shit? How do you buy things now? Now, how are you going to buy anything in the future when it happens? How are you going to sell anything? Right? How are you going to access any of the services? How are you going to get water? How are you going to get power? How are you going to be a law-abiding citizen, right? It has to happen. It's going to happen.
The scary thing is, what if it's already happened?
It is. It's just not in their bodies yet. Coming. Yeah, don't worry. You have patience.
Like the cell phone,
Yep.
Is it in your right hand?
It's on the table looking at me. Is it in your pocket?
Like, is it already in your hand? That's my question. Like, as a flat earther, like, is the mark of the beast already in your hand?
Dun, dun, dun.
Are you down to it? Like when you're looking at your phone, are you looking down? Just praying.
Exactly.
What are we actually looking at when we look down at our own hands? That
The
is
abyss.
the question.
You
I
look
missed
into
the whole
abyss.
entire thing.
We're
The
talking
scary
about
part,
technology.
Bonk, you know, that's the scary part. When then Flat Earther asked the question, why they are lying?
Yeah. How are you going
And
to
then
prove anything, then?
I do still want to know the answer to that. Don't get me wrong. I just want to know that after we catch the assholes that are doing it, right?
of course, Rookie, everybody wants to know that answer.
It's more like
Doesn't say
catch the ass. It's more like catch the
on the
assholes that aren't doing it. Us.
Right. The problem is, though, is that they're never probably going to ever really admit why they really did it. They might tell you all these other things, and you know you might accept them, but is that really why they did it? Right. That's the part
Because
that gets through. Because you really can't know, right? Unless you can read their mind.
Rookie, put it like this also. Can you imagine something? Can you imagine something that you cannot even? I don't know how to put it. You cannot even
Oh,
imagine.
I cannot reason into that. Something I can't imagine. No, I don't think you're right.
Yeah.
But once somebody starts to give me an inkling of it, and somebody gives me a
If
sign,
somebody,
well, yeah, maybe
you
I
know,
can.
because somebody can, you know, because somebody can surprise you very fucking. I don't know if somebody can tell you, let's say something like what will be like. I don't know what's that, but if I can say if somebody show me something behind Antarctica and I can really see that, and even that doesn't matter. It could be something really. I don't know what I'm saying. I could say in that moment, then I don't know. It depends. It depends what information is.
Well, it
And
says that the statue will talk to you, and that people will worship the image of the statue, the beast, and it'll be right hand. It doesn't say it'll be on your right hand. It says it'll be in your right hand. So if you look at the cell phone, not only is it in your right hand, because most people are right-handed, and those who are left, it's still talking about the right hand, the power hand. But it's all the numbers are in your forehead, and it's the image that talks to you. It's the statue that speaks.
Black mirror.
I'm left-handed, so.
I'm right. I'm right.
Your right brain.
I'm right-handed. I'm right-handed,
right
but really, I'm kicking all the fucking time in the left hand. I don't know why.
I don't know why, but I think all the rest of the people are all a bunch of numpties. Sorry to say it. Could just be me though. I don't know.
Like 500 years ago, you could not explain the concept, the idea of a phone to anyone. Imagine you explaining what a phone is to somebody 1,000 years, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, right? Like, it's the
Yeah,
same.
that long ago, they used to burn people that were left-handed
Exactly.
like myself.
Well,
burn
if you
people at the
start talking
stake. You're a witch, or the Salem witch trial has been burnt at the stake.
I'm left-handed, and I blame most of the reason I'm absolutely amazing on the fact that I'm left-handed. Thank you.
Me too. Thanks a lot, man. I need. Thanks, glad. Right on, man.
Yep. There's no way around it. Left-handed people are just better than right-handed people.
Sorry.
There's no listen. There's no way around it. Left-handed people are better than right-handed people. Okay, and that's okay.
Yeah,
we can teach you to be ambidextrous right-handed people. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around.
We're not disagreeing.
I was going to say, what if you're ambidextrous?
We're not disagreeing.
But
stop defusing my argument with your joke.
Sorry.
No,
but he is right.
But that's what I mean. right?
You
Like,
road
because
bullet.
most people are right-handed, right? And you try to you can't explain what a phone is, right? But when you say it's a mark on your right hand and your forehead, I mean, what do people do with phones? They put it to their ear, right? I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's kind of there's the correlation.
God. So if you're
Technology.
right hand, it's your hand to God. It means the same thing.
I know when the iPod came out, everybody thought the iPod was that too. I think maybe it was the beginning. I don't know. Like think about it.
Yeah, the smart card, the credit card. I mean, yeah, the six,
Sony Walkman. I mean, we've been progressing down the line here. Nintendo, Super Nintendo. Like come on.
Yeah. That he who has
getting closer to the ultimate.
But go ahead.
Throughout COVID, I was put in a predicament where I had to close the bank account, and then I had to reopen one.
Oh.
And when I reopened one, I had to have, literally, had to have a cell phone number, not a house landline. I had to have a cell phone number to open a bank account.
Yeah. Yes. Why? It's the question. Why? Why can't I just use a landline?
Close an account and try to open one. You'll see that you have to have a cell phone.
They don't exist anymore today. You have to plug them into your cable.
Because most people are not home anymore, right? Most people are always on the move, mobile. Tracking.
Well, all accounts now are digital. It's digital money, and they try to use physical money to account for all the digital money out there. They just can't do it.
Like, yeah, it's at like negative 30 trillion or something. Well, that's America's debt.
They're gonna be like, why are you trying to withdraw everything you have? Like, what's your cell phone number?
Minus something you started with. Wait a minute.
Questions that you've never been asked when you opened it.
Why are you trying to deflate the economy?
No, I'm just trying to be real on the topic. Like, I've literally been in a situation throughout COVID where I had to close a bank account and then reopen one. And I couldn't reopen an account without a cell phone number. You can you can give them a house, a landline number, but that's not going to work. You need a cell phone number to open a bank account.
Is this just at a certain bank, or is this most all banks now? It's more convenient and efficient. The words that a company would use.
Hold on. I mean, isn't that like most important in case there's some kind of like problem with your account or they need to get a hold of you? Like, I mean, wouldn't that just be like giving you? They give you their number. I mean, it's kind of like a trade-off.
You know where we live.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Sorry, my thing isn't working. I was gonna say, I just, you know what I mean, right? You get where.
Yeah, it's like, it's no joke, man. It's like, it's happening right now. Like, they're literally forcing people to have a cell phone in order to have a bank account right now. If you
and they've fed us these storylines. Yeah.
Grandfathered in. If you had one before, whenever they passed this law without telling us, then you're grandfathered in. But if you go to open one right now, try it. You won't be able to do it without a cell phone.
Well, I think it's kind of odd that they expect you to have an ID. I mean, if they take a picture of you and they've got a camera and they take your fingerprint and they get your signature, isn't that like enough? Like, do you really need like some kind of form of ID?
That is your ID. Is the cell phone.
Well, other big thing is, remember during that time, the pandemic, they released an app that you had to have on your phone to track where you are, because they need to know that people are distancing themselves, right? And if you were in a certain area where an outbreak happened, right? Well, now you have to be quarantined. I think that's the biggest reason, because I got one on my app too. But,
yeah, dude, I could fight that in court so easily.
It's literally the first time in history where they quarantined the healthy.
Well, that's what made us all realize. Well, some of us realize what's going on. Right? Maybe we shouldn't go into this side of the conversation.
Oh, deep, man. It's like people don't even understand what's going on. They're just oblivious to their own realms.
If you think about it, like one big experiment, right? Then it makes sense. You have a control group, and you have the actual group that's getting the thing. But as the person observing the experiment, you have to be able to separate your control group from the actual group. So these are, if you think about it that way, it all makes sense. You're trying to monitor an experiment you're doing on real people. Data.
Well, I'm not going to. I'm going to like. I'm biased. I truly believe the whole scheme is because people believe they're in a world they're not in. Like you don't get today's world without believing you're in a world that you're not in. Like,
we just had a memorial. We had a memorial yesterday. One of the mothers that died a year ago. She went in. She was healthy and talking to her family on the iPad. 3 days later, she couldn't talk on the iPad. The doctors called the family and said, your mom is going to die in 2 days. Only one family member can come talk to her. You know what I was thinking, right? You all know what I was thinking, right? So that's what I mean.
Storm the castle, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, it's obvious. And I try to explain this to my wife, like
bring the whole family and just walk in, do what you're gonna do.
Yeah. Don't go to hospitals. Just stay away from them. Just want to die.
Like if everybody here is a flat earther, then you don't get today's world without that lie. Today's world is a manifestation of the ball earth lie.
Well, I think some Globers have a grasp on what's going on in the real world. I think there's a few things that they're so confused about, and they're stubborn. I don't know that every single Glober is completely stubborn in that. I think you got to remember most Glovers are people's like brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers. Like we're all somebody that loves us all, right? Like no matter how much we dislike each other and have disagreements, the truth is that somebody loves all of us, right? You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. Like a person's only going to decide his way of life or her way of life based on the world they believe they're in. If they believe they're in a world that they're not in, then every decision they make is flawed. So it's like, I'm famous for, saying everybody's Truman. If you ever seen the Truman Show, like where the whole neighborhood was in on him being on a TV show. They knew it, but he didn't know it. What I'm saying is, everybody's Truman, and they believe they're in the world they're not
in. Yep.
And that's what creates the world we're in, is the manifestation of that lie. So if you can pull that lie out, all the other lies come down with it. You ain't got to worry about it. They come down with it.
At the end of the Truman Show, how people treated it, right? As soon as it ended, everybody just forgot about it. Just, all right, change next. What else is next? As if nothing happened. You know what I mean? You notice that? They make people look like people don't give a shit.
Realized it in the end, right, of the movie, he realized that
Fiverr Oak.
in on it.
We know him.
And
Right.
thing is, like everybody's Truman. Not everybody's in on it, but everybody's Truman.
Yes. Yes. You know, Truman's wife, Fiverr Oaks is new. He's cool, flat earther. Truman's wife, you know what I mean? I was like, what about Truman's wife? What about Glober wives? You know, what about Karens? What about, you know, trolls? What about those are those people, you know, NPCs, right? Could that like what? Like yeah, they all work together with NASA to tell you the story of the globe Earth and dinosaurs and stuff. You know what I mean? You can look at it that way. That Truman is the person that woke up to the lie. Yeah, people who are still in it may as well be part of the show. But who are the viewers? Who are the viewers that didn't care that as soon as the show ended? Well, I'm bored. Next, what's up? What else is on? For those guys, who do they represent?
Yeah, it's like Republicans and Democrats. They all want to keep that lie a secret while saying bad shit about one another. But yet they're all in a mutual agreement of keeping that secret.
I think we are the viewers too. I think we are the viewers too. Look at how these viewers don't give a shit about what happened to Truman. As soon as the show is over, they get bored and want to watch something else. Human beings are a disease, a virus. I think this is the message of a lot of their videos. You're the reason why the earth is fucked up. You're the reason why. That's why we have to depopulate. That's why we have to do this and do that. Because you guys don't give a shit about Truman. Because you guys want to be entertained. Are you not entertained? Right? It's like, all right, check Netflix. What else is on? Right? Dude, you just heard the earth is flat. Yeah?
Yeah, you almost want to take the evil side because all the other people are fucking stupid.
That's what they want you to think about. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you want to take the evil side because of how dumb everybody.
That's exactly how they want you to view your brothers and sisters, everyone else around you. That everyone is stupid and you are smart, and you should probably join a Freemasonry lodge somewhere and be part of the solution and not part of the. This is how they want people to view each other. We have to get rid of ourselves to save the world because we're not entertained. You know, because we're the problem. Because we're insignificant, we're placeable, we're in space and nothing matters. And if we want to survive, we need to remove these stupid people so that the rest of us can evolve, continue the human race so that we are not extinct when the sun blows up in 8 billion.
Yeah, but we're going up against people that make it look like they oppose one another when in reality they're on the same team.
Yep.
So they'll even go to the lengths of war. Well, the best man wins, and if I win, then or you win, then we still have the same agenda going. So no harm done.
Yep. I think we're at that point where they're going to, look at what war does. You know what I mean? Look at this technology. AI is telling us, right? The humans do not live in according, with nature and the order of things. That human beings should be living this way. That's what AI is starting to say. I don't know who Elon Musk is talking to, but are you asking a freaking algorithm how life works? No, it's a what? It's a demon. Demon means knowledge, by the way. It doesn't mean evil spirit.
American military is all across the world starting wars and killing people. while the American people believe they're the good guys. It's so naive. So naive.
That's what AI is pointing out to people. That's what Ultron was pointing out to the world in that movie. And that people need to listen and pay attention to what the AI is saying, or else the AI is, because the AI solution is just get rid of people, right? So we have to change. We have to start, caring about each other and looking at each other, as valuing each other. They're teaching the same shit. They're saying, we gotta love one another, but then we have to do it this way. That's what
people are okay with committing genocide in Yemen. Like, that's what's going on right now, but nobody's talking about it because of Ukraine and Russia, right? So nobody knows what's really going on. But America, the people of America, they're really bad at it. They became Rome. They became Rome without them.
They have always been Rome.
Well, America's like Rome because they police the world. And Rome did. Like America's like, it's so crazy to me that people like, I used to be I guess you would call a Republican till I found out what the Constitution is. But yeah, I used to be a Republican. I'm definitely not a Democrat, but it doesn't matter what you are in America. You're on the wrong side of history if you believe either of the narratives. Like, you're gonna be one of the worst. You're gonna be known as a Nazi, pretty much. People don't see what America's doing. That's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. We're going across the earth. America has a military base, in almost every country. Right?
Yep.
And that's cool with Americans. That's all right with Americans. But if China had military bases in our nation, or every nation of the earth, we would have a problem. But okay, if we
it's the way it is because that's the way the bankers want it to be. That's how the rulers want it to be. The way it is right now, that's exactly the way they want it to be. So
yeah, it's just the narrative of the minds of men. They want the minds of Americans to be okay with. Yeah, they want to call a war on terrorism. How can you have a war on something that is the exact consequence of war? Terrorism. Like, how can you have a war on terror when terror?
I know. I know, and I actually have a statement that I just thought about a second ago, so I had to stop again. Love your government more than you love yourself, or we will kill you.
But they have me, like I'm admitting I was one of them. They have Americans, people, believing the left or the right is the right side to choose from, when really they're both on the same team, acting like enemies. They're just acting like enemies, but they're on.
But so you have to keep in mind that the whole purpose of America since about the 40s is to brainwash the population into believing all kinds of things, so they could go out and have these wars as the fourth arm of the Vatican, and to the international bank settlements run, Basel, Switzerland, run by the imperialist bankers. that have profited from every war since our revolution and before. So you have to keep it in context, is all I'm trying to say.
I agree. And if you do keep it in context and you believe what they're telling you, well, then we have to be being taken over from within. Nobody ever thinks of that. Like, we're being taken over from within.
Wait a minute. Listen, it was already taken over a long time ago, before you or I were ever born or thought of. So it was we were sold down the river in 1871, and then they just kept on furthering that. 1933, took away the gold standard, and sold you and your future people through the birth certificate documentation future energy, future life energy, that it was mortgaged away for the debt, which has been in circulation every 70 years is the cycle, and there's a major war every 70 years. Now they've ramped that up some. So all that you've seen in the last few years, in my opinion, is just their bold face now, and they're like, we don't care, we're moving ahead, we don't care what people think, we're just going to trudge forward regardless of any problems we might encounter.
Yeah, and whether it's the left or the right leading America, Americans believe they're the good guys. It's so fucking nice. It's so nice.
And that's kind of like also another answer to why would they lie? Because like, if you know that the Earth is not a ball, right? If you know the Earth is not a ball, right? Then it's going to be so much easier for you to know that they're lying about the situation up there, the pandemic, 9/11. All these things are gonna all of a sudden. I mean, they're all gonna make sense. I mean, that's another answer to why would they lie. So that all these lies can be built on top of it, because these are the ones you're concerned about, right? Right? Well, guess what? The Earth is flat. It's not a ball. So you're concerned about nothing. More lies. You know what I mean? What do you guys think?
Oh, no, that's what I'm getting at. It's like that's where all this manifests from, is that lie. And if you can tear that lie down, you ain't got to worry about the ones that I've been talking about. They come down with it.
Yep.
Right?
Or whatever lies.
That was my whole fucking. That was the whole point I was trying to make. Was everybody is living in a world they believe they're in. They're not living in the world they're actually in.
Yeah, but we're going to take it down from the inside.
Man, flat Earth. Before flat Earth, I couldn't put together. It was not cohesive. All the lies and conspiracies I was looking at. I was trying to figure out how they all, connect. Make the connection. But after flat Earth, I was like, it's like all there. There's like a plate to put everything on. Like something like that. It's like the ball. It's the ball, guys. It's the ball. Come on, man. War happening up there. There are people dying. Climate change and overpopulate. It's the ball, man. You know what I mean? It's like, problem here is the globe. Not those people. The globe is this lie.
That was my whole point, man. People can realize they're not living in a world that they've been taught they would live in it. Like, if they can realize that, then they'll see. They'll have eyes.
It's a globe. It's a globe, so go out there and die for the globe now. Because we said so.
Yeah, that's what I would.
Yeah, man. Every now and then I'll check up on what my people are doing in American Samoa, on YouTube. What are they talking about? Guess what they're talking about? Climate change, overpopulation. Is it okay for us to say the N word? That's what they're talking about. Oh, fucking Lord.
Yeah, look how complete that brainwashing is. It went all across the whole flat Earth. I'm down here by the park. Earth is flat. You guys got that right? Earth is flat?
Yep.
They got it, see?
And level. Don't forget to say level. To redefine level to mean flat, 180 degrees.
It's pretty hard to say a bicycle going by on a flat horizontal is going along a curved edge when it's going right by you. What are you going to say? No, you're on a ball, sir.
Flat and level.
I'm like, wouldn't the technology, wouldn't all the mechanism for a bicycle would be different if you were on a curved rotating surface? Forgive me. Am I wrong?
Yeah. It would probably be cube wheels, right? Probably develop a shape like a cube. Because we're on a ball, right? Square wheels. That's what a ball would be.
If you actually use the logic of ball earthers, then we have to be on a cylinder. Because a cylinder, the boat could go over the curve and the horizon remain flat. But a sphere, it's symmetric in all directions. It couldn't, the horizon couldn't remain flat with the boat going over.
Therefore, boats are disappearing on a cylinder. Because when they go sideways,
it's flat.
Because when they go sideways, when they go sideways, it's like they're going straight. Yep, that's a cylinder. That's the picture they're painting for us. A cylinder. That's NASA's answer. I know this makes it look like a cylinder, but it's not. Okay, but there's your curve.
Well, the only reason I say that is because if the boat goes over the curve, but yet the horizon is flat when the boat goes over the curve,
and then
why it's not a sphere.
But you got to throw in this other observation. If you consider if you consider the Red Bull jump, okay, and what Neil deGrasse Tyson had to say about it, what he had to say about it, right? That stuff is flat at 120,000 feet, that you'll not see the curvature. So when you put that and the cylinder together, all of a sudden the cylinder is a plane.
Right?
Right?
Even he admitted it without admitting it.
Yep.
Even he
when you put those two contradictions together, you end up with a plane. Flat, level plane. 1 + 1 is 2. Yeah. So, because when they say boats are disappearing over a curve and it paints a cylinder, you can now verify that this horizontal line, left to right, is 180 degrees, because that's the cylinder, right? But then when you go up to 120,000 feet and you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson say it's flat, right? Well, now that curve disappears, and now you have a plane. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, look at this. Look at how these two contradictions equals the flat Earth, flat and level stationary plane. Beautiful. Like, see how these two fuck-ups equals truth?
and their scientific method, right? Like literally observation and experiment. So people want to claim people are scientists, but it is my contention that everybody's a scientist because they have the observation of life and the experience of life. So everybody's in my opinion, everybody's a scientist.
An experimenter.
Yeah, somebody that that discerns their world off the observations they're witnessing. Yeah, a scientist.
How did you?
Now you
How did you?
that go against that based off what somebody said or some magic spell they put on you, but it's all based off the individual. The individual is the most important thing in my opinion when it comes to science.
He's the observer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the experimenter, the observer, he's everything, or she. It's the individual. The individual is trying to convince the masses of what he or she's seen and observed and experienced. Simple as that.
I wish it was as simple as that. Hey.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. If you've been to the beach, you know the horizon is flat. That's the observation. If observation is the first step in science, then you've observed the earth is flat by going to the beach. And the only thing that could influence you is outside influences. But you as the individual, you witnessed it. It's stationary and it's flat.
Yeah.
And that's where all the waters, fresh water, all the waters from the mountain flow to the ocean.
I saw also one
where it becomes level. Nowhere else for the water to go. Once it hits the ocean, it's flat. It's there.
Oh. And mountains, when you pour water on a mountain, right? It goes into the soil and then it maybe flows down to the earth, and waters all the soil, and then it goes to the ocean. Like, why isn't water sticking to the mountain? Why does it keep coming down? What the hell is gravity doing? Look at how big this mountain is. Sheesh.
And why does it stop going once it's the ocean?
When it gets to the ocean, it's like there must be more gravity down here than up there.
And here's the ultimate question. Here's the ultimate question as a flat earther. How the hell does all fresh water flow into the ocean and yet never dilute the ocean salt? It doesn't even dilute. Rivers from all across the earth flow into the ocean, and yet it never dilutes the salt. How the hell is that possible?
Are you trying to say everything is made of salt?
No, I'm just saying you could.
Because I think everything is also have salt in it. Yeah. Well, anything that has life in it should have salt in it, right? Sodium.
It never makes the salt weaker on a scale. On a salt
scale. If we were in an enclosed system, it wouldn't, would it?
They explained that by saying that the water didn't always do that. That after the flood, it flowed over the continents, and now it's getting salty from flowing over the continents. But originally, that was not the way that it did that.
I could picture that.
Continents, it's saltier than it was before.
That's interesting. I mean, it does sound like it would be true, right? If there was also salt deposits on the surface.
The ocean, dude, and you take a drink of ocean water.
No.
Unfortunately, I taken a spit on accident. So I know what salty is, right? And the ocean is much saltier than fish. Like, I know that sounds silly, but
Actually,
I
not
was
as
in a
salty as the baller I just spoke to for the last like 30 minutes. But go ahead.
dude. I was literally in a predicament. I drank piss, and that shit was salty as fuck. But what I remember being at the ocean after that, and it didn't even compare to the piss. The ocean.
For salt, but like I'll test that the ballers are saltier than salt water.
Even though every hour of every day,
They're
fresh
saltier
water,
than D's nuts.
fresh water is flowing into the ocean every hour of every. Never dilutes the salt.
What's up
Like,
with the
why
ice
isn't
wall?
that precise? Why isn't that a question?
Well,
How
that
is it
question appears to be answered by the flood. The water is now flowing over the land and picking up salt from flowing over the land after the flood.
But on the salt scale that they use, the salt is never diluted. Even though every day of every hour, every minute, every second, fresh water flows in.
Yeah.
But it never
The globe.
dilutes salt.
But the
Confirm
fresh
that you were
water
in
also
those
dilutes,
areas.
so there's a balance. Some water flows in, some water flows out. So they'd probably say
There's
in the overall balance, it's negligible.
Or maybe there's a
Are
valve
they-
of some kind that controls it.
Yeah, there is. It's up in Iceland. There's a discovery. There was a science program about how the oceans recycle. Like, there's a deep reservoir of water that comes up and then goes into the ocean, or goes in the ocean, goes back down. This is what the globe scientists have discovered, I guess, and that's how they explain it. So they're basically saying they don't know.
But
It's interesting when they discover something like that, though, right? And it kind of confirms what your mind was already thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel you seek up with salt water, and then you just start pouring in fresh water, it's only going to take like, I'll give it 5 minutes, even though it probably wouldn't even take that. I'll just say 5 minutes to make it even, so you can understand what I'm saying. That it's going to dilute the salt water. But yet, every day, every minute, every hour, all fresh water flows into the ocean and never dilutes the salt. It never dilutes the salt. It stays.
When he was saying that the fresh water also, he's saying that the fresh water also picks up, sodium and salty stuff, and that's also helping to moderate the salt. I don't know how it works, man. Oh my God, I wouldn't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you think about it, that should be a phenomenon itself that we all observe. We all know that all fresh water flows to the ocean, yet the ocean's never diluted with salt.
Yeah, but the fresh water picks up salt on the way. We know that deltas and alluvial flats are a thing where sediments have been picked up by the water and deposited.
Yeah, but throughout your whole life, your grandparents' whole life, your great grandparents' whole life, great grandparents' whole life, great, all of it's at this. When we're talking right now, fresh water is flowing into the ocean, but yet it never dilutes the salt. That's impossible. How does that happen?
You do realize that, right? The fresh water picks up deposits on the way to the ocean. You do know that, right?
You and I do, where we isolate it. Once you start pouring fresh water into salt water, we observe it being diluted.
Maybe you've got evaporation.
Yeah,
evaporation.
Exactly. Fresh water starts out fresh and gets saltier and saltier as it picks up deposits going toward the ocean.
Yeah, when it evaporates the water, it leaves behind the salt content, and it's the same water being recycled. That's the precipitation explanation. I mean, it's the same water. You're not putting new water into the system, right? It's all in there. And Yeah, the salt is concentrated in the oceans, and there's all these salt everywhere. Look, without salt, there would not be life. That's like, you all know that. So salt is...
Dude, it all goes to the ocean, because that's where it becomes level.
It has to do with the alkali, you're at pH balance and...
What are you nerds talking about in here?
I know, man. I don't...
He keeps on harping on this point about fresh water being at the salt water, yet the oceans don't get fresher and fresher. And we're trying to respond and say that the water starts out fresh coming from a mountain or rain or whatever, but it picks up deposits on the way to the ocean.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, every river at the point that it enters the ocean is registered as fresh water. There's no salt in it.
That's false.
Yeah.
There are alluvial deltas and alluvial flats and deltas at the mouth of some of these rivers that imply that they picked up silt on the way at the very least. You're saying that they're registered as fresh or something like that? I don't know if I believe that.
Run into salt water.
What do you mean by registered as fresh? How the fuck do you know that?
It's signed up at the BNB.
Technically, it's an estuary where the fresh water meets the salt water, if you want to be a bit more technical. But I get what you're trying to say. But the thing is, it appears that it's picked up deposits. And that's why you have those deltas that fan out.
Thousands of years doesn't dilute salt. It still registers it.
Right. Because it's the closed system, right? All the salt that's in there is all the salt that will ever be in there. All the water that's in there is all the water that will ever be in there. But, the systems are broken up into these ecosystems. You know what I mean? So you're always going to have the same amount of stuff in there. And plus, this is the globe's explanation of how it works, right? Like, we know that we don't know things.
Well, the problem is if we don't know things, fine, what's knowable. And based off of what's knowable, river deltas that look like a big, triangular fan that look a lot like, deposits of silt and possibly even salt at the mouth of a river. So it looks like these freshwater sources start out fresh, sure, but pick up deposits on the way to the ocean or something like that and deposit them in these deltas and alluvial, deposits or whatever.
No, what I'm saying is fresh water all across the earth flows into the ocean every day, every hour, every second, every minute, yet it never dilutes the salt in the ocean water.
Yes.
Does fresh water pick up salt on the way to the ocean?
You know what else doesn't make sense? Where the Pacific and the Atlantic meet, right?
Fresh water picks up salt on the way to the ocean, so that would be your answer.
They put a meter
and the water evaporates.
Oh, every day more and more fresh water's pouring in.
Is that T-Wad?
All meter registers the same all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of phenomenon going on in this phenomenal world that we experience. It told stories, that doesn't make sense. Right?
Well, it makes sense to me. Fresh water salt on the way to the ocean evaporates fresh and the cycle begins all over again, but the salt's more or less going to stay behind. So I don't really feel the need to ask that question.
I guess my point is we can't answer. So why would we act like it?
We can answer. The next question is whether we're going to accept the answer presented or keep searching.
The deepest hole we've ever dug is 7 miles, right? We know that there are waters beneath, right? Springs of water, but we don't know how deep, how much, what the processes are happening down there. I mean, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, don't know a lot of things.
Hey,
assume.
Everybody, real quick, we got a newbie up in PC checking one. He says he's a flat earther and he's been around here a few times, just hasn't been in about a year. So I just figured let's give him PC verified and let the cards fall as they may. You feel me?
Can we just move him in here?
Yeah, just bring him down here. Let's talk to him.
All right, I'll move him in. There he is.
Hey, what to? How we doing?
Let me just unmute him real quickly. What?
Here we go. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on?
Nada, man. I just
think
brought you down into
recognize-
the brought you down here into the gauntlet so everybody could take a poke at you.
What?
Sure, why not? I got, I'm just hanging out right now.
Cool.
Seems like the
So-
latest craze for Globers is to like be the best flat earther they can be. So, what do you got? What are you Team Globe or you Flat Gang? Where are you at?
Well, I was on the server for a while. I even had silver for flat earthing, but I took a big break for lots of reasons. But I was just
Breaks are
picking
good.
in on people.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a break. So, if you're gonna blast off a couple globe killing shots, what do you got? What kind of bullets you got in the chamber?
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, I know all the basic ones like the flat water and so on. But like, sort of day to day, just living in the knowledge of this stuff, it actually gets sort of stronger, as probably a lot of you know. Every day, you're sort of out here. Like, I mean, think about the stars and stuff, like how we're told they're suns, and then it's like you go out in the sky now and you're saying, well, what the hell are those things? You're seeing them up there in the sky all the time. Like, okay, they're lights. They're sort of shiny. Like, I got a telescope now, but they just look like, I don't know, brighter in the telescope. I got a pretty good telescope. But
Damn, you got me. I was gonna say just use a telescope.
yeah, go get a telescope, guys. Like,
Isn't it?
that's one of my favorite ones. Like, oh, just go get a telescope. They'll answer all your questions immediately.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, what kind of information is that telescope providing you that?
Because
you could just take the sun and the telescope and make energy, couldn't you?
Well, it starts whispering in their ear or something. I don't know.
Yeah, because like Galileo, right, with his super ancient telescope, could see moons around Jupiter. I don't remember which one, but very believable.
That's not but you know what's really amazing? That's not what's amazing. What's really amazing to astronomers about that is that light from the sun has traveled hundreds of millions of miles across the solar system, bounds off of this planet, let's say, like, wow, light is bouncing off of gas, Jupiter, you know what I mean? And then it's traveling all the way back to you. That's the amazing part. It's like, oh my God, what is light? How do I, oh, you know what I mean? Think about it.
No, you're right. You're right.
It's amazing to astronomers. Like, look at how perfect and awesome this image is. Go ahead.
Because if Jupiter's lit up, only the sun it's the only light out there. I forgot about that. So the only way we could see Jupiter is if the light was, bouncing as he's right. Sure, great.
I used to be like, wow, I never saw Jupiter in the telescope. But when I do see other people's pictures of it, I'm like, wow, look at the resolution of that big red storm. So it's like a marble, like right in front of your face. I mean, are you guys sure this is millions of miles? And to think that a light is reflecting off of gas and giving us this image, it's like.
Oh yeah, and Jupiter's just gas. That's the story, right? It's the gas giant. But the gas doesn't leave because of this force of gravity, which does a lot of things apparently for people.
Yeah, it can do anything.
Gravity's the biggest lie of them all, possibly. Well, there's a lot of big lies, I guess.
Yeah, it's literally got people thinking they're being like pulled down. like
I mean, our understanding of physics, that's the thing, because I took a ton of physics when I was in school. So, like, I was really into that all the time. And I don't know if anyone else ever taken physics, but no matter how much you take, they always just say, put a down arrow on your object and write G equals this. And then that's all you do. You never think past that. Just G is negative 9.8 or whatever it was. That's all you do. You always say, we're adding G, which is a constant on Earth, supposedly. But and you don't think, where did that number come from? Why are we adding this number? What does that number mean? No, just write it. It's like, that's what they tell you.
I mean, when I was little, I had stuffed animals I was pretty attached to. But like these guys, they have imaginary friends, and they're super attached. Gravity.
I know
mean,
that.
I've literally spoken to these guys, and they'll be like, "No, I'm being pulled down." Like, you're being pulled down.
Wait, what?
And then,
By what?
and then you got big G and small G to now consider, right? Like,
Right, because
And
Big
there's
G would be
E.
outside of Earth, right?
So when they taught you physics, they taught you that physics was invisible rather than physical.
I'm sorry, they taught me things were invisible?
Yeah, like how could you fall for? So in physics, when you was taught in physics, you specifically, I'm sorry if I'm calling you out. Did they teach you about physics, like physicality, or was physics all about pictures and stuff? Was it ever physical?
Well, no. Well, oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. No. Actually, no. I didn't do a lot of physical demonstrations. It was pretty much all book learning. I think I understand what you're saying.
I was all like based on theory, but it was never physical. That's where I was at. That's what I meant.
No, like one time they said we could do a project on anything, so I did. I did a project on foosball, and I actually learned a ton of stuff about it. But that was sort of on my own. I mean, that wasn't. Yeah, foosball, like how the ball rotating, and like I came up with all these things that the physics of foosball. But no, we mostly just look at books, and that was all we do, and a shitload of math.
It's physicality, like physical.
No, well, it's supposed to cover the physical. You're right about the meaning of the word. It's supposed to cover like 99% of regular physics is just learning how things roll down hills. There's really not a lot else you have to learn. So it's supposed to be about the physical world. Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, well, that see. Go ahead.
So do they do they use Sisyphus because I could see rolling the boulder down. So Sisyphus would be the Greek person that would be the go-to because Eratosthenes is what we use for sticks and shadows to measure. Apparently, NASA used sticks and shadows from what we're getting. That's the latest here, 2022, from the Globers. That when you ask them how did they measure, before they went into space, and they've told us right up front that some guy in 200 BC measured the Earth's curvature with sticks and shadows, and then they went to the moon. Thank you very much.
And they took a picture halfway with a regular camera, just sort of stuck it toward the window or something. And then that's the only picture until, I don't know, 1990 or something? When was the supposedly second picture?
2012 is, oh wait, that's the Blue Marble. I guess it would be the Discovery satellite thing would be the next one that was claimed to be an actual picture.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't take any pictures. Go ahead.
What's the difference between physics and engineering?
Well, engineering, I mean, I didn't actually become an engineer, but engineering, the difference is that, they learn things to build usually. So they're using, I guess there's computer engineering now, but like if you want to build a bridge, you got to figure out like how the wind's going to be hitting the bridge, I guess, and the best ways to create a strong structure, something like that.
Yeah, but isn't it done through physicality?
Well, see, that's a problem, is that, and this is why I still love physics. I mean, I don't know why it got wrapped up in all of this other stuff, but physics is supposed to cover when we look at the world, like what are we looking at? That's what I was interested in.
Yeah, like engineering is physics. It's just my opinion.
It should be physics. Yeah. I agree.
reality. Like things, physics. Like it's physically going on. It's. I don't understand how physics became something that's theory as opposed to physical.
Right.
That's my
Well, probably Newton he's both the beginning and the end of a lot of modern physics, I would say.
It's still it's still physical, but look, in the sense that we can't physically go there, right, and do it. So you know how, okay, like China. I tell you about China. Okay, I teach you about the culture and the land and the weather, crops, all that, right? It's there. You know, I'm telling you about the physics of it. It's there. You just can't go there, right? But one day you can go there, right, and then do your physics there in China, right? Well, but space, outer space, is a place that we can't go, right, and we will never go. But they still have to tell us how the physics of this place works. That place out there, we'll never be able to go to. They tell us maybe if you become an astronaut, you can go there. But that's what it's like. That's what they mean by, that's what these models represent. That's what they mean by the orbital mechanics and all these things. You know what I mean? It's not. They're not saying that it's not real. They're presenting it as like it is based on physics.
Right. Yeah. Well, if you have a lie, you can use it to blind a lot of people.
If you're going for a college degree and you say, I want a degree in physics, and this person says, I want a degree in engineering, my question is, what is the difference? Because in order to have physics, you must have engineering.
Engineering is specific. Yeah, engineering would be specific to here in IRL, here on the Earth, where physics would include out there in space. You know what I mean? So physics would be this bigger.
Well, that's crazy.
Study.
That's true. That's
one's
true.
a paradox, the other one is supposedly based off truth.
Well, one is down here where you can test and actually do it, right? Where there's this disconnect. That's what these theories are, right? And they're the only ones that can actually go out there and test it and see, we just discovered something else. That Allen built it. That is actually, they're the ones that can do that, right?
Yeah, I'm saying based off the words, you would think physics required physicality, physically touching things, varying, manipulating.
And we are to believe that astronomy that they teach us is physical. See, we are to believe that it's actually based on physics, real physical observations.
Physically touching something.
Yeah, develop the theories, and then they build the show. Yeah, and then they build this whole show up to show us that they're sending people up there to test things and theories and stuff, right? And then they print it on the news. Oh my gosh, we just discovered a black. We just did. We saw this. We saw that. With this camera, we saw this happen. Therefore, this is how it works.
Yeah, man.
I see that, and I agree with it. And I don't mean to try to block you out.
They're saying they're physically seeing it. Yeah. And we
if you go to Mars, to paraphrase what you're saying, they know already. I mean, I guess they say they're on Mars somehow, but they would know even if they went to a million Mars or that they all obey sort of this invisible law that we've already discovered. Even though we're like stupid humans, we know anywhere, even things we could never get to, like they claim we can't get. We already know.
You know everything. Vague enough explanation of that thing for the people that live on the actual Earth. Like tell them it's gravity. Like, how do we explain it? Look, just tell them whatever you want to tell them. They're never going to test it. They can't come to space. Come on, think about it, right? It's a perfect lie.
But then they had to say they went to space. So they had to say we went to the moon.
Yeah, and they can say whatever they want from there. Whatever they want.
But why do you think they had to go to the moon? I mean, the lie was actually better before because it's such a jumping off point to say, well, look how stupid the moon landing is. Then people are like, well, what about this other stuff? And
Going
See what
to
I
the
mean?
moon was about the Cold War. It was about developing technology, right? It's like bringing space into reality. Remember, they just were able
Literally.
to build planes. They're trying to fool people that space is real. Kubrick releases a movie. Why do all NASA videos and evidence look like a freaking Kubrick movie? Right? That's where the aesthetics of NASA comes from. This is how space was presented to the world. That is crazy, man. I'm telling you. I was like, whoa, these guys are crazy. Wow, this is like a movie, like a real movie, man. People are really crazy.
It
Like the
is a
way,
movie. It is a movie, Bong.
yep,
That's the point.
yeah.
And I don't believe in nuclear weapons either.
Like,
I think that were all bullshit
like
too.
yeah, like Dr. Strangelove. That was like the reefer madness of the day.
Exactly.
They're all going to
Exactly.
worship the mark.
Yeah, and all the music at that time too, like psychedelic thing was going on, and what were they singing about? Space, funk, space, psychedelic, funk, space, music, space. It's always about aliens and like in space.
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
the
we are.
movies? You mean the
And then we
movies are all
do-
space? What are you saying?
Because talking about demons, because before music, like, oh, that's demonic music. But if you talk about aliens, it doesn't sound as demonic, even though it's singing the same thing. You're talking to other, like see Adele or these pop stars. You know how they sing to aliens? Like okay.
Yeah, a lot
what's
of the
that
new age
popular band?
stuff.
Dragon.
A lot of the new
Imagine
age
Dragons.
stuff, like Emerson, like
Katy Perry.
like the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. We Are Stardust, like the song about Woodstock.
Yep. It was the reefer madness of its day.
There was that Katy Perry song with Kanye where she talked about, you're an extraterrestrial or something. Remember that one?
Yeah, got a bunch of them. She has a bunch where she's singing about extraterrestrials. We know
Wow.
she's talking to.
Really, what a strange crew! What a strange crew that is.
And if you listen to these songs though, with the knowledge that the space propaganda, the lyrics, they're not just all garbage. There's hidden meaning, to brainwash us, even in those songs. It's crazy.
Esoteric. Yeah, that's what it is. And repetition. Go ahead.
What he just said is absolutely true. They have subliminal messaging. Sesame Street, let alone NASA.
Yeah. Movies about space and aliens, right? With big ass industry, music.
Right, Independence Day. That was when I was young. That was a huge movie. Oh, Men in Black was also. They're all alien movies. Everything's friggin'. You get I used to like those movies. I even still. I guess I don't really like Independence Day anymore, but or Men in Black. And actually, those were both Will Smith, weren't they? They both Will Smith and both aliens.
And Star Wars, Phantom Menace.
Yep.
The
Well,
90s.
the value changes. Before you watched it for entertainment value, but when you wake up, you watch it for information value, for investigation value, because they're brainwashing people with their lore /
Yeah, very good word. Yeah,
philosophy.
lore.
Yeah. So they're teaching people using movies, using songs, and songs are very repetitive. Pop songs, it has to be repetitive to be and it has to be catchy. You know what I mean? People don't know what they're saying.
Exploiting the beauty of music and rhetorical and poetic speech by hyper-emphasizing the repetition so as to inculcate and indoctrinate, not to give you something to delight in, self-conscious.
Yeah, and actually they do that via the emotional buttons. They know which sounds and which lyrics create but push these emotional buttons, different ones, and people that are able to be they're actually controlling people that way.
Emotional manipulation.
You gotta admit though that the fact that the vacuum of space is a wonderful fictional setting.
wonderful in a very awful sense when you critically think about it.
It's where
Wonderful
inspiration
for
comes.
the
It's where
Fictional, you know,
inspiration comes from.
emphasis on the fictional part.
on the
Right,
demon.
muses.
The
Right, muse
demon.
comes from space. Right, muses. You know the muses.
Yeah,
Muses.
the muses.
They come from space, from outer space.
Your own discernment. So once you use your own discernment, then they're in trouble.
If you were ancient Greek Epicurean, yeah.
I had a question. I'm new. I'm pretty new. What's the conversation right now?
How they pushed space into outer space and the globe Earth into how they launched it into the public as a real hard since the moon landing. Like why the moon landing?
I have another
How
question.
they pushed the.
Do you guys know? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say they pushed the ACP, the academic college paradigm, I call it, and not just space, but the whole worldview in of itself, the whole enchilada. You know, we live in a vacuum, the sky vacuum, flying around on a ball, and there's potential ETs, including extraterrestrial, exoplanetary, xenoplanetary, alien life. You know, the whole thing.
Fallen angels.
How they push that in pop culture and entertainment.
Yo, Gregory, you remember me from a while back? It's Ron.
Ron! Hey, Ron!
Dude, I've been looking for you for almost like 5 months, and then I finally found you. And then I was also looking for a guy named The Exo. My other account got hacked. Yeah, man. God bless. God bless.
The EXO hasn't been in.
We miss the XO. Shout out to XO, man.
Yeah. Yeah, bless. Do you guys know his account?
Yeah, I think it's the same.
Yeah, I can't find it. My account got hacked.
He has his whole
I heard.
his own new server now. He has his own server. You could find him there, definitely.
Can I get an invite, perhaps? Maybe.
Let me see if I can find it.
I didn't even know he's got his own service, but he's got a YouTube channel too. You can find information on that as well. But yeah, my entire life got hacked by the government. Oh.
You're on a flat Earth, Gregory.
You laugh now, but until it happens to you, I would wait until after, because those who laugh last, laugh best.
Ron, what'd you say?
Hey,
So what?
give him the flat Earth rule.
Ron?
Said what?
I'm asking Gregory.
Who's asking me a question?
Yeah, is Ron a flat Earther?
Yes. Could have asked Ron, but you know.
I'll give him the role. No, I wanted you to vouch for him. Thanks.
Oh yes.
I'm a flat
welcome to the
earther.
server, Ron. Yeah, man.
I'm a flat earther, and I'm also a little bit the inner earth in there too.
I'm a true earther. I'm also just earther. You call me E.
Man,
You know, as
it's good
opposed
to see you,
to
Gregory.
a star or a mooner or a sunner or a skyer or a clouder.
Or a Marser.
Or a vacuer.
I prefer to be called a level earther. I'll have nothing less. I insist on it.
Yeah, we're just talking about how they use music real hard. You know how it's emotional, and it kind of opens you right up for hypnotism.
I have a question.
Once you found the root lie, all the other lies don't matter. You just got to tear down the root lie.
I got a question for everybody. You guys don't mind me asking?
Shoot. No, you cannot ask a single question. Be silent. No, I'm joking.
It's only for the woman. But I was gonna ask, what are the main points you guys use to debunk the rounders?
No curvature.
Circle dinner table.
No axial rotation detection.
You can have a round dinner table where it's round but flat.
Yeah, he already knows this. And gas pressure without a container.
Have you
So
guys had any fun?
when you say round, it's almost like you're asking a trick question. When in reality,
Not necessarily.
you're limited
Unless
to
you get
either
picked.
sphere or ball. You can't say round because you can have something round and flat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a trick question. It just depends on which way you take the word round. Are you going to take round in the sense of sphere or round in the sense of circular plane?
Yeah, I would say water. Water's a very good one. And it's only one word. Water.
And it only means one thing: water.
Or
And
you
Ron,
could
you
go.
already know this.
You could go 2 words.
Yeah.
Sea level.
Ron, you already know this premise. You know, the word of Lord Jeff Bell and the Holy Word.
I heard the
Frame above all.
EXO went from the flat Earth to the water Earth, like complete water. I think he said like Atlantis.
Did you say? Say again?
I said the EXO. I heard the EXO has been debating you guys on how he believes the whole Earth is water, as in like kind of like Atlantis. I think that's what I heard.
I've heard that till now.
Okay.
Well, how much water is there here compared to how much land? And we know there's water underneath. Well, we're told there's water below and water above. So what's not about it?
I mean, if he's going to say that, that's like stretching the conception of Atlantis to a ridiculous, absurd end that even the occultists would laugh and sneer at.
I'm not an
There is
occultist.
more water.
Yeah.
There is more water than there is land.
Do we not live in a water world? Is it not all encompassing water surrounded by water?
Maybe it was done on purpose.
How could you navigate based on triangulation if the Earth was a sphere?
That's another point.
If you're going to use triangulation to navigate, how could you do that if the Earth was a sphere?
You couldn't do it, and they certainly could not have done it 500 years ago without very complex mathematics that they weren't even using back then.
Yeah, you can go back to the early American military with the Loran project, and they used triangulation for GPS. Most people don't know that. Most flat earthers don't.
Loran is a line of sight, transmission, and they've been using it up to 1,200 miles. If I could be stand corrected, possibly since World War II, since mid to late 40s.
On what the curve would allow. Like you can't have triangle and a curve at the same time.
Yeah, but the point is not. Well, but the point is not to prove flat Earth, right? It's already flat. Like everyone, the point is to prove this claim of a curvature, right? That has to do with the radius, a certain radius, a very small one, and that curvature should be very obvious anywhere. Yeah, it should be very obvious. That's the point. Right? You got to focus on that. But
it isn't wise to phrase it that way because we do have a burden to prove, and we sustain that burden to carry it. It's the globers that don't carry it. They can't
Calculate an area as if the base area is flat. That's the only way you can triangulate an area. Because you don't get triangles with curves.
Well, and you've seen the Air Force thing where it says make sure you assume a flat Earth when you're flying a plane because otherwise it won't work.
Oh yeah,
that's what I mean.
Documents
So many government documents saying that.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. The only way to triangulate is by your base being flat, because you could turn the triangle every which direction as long as the base is flat. Otherwise, you don't have a triangle.
I mean, that's another point that we addressed. I mean, the globalists hanging themselves. We appeal to their words and what they do to debunk their globe ACT.
The only way you can triangulate an area is if the area is on its nature. You can have hills and valleys, but at its base level, the foundation is if it's flat.
I mean, that's like one of the greatest ways to hang someone by their own words, is because when globalist is arguing against flat earther, and the globalist simultaneously holds that the earth is a globe in the ACP and is a flat earth, that's an obvious, what scholars call a dialectical tension. It's an obvious self-contradictory position to hold. My cosmology, the ACP, is true, and another cosmological paradigm that is contrary to it is also true. Hello, what make it make sense?
Yeah, even the Romans, when it come to warfare, they triangulated their area. Like even clear back to, like, I mean, it's obvious there that there was people before the Romans, but even clear back to the Romans, they understood that you could triangulate the earth.
Triangulation is easy and it works. I mean, that's why they've used it for so long.
Yeah.
And the retort, like I believe you're familiar, Ron, like the retort is that, it makes the math simpler. Okay. It makes the math simpler, you said. So this mathematical paragraph, let's call it, these equations, which is supposed to be substantiated by the a posteriori data, the empirical data, is just simpler when you establish these premises that it's a flat stationary non-rotating plane. But really, that simplification, that mathematical simplification, which is supposed to be a flat stationary non-rotating Earth, is supposed to be substantiated by this globe flying around in the vacuum. Okay, a simplified false knowledge claim is still a false knowledge claim. You have to help the situation.
That's like saying it's simpler to operate a boat, right? If you just assume it's a boat and not a car.
Or if you assume it's a car.
Right? Like, it'll be easier if you just take the boat as a boat, right? Just operate it like a boat. Don't think of it as a car. It's not an airplane. It's a boat. Okay, like, you know what I mean?
These equations that are supposed to correspond to reality, we simplify it by saying that the reality is the very opposite of what we say it is.
Right.
It's not the reality is the opposite. It's the reality is in a different. So you got to treat the carriage in a different.
I got one. I got a good one. Let's say we're playing pool, right? And you keep missing your shots because you keep thinking, right, that it's a ball. The table is a ball. And then I tell you, look, it's a lot simpler if you think it as a plane. Okay? Angles will make sense. And just think of it as a plane and not a ball. And then you start imagining that this pool table, is a plane and not a ball. You start setting your angles a certain way because planes, right? It was like, oh shit, it is simpler. It does work. I mean, I know it appears to be a table, right? But we all know it's a ball. But if you just assume and work with it like a plane, it's a lot simpler. It's like, wow. Nice.
Yeah, the math, everything changes because what we're measuring on and what we're living on and what we're driving our boats on or whatever, that's why we do the math that way. That's why, like, imagine, so all of a sudden it's like, wait, we've been sailing, all these years using triangulation or I guess star travel, looking where the star is, and we've measured that and it's always been the same. But now we got to throw all that away because people said that, we're now rotating the sun and we're on a ball and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, not going to work.
It's almost like they're saying it's okay to just trust my eyes and accept what I'm seeing for what it is. It's like, oh, no, sure, okay then. Looks like a plane, so I guess it is a plane.
No, but it's like
saying
throw out everything you know, right?
Are you saying it's like blind faith?
Saying it's a lot simpler and it works if I just imagine that I'm flying over a plane and not a ball. That's all I'm saying. I'm just a pilot. I just fly planes. Just shoot pool balls. I don't know anything about curving tape. That's all I'm saying. It works.
Think of how everything is measured. Like, for instance, you're talking about boats and how they travel. Well, when you're on the boat itself, you're traveling. You have what's akin to a speedometer, but it's a knot meter. So you go in knots per hour, but you could just use miles per hour to make it simplified. Just let's say you're going miles per hour. Well, all of those distances are in a linear fashion, because what you're actually doing is, while you're traveling, every so often, like maybe once an hour, you're going on the chart on the nav table and you're drawing the line of your actual motion. It's usually a straight line until you find out differently. And most of the times, if you're near the coast, you're using landmarks to triangulate your way coastally that way. That's like a triangle laid down on its side. It still requires a flat horizontal. So when you're traveling, you're marking out with straight lines with a ruler a certain amount of distance. You have a compass and you have it set to 6 nautical miles per hour or whatever you're traveling on the legend on the chart, right? Well, the chart itself is actually mimicking the surface of the water. It's flat as well. And then when you find a location on the map, like let's say a piece of land, those don't move, by the way. You can locate them with your compass to find the angle they are from your heading. So now you have your heading in a certain direction on a straight line, and you have an angle going off to some landmark. Those two lines come together. That's going to be the closest approximation to your actual location because it's on a horizontal. Now, can you imagine what difficulty you would have if you were trying to calculate where you were on a curved surface from that object? Think about that. It would be nearly impossible. Because if you were 100 yards further north, you would also be a certain amount of distance downward as well, or vice versa, any other direction. I'll yield the floor.
Yeah, I do have to comment on something I had QE say about Sextant and the elevation angle. He did say that it's a measurement, not a calculation. If I shout out Brian's logic and his video about the speed of light, or as Brian would say it, light, then that was also not measured. The two-way speed of light is a calculation. So have they just done this across the board?
Yeah. So what is actually so damning? What is actually so damning to the globe about these things? The sextant or coastal navigation, like I was talking about. There's a couple other things as well. Is that's the way it's actually done. Think about the words. It's actually done that way. They don't get that part that they want to avoid the part that this is how it's actually done successfully. They want to say, oh, well, you could do it like this. If you imagine real hard, you could do it like this.
Elevation angle equals a latitude or altitude. You could even call it, if it's the one that's calling you out, you could call it attitude. But elevation angle is based off the horizontal, just like all angles. You don't get an angle without.
Mm-hmm. And then, see, to kill it even further, when you have those circles of equal elevation, and you have 3 of them intersecting. Now, if you had 3 circles, they cannot be equal elevation on a sphere. Period. So if you've lost your horizontal. Now you've lost your equal elevation for those circles that intersect that are supposed to be, that are actually showing you where you are located on the chart. Craziness.
You cannot get an angle without a horizontal or a vertical.
Well, first you gotta accept that the motion and the movement of the stars, sun, and moon on your heliocentric model is so perfect that it's doing what it's doing. In other words, you have to accept an impossible model first. So I think we got to talk about that first, right? Before we even talk about navigating on a ball. You know what I mean? It's like, wait, how are these all in such perfect order, though? What kind of model is this?
The only way to navigate a sphere is with landmarks. You would have to have landmarks.
Well, you could do spherical math. It just would be just incredibly difficult. I mean, I or even impossible, I'm sure, in a lot of situations. But just go 1 mile somewhere and you're calculating 300 pages of math or something.
You can't use angles, man, to navigate a sphere.
Well, yeah, what you'd have to do, because every slice, instead of being a line, would be an arc, right? So there you have to do some sort of arc math. I mean, I don't know exactly how you do it, but there wouldn't be straight lines. Or maybe even 3 arcs, right, instead of 3 straight lines.
You can't do 2 straight lines. You can't get a 45. You can't get a 90 without 2 straight lines.
Straight lines wouldn't exist.
Yeah, but I'm saying to do the globe math. I mean, it would be possible. You couldn't use triangulation. You'd have to use some other math.
I mean, that's what you're on.
I don't think species would ever evolve to have the intelligence, nimbleness, right?
Vertical.
I don't think such creatures or species like ourselves would have evolved on such a surface to have the capacity to ask such questions or even to do anything. I think any kind of life on such a surface, I wouldn't try and assume what it would be like, but I don't think humans would be would evolve from such a place, where the ground is round. I mean, it's curving, and you don't know what a straight line is. That's what I'm trying to say. Like on globes, people don't know what straight lines are. Like it doesn't exist. Why would you need a straight line on a globe? Where would you get a straight line from? What, you're going to use water on a globe? You're going to try to, the water is curving on a globe. You don't know what a straight line, you don't know what level is.
Okay, folks. So here it is. So where we're at is we first of all, and wait till I'm finished, we first of all have bludgeoned the globe using the sextant. First of all, they've lost the horizontal plane. So that's first. Now, secondly, we bludgeoned them once again in a secondary time with the circles of equal elevation. They're bludgeoned again with that one. Now, what I'm presenting to you is, where we're at the 3rd bludgeoning of the globe with nautical celestial navigation, with the fact that the nautical almanacs that have the stars' zeniths and angles in them are printed in ink. They're static. Do you get the profundity of that?
Why do you sound so muffled to me, Sonny?
So listen.
Why do you sound so muffled to me?
Go ahead. Say it again.
Why do you sound so muffled to me?
I'm using a headset. I don't know. Maybe it's too far. Is that better? I don't know. Should I be closer like that?
That is a bit better.
Check.
It might be me.
It's not that bad. It's a little muffled, but it's.
You sound clear as day. Oh, it's much better.
Okay. How's that when I'm closer? When it's closer, or
that's better.
That's better. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, did you guys get that 3-step bludgeoning of the globe with celestial navigation? 1, no horizontal plane. 2, no circles of equal elevation. And 3, the nautical almanacs are written in ink. They're printed. They're static. They don't move. Therefore, if you're on a surface and you're 100 yards further over to the northeast, let's say, right? How are you going to know the exact place where the angle is going to be correct because you're on a surface that has dropped down from the original location? You get that? Any deviation, that's going to change the whole thing on a horizontal plane. Not true. You just move. You have a different elevation angle, period. You look that up in the almanac. Oh, that one crosses here. Okay, great. Now you go to the next one. See what I mean? So this is how profound this is. This 3 steps of the globe is it's over with just celestial navigation on these 3 points alone. There's probably more. So I would suggest everybody look into it a little bit deeper.
I agree. Shout out 10th Man. I mean, what a dude. It's a very positive claim for Flat Earth as well.
There's no way to have a 45-degree angle to Polaris if the vertical to Polaris is not straight, or if the horizontal that the vertical is based off of is not straight. There's no way to get an angle without 2 straight lines. So you can't say that the Earth is curved while saying that the star is billions of light years out there, when it must require, if the star was billions of light years out there, the ground must be underneath it at the point of measurement in order to get the angle. The ground cannot not be there without the angle. If the star is light years, billions of light years away, so should the plane, the horizontal. Otherwise, you can't get the angle. Like, it's as simple as that.
So what we're dealing with the Globers is not a complaint from them. What we're dealing with them is a fundamental imaginary presupposition that something could be done some other way than what I'm saying, for instance. So the only thing you're going up against is their imagination, because they can't show you one single instance of where someone has navigated using the method that they're trying to state or claim. You got that? Keep that one in your pocket, yeah.
And you'd think with like those super speed jets, I mean, they definitely almost every second or something, because they're going the speed of sound or something like that, they'd be dipping their nose every 2 seconds.
Dude, you sound clear as day to me. I mean, what sort of headset are you using? Is that a microphone?
I'm using a microphone.
Oh, dude. That's where it's at, obviously. Shit, you sound great.
Thank you.
Hey, while I'm shouting people out, this guy Trinity, I don't know the guy's name. I wish I did. He's a brilliant dude. His YouTube channel's called The Trinities, and I like me some street activism as well. Oh, when he's shouting up and down the street saying the corporations, the corporations, the dead are telling the living what to do. And then he talked a lot about the thing we can't really talk about, but everyone's getting it. Because there were a lot of masked people walking past him at the time, you see. Anyway, if anybody knows what this guy's name is, let me know.
If it's all based on angles, how the hell do you get an angle?
No, the angles, that just makes it because the math is easy. Like if you're out on the ocean, especially in the old days, you're going to want to be able to figure out where you are fast so you don't either end up, because you might die. Like you're not going to have food, you're not going to have helicopters and save you. You got to do math that's going to save your life.
But the way to figure out where you're at is based off angles.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying to switch that to some crazy curve math, which most people might not even be able to do, or might have been invented actually probably for a long time.
Yeah, you can only discern if your GPS goes out when you're out at sea. All you can do is the stars and the horizon.
Right, if you can't see any land.
That's all you can do is just, I'm going to follow this star. Fuck it. I'm going to follow that star. But you're only going to follow it based off the horizon.
Or if you've got star charts or something, you could use that to possibly figure out where you are from that. But
how could you follow it without an angle? Like you have to have an angle to the star.
That's
right.
That's
no, yeah.
pretty much, that's pretty much what the almanacs are. They pretty much are star charts, but they're just written. They're just printed.
But you can't have an angle.
Their locations and times and angles.
Vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, you need the sextant to measure the angles to the stars, and you use the horizon for that, I think, too.
That's it.
Yes.
The only way.
So don't let the Globers try to tell you that they'll try to explain to us because they're going to teach us, apparently. They're going to try to say that the purpose of the whole thing is, guess what? To measure the distance to the star. Where in navigation on the ocean, on the high seas, are you out there measuring the distance to the star? Please. I almost fell off my chair.
They're that admit it. That's the thing about flat Earth, the globe Earth. Globe Earthers actually admit using angles. Yet there's only one way to get an angle, and that's not with a sphere. You cannot get an angle with a sphere. It's not going to work.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say something about the video on YouTube that Andy Hold My Beer just posted. So, Andy, I hope you can hear me.
Dude, I'm listening.
Yeah, so, earlier this morning, I was just taking a minute to hand out, 10 or 12 or so cards in front of this grocery store next to this restaurant that I was, waiting for an order for. So I was just giving it a little more time for him to work on it. So I was I'll just go and hand out some cards. So I walk up to people and I tell them the earth is flat or tell them the earth is not a ball, just directly to them with a regular tone of voice. And I don't have a YouTube account set up in a way where I can even post comments. I think I have to set up an account in a different way to do that. And I don't have contact with this guy, but if you're in contact with him, you should really tell him just yelling things out to a crowd, random facts, even if they're true facts, just yelling random facts out to a crowd like that. I don't think he's going to get any, I mean, he'll get some people, but I think most people just will view him as just a crazy person. Cause instinctively, even I myself, automatically assume that most people with a bullhorn downtown in Portland, Oregon, where I live, most people with a bullhorn, just because in my own experience, when I actually listen to most people, not everyone, but most people with a bullhorn, they're just yelling stupid nonsense. So it's I don't even try to listen to him to begin with. So I just wanted to tell him, if you can, send the message to him, just speak with a regular tone of voice and just hand people cards or whatever. But yelling random true, even if they're true, facts out to a crowd, you're not gonna get many people that way.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and you're right. Most people, I included, would be "Oh, who the fuck?" But if you watch the video a bit more, it does go. He's got a little stand set up, and he has got flyers, and he does talk to people in a regular way. Also, if you just watch the video a bit longer. Anyway, I was going to write him a message inviting him on here. I think we should, if that's okay. I don't even know. I have no juice here.
Oh, I would say absolutely do so.
Hey, I can't see the voice text or for this channel if you guys have a voice text. Is there a way to get the voice text this channel?
What's your name?
What?
What's your name?
What? That's my name. Sorry.
Oh, what? Right, sorry, okay.
Sorry about that. Hold up, 1 second.
That says a lot.
Oh, you got no roles, man. Jeez.
I had this name, but I lost my old account, or I can't get in right now. I was trying to get in. I don't even know what email it's under. So
here we go. You should be able to see it now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, right above the live stream.
Yeah.
Yep. No worries.
Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Thank you.
I was gonna say you could stand around with your own stand and be like, "Would you like to try our new product?" Well, what's Flat Earth? Hello, sir. Would you like to try our new product?
I'm handing out samples of the truth for free. Would you like to try a sample?
Right. That sounds more inviting now, doesn't it? It's like, oh, free, cool. Crap. Cool.
The thing is when you're looking at individuals and handing them cards and telling them that the Earth is flat, you can tell very quickly whether or not, even just by their facial expression, like even with just like the 12 or so people I handed cards out today, like the people who didn't take the cards and were just like, oh no, like you could see it in their face, like straight up characters from Idiocracy. I mean, these people are like truly just fluoride brain dead mongoloids. I mean, that's what a lot of people are. They just are brain dead mongoloids. But when it came to the people that actually took the card, like even when they didn't really say much to me or even didn't say anything to me, they actually just took the card from my hand and just carried on walking with it or putting it in their pocket, like you could just tell they were not brain dead mongoloids. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, like just yelling stuff out to a crowd, the people that aren't brain dead mongoloids, they're not really going to get what you're there standing. They're not really going to get what you're there doing if you're just yelling out to a crowd. But if you like individually walk up to them and try to hand them a card, like if they ignore you, then whatever, they're stupid. Ignore them. Don't worry about them. Stupid people be stupid. Don't worry about that. Haters be haters. Whatever. But you know, the people that can critically think, you know, good for them.
Yeah, you know how I tell if somebody's a normal person or not? Well, they look kind of normal. The ones that don't look very normal, what do they look like, you might ask? And what I think is most of the time they look to me like they're disturbed about something, man. They got a cold sweat. They look kind of nervous. They got beady eyes. They're shifty. Seems to be just the common attributes.
I gotta say though, I've convinced both my parents at least the moon landings are faked, and they grew up through them. They actually watched them on TV and everything.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm happy. I was happy about that. Like my dad was holding out for a while, but my mom went with it pretty quickly. But they don't want to take the full flat Earth jump, obviously. But
they're all aboard the fifth word train.
I don't want to get on the flat Earth thing because I'm too busy on the lemur trail, following the lemurs off the edge of the ball. But thanks again, honey.
I think if you live long enough, and there's a certain point where it's probably hard to even think about changing.
Yeah, I don't want to give someone a heart attack, if you know what I mean. Like my poor mom. Like I don't think she could take much more.
I don't think you can give anybody here a heart attack, man.
Moon landings were so bad. They were terrible. why did they think they would stand up at all? Like, they just like, we're gonna do it, we're gonna just like, and we're never gonna say anything, we're just gonna do it, and that's it. That's all our plan is. Now they're talking about, they go, we're gonna have, because they're going back, they go, we're gonna have first woman on the moon, first person of color. They got all these people lined up now.
Remember? They already had it.
And they go, it was delayed due to a certain sickness that was going around, but you know, they're still on it. They're really, I mean, they haven't gotten the new rocket off the ground either. That you know, none of it's happening, but they're gonna go, like, even maybe next year.
They could wait 3,000.
You mean pretend to go? But I must say, you might be right. And even with the whole identity politics angle you just illustrated, you know, you might even be right about that. But I sincerely doubt it, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because, you know, people would critique it too much. People would be too critical of it. Too many people would be too critical of it. I don't think they'd be able to cover up the fact that it'd be fake. If they tried to fake the moon landing again, I don't think they'd be able to very easily cover up the fact that it's faked today, as they would back in, say, 1969.
So they could do it in 69. They just can't do it now.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna, well, if you think about it, they live streamed it, right? They supposedly live streamed it from the moon. So I was saying, if they live stream it again, they would probably have to take questions, like, from people on Earth, like they do on the ISS thing, supposedly. But so people are like, oh, we'll turn on your camera so we can see the stars this time, and just see what they do then.
Well, think about it this way too. Like, so say they tell us that they went to the moon and landed there 3 times in the 60s and the 70s. But, like, you know, if they go back there, if they claim to go back there, and then, you know, make a public spectacle of it, you know, people would ask, like, you know, oh, well, you know, are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? Like, what I'm saying is, it gets I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think it would get the quote unquote Globers' hopes up, you know, higher than they want to get them up. Like, they want to keep the vacuum of space alive in people's minds, but they don't want them to think that it's a place they're ever going to go to realistically in their lifetime. They just want them to accept it as a real place in their minds, but never actually think, oh yeah, I'm going to really go to space. I mean, yeah, they kind of want you to think that, but they don't want you to think that with the expectations that are, like, truly sincere. Like, call it half-ass expectations. They want Globers to have half-ass expectations for going to the vacuum of space. Like, oh yeah, it's possible. People have already done it. And yeah, we're going to do it in the future. Oh, no, probably not for many years. Probably not for a decade or 2 or 2 decades or 3 decades. You know, they want to keep them like that.
You realize everything you said was based off what they want you to think, and you even said it, both predicaments.
Yeah, I'm talking about the dismal mind of a Glober and the propaganda that affects their brain, their mind.
Like,
yeah.
Globers, just people in general.
No, yeah. How could they act? There's no way in the modern age, and I agree with you. I think they're going to keep saying that's going to be a year, next year, whatever. I don't think. I mean, there's no plans to refake this thing. They're going to draw this out. They're going to keep doing global events, you know, to coin a phrase there, but they're going to keep doing all these events, and they're like, oh, that's going to delay it another 5 years, and the budget's like.
Well, this is a long, endless list of excuses. And I think a lot of the other tyrannies, I mean, it's a guess, but I would just guess that a lot of it, at least, has to do with just, you know, distracting us from things that are more relevant, like the Earth being flat.
What's on your flyer, Orion?
So it's a QR code with the name of the Discord server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 at the top of the QR code. and then below it, on the QR code, it says 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube, so people know how to like find us on YouTube. And then the words that I put on the side next to it are just simply, the Earth is flat and stationary, and then the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, in parentheses, air pressure, is a container.
Yeah, but if you go on to shit like that where it becomes science proves things, now you're the fool.
It's physics, not science.
If you're the smart one, you're the fool now.
Wait, what?
Like in reality, you'd be smart for doing that. But when it comes to living, you're a dumbass for doing that.
James, you've done this with like 2 or 3 other topics, and now you're doing it with this topic. You're being nonsensical, and I swear at this point, I feel like you might be doing it on purpose. I really kind of wonder if you're even doing this on purpose, James. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do. Just put yourself on mute and listen until you have something very important to say, and then say it.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody's shooting, pulling the trigger on the same thing, even though the same thing is not working.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Right, so it's like, how are you gonna...
I don't even know what you mean by that. You said pulling the trigger on something. What are you talking about?
Well, it's like everybody's about flat Earth, right? Like, and I am too, but the way they're doing it is only hurting it. It's not helping it; it's hurting it.
Who are you talking about? I think you've been drinking, dude. You should put yourself on mute.
No, I'm talking about everybody, man. Like, do you think flat Earth has been helped? Like, do you think it's getting more popular?
Yeah. In the city that I live in, just outside of Portland, yeah, I'd definitely say so. I've run into people that have read the stickers I stick on light posts.
How many people in this server? 25,000 more?
If that's the case, I'll be quiet. I'll shut up. My bad.
Thanks. Anyway, I just invited that fella on. His name's Dave. That's all I know. And he's got a beautiful South African accent, which I also like, because I can pretend to do my terrible African accent, which just comes from Lethal Weapon 2, basically. We can all have a go if you like. Brown bread, white bread. Go on, have a go yourself. It's fun. When you say white, you have to say white bread.
That's actually why I like listening to Flat Earth Solar.
Solar's awesome.
South African accent.
Every time he comes on Nathan's show, and he's so calming as well. Yeah, I completely agree. And that show needs a calming voice. And it's beautiful. Completely agree.
Why is it so quiet? You guys told me to be quiet. Come on.
We're waiting for you to speak, James.
You stood me up. I was corrected. I stood down. Come on. People talk.
Keep in mind, James, I didn't tell you to be quiet. I told you to not make issues out of things that aren't issues. And when you have something important to say, by all means, say it.
You was right about what you said, man. That's all I'm saying.
You had a couple of beers, James.
I remember James back when he was Predator. That was a long time ago, though.
Oh.
I'm still. I just have a different name with the icon.
I've always had a distrust for people with 2 first names. Sorry, I'm not. That's not it. That's more on me than you.
I only had a first and a middle and the last. and a suffix.
Wait. I don't mind middle names. I'm just saying that if someone had two first names as their name, that as their full name, I mean,
Yeah, my full name looks like something out of an Elizabethan novel or something, but it's not. And we were probably must have been downcast as a family a long time ago. That's probably why I don't have anything. Just kidding. I have a lot more actually than probably most of anybody else has ever had. I have the best. In a meager way.
Either way, I go back to like 2013. Long time.
Were you on the first one too? I was briefly on the first one.
You're back in Google Hangouts.
No.
Oh yeah, no, not that one.
I was on ODD live chat. When ODD live chat, I had already started my own Flat Earth channel on YouTube. I've had it for 5 years. But I didn't find the Discord, Flat Earth Discord, until it'll be 2 years ago this month, probably right around now. I think it's like August 18th or something. So no, I didn't see the first one.
Were you Sonny? Were you Turnip, or is that a different guy? Your voice sounds very similar.
Nope, always been Sonny.
Oh, okay. There's this other guy, Turnip, I used to see on here.
I go clear back to where the topic being discussed today is what I was saying clear back in fucking 2012. Like the things I got laughed at and mocked and ridiculed for are the things that are being talked about today. And that's on record. I don't have to just say it. It's on record. It's on recording. Like you can't get an angle without two straight lines. That went clear back to 2013. That's what I was saying back then, and every flat earther was laughing. My own teammates was laughing at it.
you were saying that in 2013? That's wild. I didn't hear that argument until like 2020, I think.
I go beyond Jim Panda. I go clear back to Richard. I go back to fucking people you wouldn't even know.
Perhaps you're right.
Yeah, it's the same old James. I just used to be like the gentleman said earlier. I just be known as Predator.
Ugh.
Yeah, everything I'm saying, everything flat earthers are saying today, I said like fucking 10 years ago. You can't have an angle. You can't get an angle without a vertical and horizontal. Shit like that. It used to be laughed at, even by flat earthers.
Oh, are you a sailor then, or something?
Yeah, I'm not trying to take credit or anything. I'm just saying, like, what's being said today in the flat earth community, I said like 5-6 years ago.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I'm very much a land animal. I'd never even heard of a sextant until I heard it on Nathan Oakley's show. So
the sextant back then, but what I said back then is you can't get an angle without two straight lines, which is the sextant.
And yeah, And then they came out with the G Odyssey idiots with the warbled plumb lines. they got the bendy warping plumb lines, like as if.
Yeah,
Well, and you know how on the sort of main map, people see in classrooms and stuff, the flat map, they're saying that the continents are all the wrong size because it was flattened out from a globe or it doesn't work and stuff. And so everything we see in school, they're telling us that's not right. And then if you look at the globe, that's not right. So we're given, even they're even telling us we're not even seeing what we're supposed to be seeing for that. Like,
it's almost like everything that was once was said is ignored, so they can make it sound like they're the ones that said it. It's like Fox News and CNN. It's like flat Earth and spherical Earth, as long as I've been around, is the same thing. CNN and Fox, it's like it's the same thing.
Well, if you could take all of your sailing, your nautical charts. 1 second.
Well, it's just grabbing a certain attention span of people, right? And working on those people.
So what
I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that makes it so much worse.
What if you could take all your nautical charts after sailing, let's say, across the Pacific Ocean, then across the Indian Ocean, then across, to South of Africa, and then back up across the Atlantic, and then put all of those together around a north central, and get an idea because of the scale. If you could lay those out on a completely flat floor, and you could accurately there's ways of doing it. Artists do this all the time, how they put things in boxes and make sure everything fits in the box. So you could do flooring that way to where you would know like exactly if you're off a fraction of an inch in this or that direction. Of course you would have some tolerance, but you'll get a better idea of what we're actually dealing with as far as what distances are, let's say, between those locations like I talked about.
You can only do that using triangulation.
Well,
no, I know what I know what you're saying, but like, so for example, as far as I understand it, with the flat Earth, even we don't know the correct Antarctica data. Like I've heard one person cite that there is a measurement from like 1800s, which is triple what we're given.
Hard.
Yeah.
The only way to angle to a star is by a vertical and a horizontal.
So he's talking about the routes, the routes from even Magellan, Captain Cook, and Captain Ross. All three of those, they say they logged more than
Have a vertical and a horizontal. In order to use the stars, they had to have their horizontal and vertical.
That would only make sense on the horizontal. Those extra distances, like 69,000 miles by Captain Cook, even if you take a third of that distance off for when he went slightly north, then even if you took a third, it's still more than like twice as much distance as the so-called equator is supposed to be.
That's what I'm saying, though. They used flat measurement angles to tell you you're on a sphere.
To know you're on a flat. Not to know you're on a sphere.
Aliens. The only way you believe in aliens is if you believe you're in a world you're not in.
Exactamente.
Yeah, once you realize the world you're in, you realize that aliens is a bunch of bullshit. Navigation is absolutely real,
Yeah,
and the only way to fix it is with 2 straight lines.
the alien shit is whack.
So, what is the purpose? I still don't fully understand this, and it's probably something I think about more than anything else. What is the purpose of just confusing everybody all the time? I mean, you could say, okay, it's for power, they're controlling people, but like just having
Hey,
everybody confused all day, what's the point of this?
Hey, wait. Can you hold on to that question for just a second? I just want to quickly say something about the aliens thing. So, what I just said a few minutes ago about the moon landing and how, I highly doubt that they would fake it again because they need to keep the Globers' hope in their mind alive about it while keeping their expectations low about it, because they can't actually go there. There's no such thing as a vacuum space. So when it comes to this aliens thing, I just want to point out that they're doing exactly the same strategy. It's a clever strategy. It's very clever strategy with the aliens. So they might say, oh, look, we found these rocks. We found these rocks on Mars, and they had some fossils in them, and these fossils they showed that that there was bacteria living there, and so it's fossils from bacteria. Oh my gosh, there's evidence that there was life in other places of the universe. So they keep your expectations low as far as actually meeting a quote unquote alien, life form, blah blah blah, green or gray, whatever the hell. They keep your expectations low, but then they keep the idea alive in the minds of globe believers by showing, by saying, oh yeah, like there's these fossils and it's on the planet Mars and it's just, all that shit. So it's the same concept applied to a different part of the story of the vacuum of space. But yeah, sorry. What was your question again? Like, why would they lie to people about that?
No,
why would they lie question?
No, what you were saying actually fall right into that, because that's what they're doing. They're keeping us, like, they're feeding us sort of what's the best way to say it? Like small nuggets where it's like, we're gonna see aliens. We live on a globe, but they don't fully explain how that works. And then this is what we're seeing on TV, and then that makes sense. And so there's constant feeding on multiple fronts, as you got it, whether it's aliens, whether it's confusion of where we live. They're just feeding us stuff constantly, and it's just to keep us confused for some reason.
Well, they want you to think you're a big fish while at the same time in a small pond.
I mean, maybe raise us up to being, to where each of us is more important. Although, if we're just a dot in space, as they say, then we're also nothing. So, I mean, it's a confusion tactic. They're never telling us, like, okay, you take 2 lines and then here's where you are. Like, then we could all say, oh, we can all do that. We can all see where we are. No, it's never like that. It's like they're just feeding us stuff.
Well, you got to admit, it's kind of on the face level a difference in, I mean, it's kind of subjective, but it's the perspective of how relevant things are. So, I mean, think about it. If most people knew that this is it, the flat and stationary Earth is all that we know that exists. I mean, there could be other places, but we don't have any validation that there's any place. So there's no logical reason to believe that there's anything more than what we observe and what we can prove that exists. And so the Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary, the Earth is contained, obviously in a closed system, otherwise we wouldn't have gas pressure to begin with. For anyone that understands how gas works, gas law works. And so the thing is if people believe that we're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and that there's a lot of other quote unquote planets out there, a lot of other civilizations, other aliens out there, then it dilutes the relevance, if you will, of life here, at least in their mind.
Actually, it doesn't dilute life here. It gives life here a whole new meaning.
But I didn't say that, James. Did you hear what I said, James? I said, in their minds, it dilutes the relevance of life here.
Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was going off of what you said. So if I came across. Yeah, what it does is it dilutes. It makes you feel that you're in a world that you're not in, and you're comfortable with that feeling. So dangerous. So dangerous.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I
sort of
mean,
answers my question, because you're saying that sort of by having you believe you're somewhere else, maybe that gives you a sense of belonging. Like they've given you the sense, even if it's based on nothing, of belonging somewhere that doesn't exist. So maybe that's it. It's just comforting to believe all this stuff.
well,
Well, keep in mind that the why would they lie question is just purely speculative. I mean, we'd have to be in the minds of someone else to really answer the question. We can't do that, obviously, so we can't solidly answer it. But nonetheless, life is more relevant if it's less in number. If there's less ecosystems, less places where life exists, then life is more precious. If there's more places that life exists, life is less precious.
If you allow me to make you believe that you're in a world that you're not in, it is at that moment that you live in my world. I hope you can trying to say that.
And they rule their world, huh?
Yeah. If I can make you believe you're in a world that you're not in, it is at that moment you live in my world.
Yeah, the why would they lie question is tough. It really is tough to understand it, but it does bother me too at the same time, because it's like every time you see something new, you're like, okay, now they're throwing that at us, they're throwing this, like, okay, like what's the end game here, you know?
Well, I was just going to say what Orion said, is it doesn't matter. That's the point. The fact that they did lie is all that matters. And we know that they did because we've measured the ground. Anyway, I was going to shout out Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve because I love that man. Big Scottish dude. Go look, check out his channel. And he's got a beautiful analogy of animals in a pen, a holding area. And if the animals go to the fence, most animals, let's just imagine that it's a big fence, then they're going to come back. But human beings won't do that. We're too curious for that. We'll take one look at that fence and we'll go, right then, lads, are we going over it? We're going under it. One way or another, we're going past this fence. But this globe in your mind, it stops you, doesn't it? Oh, I'm going to come back on myself. So I love Del. Go check out his channel.
At the moment, I can't just look at who you are. I got other things going on. So, what's your name? Because I agree with everything you just said.
My name's Andy. Hold by beer.
Andy, it is. Let me look for Andy.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Discord, where are you at?
I'm here.
In Discord?
Yeah. And YouTube with the same name. But there's no videos, no content there at all.
Well said.
Oh, I'd like to start making content, but the YouTube's just gone a bit fascist.
Haven't they all? It's like people are trying to convince themselves what's going on really isn't going on. Yet it is going on. Like good has become evil, and evil has become good. That's what's going on, and people are trying to convince themselves.
Yeah,
That's
and there
not
seems to be a bunch of minion retards running around like little mini fascists, thinking they're controlling everybody else. Like they have this like really bizarre.
Well, I gotta log off, guys, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, dude. Thanks for stopping in.
Was that what?
Yeah. See you guys probably soon, I feel like.
I like that the name is brilliant. What?
Yeah, I've just had it for a long time.
And you go what? You go, yeah, and then someone goes, What?
I think people used to mistake me for a troll because of my name originally, but that wasn't even why I made it. But oh well.
It's a good one.
All right, see you
Yeah,
guys.
Joe. That was good words. Sometimes troll can bury himself with good.
These earplugs start hurting my freaking ear canals after a while, man. I can't do it. I don't know what this sounds like. Does it sound terrible? Oops.
I see. What was your name again?
For me, I'm Sunny.
How is this? You can only have an angle, acquire an angle with two straight lines. Can't do it with one curved line and the other one straight.
Wait. See if I
Two
plug
curves.
this speaker in.
You can only acquire two straight lines. So if Polaris is 45 degrees from the observer, he's only getting 45 degrees with two straight lines. The horizontal would reach all the way to the star, and the vertical goes up to the star. But you have to have a horizontal all the way to get that angle to the so-called.
It's so weird how I have my little flimsy mobile phone plugged into my big, huge Kenwood stereo, and it sounds great. I mean, you'd never imagine that we could have things like that. I know it's off topic. Where were we again? Where were we on now?
The star that they're looking at is 4 billion light years away.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's the horizontal to get the angle to that. That means the horizontal is also 4 billion. Otherwise, you don't have an angle to the star.
Yeah, so it's totally a moot point then, isn't it? Because if what you're doing is dealing with triangles only, that's all, only triangles. Then if you don't have a triangle that has all three straight lines, then you are not doing triangulation, just exactly like you said. Exactly like you said.
Yeah, it's like there's no other. It's like, I hate to say it, but it's like Nathan Oakley and Cute Quantum Eraser's point. You can't get
elevation angle,
if the
right?
Curve and the star is a billion light years away. The only way you can get an angle to that star is if the ground, the horizontal, is also 4 billion light years.
Yeah.
And you have the vertical straight up to it.
Yeah,
Like
but they're so cognitive. Like the thing is, when they run into like how the sextant is actually really used in real life, they are completely lost. They don't even understand. I've determined they don't even seem to understand the concept at all of what the purpose of the sextant is. I think a lot of them believe that flat earthers invented the sextant, that we just made the shit up. Honestly, that's who we're dealing.
Right.
That's who we're dealing with, James. Here, that's who we're dealing with here. You got to realize this.
Well, you know, in navigation, hold up, let me make this point. In navigation, you're told that you have to assume it's flat, right? But you're told that this section that you're using, right, with the sextant, this small, you know, from here to the horizon, you're told to assume that that's flat. Okay, so even if you did believe in the ball Earth, okay, you can still use it because you have to assume that where you are to the horizon is flat. These are the flat sections of the globe. But you know, and then you do your math from there. You know, yeah, that's where your tangent line goes off the ball. You know, where the horizon. You know what I mean? This is how instructors explain it. You know, navigators.
And then they could go fantasize later on somewhere off in whatever their private room up their ball in space. But that's not how anything's done here on the surface.
So you're still assuming a flat surface.
A light bulb on your kitchen table. You use the kitchen table as your horizontal, and then you use the distance from it to the light bulb, right? You can figure all that out based off the angles.
And you could calculate that your table is a ball.
But if it's curved, you can't figure it out. Like you cannot, if the baseline is curved, there's no angle. There's no
baseline. The baseline is not curved. So if you're, that's what I'm trying to say that if you're a glober, right, and you're a pilot, or you're anything to do with navigation or long distance, you are working with a straight line. You agree, right? And beyond that straight line, beyond that horizon, is your curvature. So this is how they're thinking about it. This is how they're working with it, right? We can't say that they have to assume a curved adjacent. We can't say that because they have to assume that it's so big it's flat. So now we have to point to radius if we really want to. You know what I mean? You have to point to radius if you want to debug that.
They can't say it's so big. It appears flat because it doesn't matter how big it is. You still get the fucking curvature of it, no matter what, based off of it.
Right. So we can't keep saying. We can't assume that globers would assume that they're using that the ground is curved. We have to know what globers are doing, and what globers do is that they assume that the ground, the section that they're working with, is flat to the horizon, right? And beyond the horizon is the curvature. So they're using a flat surface. They are using they too are. But then there's a radius that's being ignored. That's what we have to point out. That you cannot assume that you're working with a flat surface because of the radius. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't even realize it. Even if you gave them the spherical Earth, they don't even realize that it would be lopsided. It would be impossible to get a angle to the star.
Well, no. That they would realize they would realize that the curvature of the Earth is not beyond the horizon. That is going to continue being flat. That's what they should. That's the conclusion they should come up with. Not that it's a hexagon or some kind of a soccer ball, where it's not a ball with flat surfaces. They'll never think that, right?
It's the only ball in existence. It's the only ball in existence where 7 billion individuals all are living on their own sagitta.
Right. So I think we should stop attacking the curved adjacent and start pointing out, right, that when you were told to assume a flat surface, right, that it's because the radius is too small, that there is no curvature. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but most globe earthers, like brought them on the show, they would differ on opinions of why it's a globe. Like they wouldn't have the same argument. They would differ. They have so many different. It's like
I
how
understand.
do you?
It doesn't matter how many different arguments they have. They only have the only one argument that matters is how navigators, pilots, and how we actually use it. That's the only thing that matters. You know what I mean? This is how it's used. We have to assume that it's flat, and if we have to assume it's flat, radius doesn't exist. You know, these are the conclusions they should be making. I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if you let them all give their own opinion, you would realize that they all have their own opinion instead of facts. If you see what I mean by
Absolutely. That's what Bong's trying to say. That's exactly what Bong's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. We're saying the same thing. I think. It is interesting. Eh? Like even the navigators, even the people that use it, actually travel and navigate, have to assume a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I mean, you're on some ship or something, your life depends upon it. So, how good of a job do you think I'm going to believe somebody that is some Glover of the tiniest minority that ever existed on the internet of anti-flat earthers, or somebody that actually is doing something for real and doing it correctly and accurately as humanly possible, because their life depends upon it and everybody else's life on board the ship? That's quite a big difference.
Especially if it's just you out there, you know what I mean? Like you're going to be out there alone. Like you need something reliable. No way you're going to go out there and get lost and die, like ass ocean. Oh, mountains, landmarks. Go ahead.
A lot scarier than maybe it's just me, but if you sit back and think about how they all have different opinions on how the Earth is a sphere, it's very scary. It's very scary.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you know.
go ahead.
Well, yeah, they're speaking, you know, they're speaking out of ignorance, and then they're speaking from experience. You know what I mean? There are people that will regurgitate, you know, what they've heard and what they could try and reason, and then there are people who actually do it. You know what I mean? So it's not that scary when you listen to the people that actually do it. Shazan, go ahead.
No problem. Oh, I was just going to talk a little bit about it because, so my father said how he did it. Where he would sleep in the daytime, literally, because you're visible. Set up under, you have a little radar thing, and it'll ping if there's like you set it to a certain diameter of reception, and if something comes within that, it'll ping and it'll wake you up, because you want to be awake at night, because especially if you're close to, which you usually are close to, known travel ways, shipping lines, that these ships go from point to point, like way signs, like you do in a video game,
like the highway.
So be on flat charts, and you can navigate, and then when you hit the shipping lane, you go, there's a ship right there, and then you look at the chart and you go, here's my dead reckoning position where it crosses the shipping lane. You know, that's exactly where you are. So all of that has to be on a flat plane. That's my point. Isn't that interesting, though?
Come on.
I just being asleep during the day.
Sleep in the day, yeah. You have your radar set up and shit. So you have different things, so that'll alarms will go off. You have your autopilot set on, your self steering apparatus, and your sails will adjust and everything. Automatically.
Now your sails adjust Now, how you adjust your sails depends on how they adjust.
You can have your steering set up to steer to a certain angle to the wind.
Yeah, you can put your sails at a 45-degree angle because the wind that's blowing is going to give you the maximum impact. So let's say you're going for maximum speed.
Sometimes I can barely hear you.
With the same mile an hour wind and in the same direction, you can turn your sails to where you don't go as fast. Did you know that?
Exactly, yeah.
Did you know it's all based off of angle?
Of course, yeah, of course, absolutely.
Based off
pressure, high pressure
It's
to
called,
low pressure.
It's called planar sailing.
No, you can angle your sails to the wind that's blowing on them.
Exactly,
You
and you get more or less efficiency based on the angle too. That will change the lift, just like a wing.
But your angle of the wind, as if the wind's in a straight line. You know, we know wind doesn't actually blow in a straight line.
Exactly. I hope so. A straight line. Watch out for that curved wind. Whoa.
You're going to base your angle of the sails off of the wind as if it was a straight line. See what I'm saying? So you can get a pitch on, do you want to go fast? Do you want to go medium? Do you want to go slow?
Just as if you're sailing along a flat horizontal plane with the wind blowing directly along that horizontal plane at a specific angle along the plane. Both lines are along the horizontal plane. I mean, yeah.
But in sailing, the wind is the horizontal, not the horizon. The wind is the horizontal.
The surface you're traveling along, the wind follows that.
The wind is what you base your pitch off of with your sails.
Yeah, and the wind is traveling along a horizontal plane. The wind is moving along a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Thank
you. It pushes the boat sideways, and then there's something underneath the water, right? The keel. That provides the resist, and then those two forces combined pushes it in a certain direction forward, right? So
pulls it actually.
If you want to,
so
you gotta turn them
like, you know how you put a ball, if you put a little ball in your fingers between your thumb and your finger, and you push against it and it flicks the ball out of your hand, like what the wind and the water is doing, pushing the boat forward like that. The pressure, high pressure, low pressure. It's just controlling the. Yep. You guys get it?
It's more like a kite. It's more like a kite or a wind. What is it called? A hang glider. It's got curved surface. You tilt it up, and you'll get lift upward. So same thing.
Yeah. But then there's a thing. There's a keel, also a keel underneath it, right? Because the wind. Like if the wind is hitting the boat side, like coming from the side of the boat, right? Like it's going to tip the boat over, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But when you put a keel beneath it, right, it provides this resistance that pushes it in like at an angle that the wind is hitting.
Direction. Yeah, at a specific direction. Yeah, it'll make it so that with the rudder and the keel, then you can maintain your directionality of your travel. Yeah, you could fall off, so you're less close to the wind, pick up some speed, and then turn back into the wind and then get your sails nice and close and pick up speed that way. You do these little loops when you're sailing a lot of times. That's why you don't
zigzag motion. Yeah. Well, that's if you're heading into the wind, which is like the slowest you can. Like 90 degrees from the wind is the fastest you can go. Cool, eh? It's not as intuitive because you think it would work like a kite or like a but then when you really look at it, the water and the thing hitting the top, it's like a balancing act,
Well, listen, from a beam reach, like you said, 90 degrees to fully downwind, if you put up a spinnaker, that's the fastest, they say, that any sailboat, even the racing sailboats, when they go downwind. But yes, anywhere from like a beam reach, like you said, to fully down, you'll be.
The wind.
What's that?
It's based off the horizontal of the wind. Like you're going to put your sails pitch based off the horizontal.
Based on the horizontal, and the sails are on are at the perpendicular. Yep, the sails are vertical.
It's like if you want to go towards where the wind is going, you have to like do it a certain way, right? If you want to go like say 90 degrees again, where the wind is going, you have to do it. You can go. Oh yeah, that's fast. I'll just shoot it straight across. If you want to go where the wind is going, you gotta zigzag a certain. It depends on what the wind is doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are the winds doing this time around? Oh, the easterly winds. Yeah, they're coming through. Got to wait a couple months, to be able to hit out.
Speed up or slow down based off the horizontal and how you pitch your sails.
Yeah, we be sailing horizontal. That's the only way to go.
Imagine doing all that on a ball, right? No, it wouldn't be a problem because you still have to assume it was flat. So never mind.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you sail horizontal on a ball?
Assuming it's not a ball.
Hey, wait. He's got a good question there. Say it again. That's an excellent question. Say it again. Whoever asked that question.
How do you sail horizontally on a ball?
Right. Such a good question. And overlooked.
Yeah, because
question.
Isn't that a longer distance along a ball if you put a piece of yarn straight across and then you put one that's curved across? Which one's longer?
How do you get your your fucking
Wait a minute. I just asked a question. Don't skip by. I would like to have an answer.
Ask it again. Can you ask it again?
If it's
a straight line. If you had a piece of yarn and you pulled it straight across, let's say a yardstick, 3 feet exactly, or pretty close as yarn could get. Pull a piece of yarn, and then you put a piece of yarn that's some radius around end to end of the yardstick, but a perfect, let's say, half arc, half sphere, half a circle, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's longer? Which yarn is longer?
The curved one.
The curved one. Bingo. The bingo. That's correct. The curved one is longer. And so, what difference does that make? 1 second.
If you happen to get lost at sea, the only way you can catch your bearing
is that
based off horizontal.
I wasn't done. So thanks for waiting. So the big difference, the reason this is a big deal is because you're traveling at a known speed. Isn't speed distance over time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dead reckoning. Yes.
Time, distance, travel, and amount of time. So that's a linear straight line. It's not saying you're traveling along an arc. Wouldn't every kind of speed measuring device, odometers, would all be different? Everything would be different. Everything. Your knot meter on the boat would be different if you're sailing across curved water. Where is this? That's why I asked for 2 years now. Where's the technology? That shows that I'm traveling in a boat or a car or a motorcycle or a bicycle or roller skates. I don't care what it is, that I'm traveling this extra distance. When is that made up for? And I yield the floor. Funny shit.
Yeah, like if you got lost, if you was on the Titanic and you happened to survive and was on a life raft, the only way you could catch your bearing based off the stars is the horizontal.
Yes.
That's the only.
That's all
Once
you have.
again, ding, ding, ding. Can we get a bell? Every time he says that, can we get a bell to ding? Where's Justin?
Well, there aren't any mountains or trees or landmarks that you're going to have to work. I mean, I think that's all there is out there.
If you're out at sea, yeah. If you're that far.
And stars.
Stars
Exactly, and the stars.
Angled to them.
Exactly. You have a flat surface and things moving above it. That's all you have to work with.
And you got a compass, so you know the direction. Oh, Polaris. Oh, there it is. It's in the north. My compass. I see it right there. Great. Oh, how high is it from the horizontal? Oh, just measure the elevation angle. Bingo. Oh, that Polaris is an easy one because it just stays in the same place like the other one move around a lot.
I wasn't even trying to.
You're talking over me and you're roboting while doing it, but okay.
I wasn't even trying to go to the elevation angle. I was just trying to make sense to people that was lost at sea that the only way to catch your bearing using the stars is based off of horizontal.
Horizontal. Ding, 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 ding. Horizontal. Wow. What is that?
Oh, I apologize.
You have to build your own celestial navigation system, and load it up on and use that for your autopilot. I mean, if you really want to be sure and not get lost and rely on
make a curved one
outside third party. Yeah. You make your own.
I submit to the Globers. Go out there and make a navigation system where it's on a ball, and come back and tell us the results after a couple of boats down. Then we'll be able to figure out what you're saying.
I was thinking about autopilot. I'm like, it's so convenient, and we got solar power. So it's like, do you really need anything else?
Yeah, but tell them to do it. Tell them to do it on the outskirts of the ocean. Right there where the ice is, but he pretends there's nothing. They got
no. Here's what needs to. Are you done? I'm sorry.
Dude. It's like it's not a joke. There's an ice wall. There is an ice wall. It's not a joke.
Okay, great. So all we need to do is the Globers need to go on a boat themselves, and they're going to navigate the good old fat and a good watch or clock and all the other navigation tools, except no GPS, no electronic navigation tools. Thank you very much. And then they could just go out and prove it themselves that they can do this on a ball. They can try to navigate using their ball method without any help from any of their electronic gizmos. And let's see them do that. So
you can practice on land first.
I was almost done. I was sure I was almost done, probably about 10 seconds away from done. So I submit that we actually need to have a campaign of Globers sail the globe. We send them out with a sextant, and their only way they can do it is their globe method. So, chop.
I like that.
You're almost 2 years.
I like that.
Not everybody
How
has
are they?
boats.
They're not going to do it. They're not
They
going
don't
to
have
circumvent.
boats. I mean, you could. That's why I was saying you could do it. Practice on land first, because you can do it on the land.
When have they done anything they said they were going to do? They said they're going to give citations. They never have either. They said they were going to do observations with data. They never have either. So I know would never expect them to actually do it. But it would be still out there though. That like here's the offer. You could prove it right now, and then would settle the whole thing, and we'll shut the servers down. We'll shut the server down. Smack dab right.
Any glober that has attempted that has turned into a flat earther. It's kind of risky.
No kidding. Exactly. Because they're gonna freaking die if they do it their way. That's why.
No glober that has fought a flat earth agent has ever lived or survived to tell, they've all turned into flat earthers. So it's kind of hard.
I still like it though. Maybe even
any
flat
real
earthers
glovers.
Go ahead, come on back, tell us what.
Yeah, they always like thought experiments like gravity. So that's a thought experiment. Yeah, think of them sailing on the boat with the globe method, whatever that is. Because I never heard of one or seen one. Once again, no freaking receipts of what they say. They say things and have no receipts. Excuse me.
They wouldn't even get there.
All the people of the world, that don't ever talk to a flat earther because they're going to brainwash you with their words, and then you're going to believe them. I was like, even with all of NASA's evidence, that's why you must never speak to a flat earther. Wow, they sound very powerful. They are.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
They are the most dangerous things out there. Terror, the new terror of the world. Yeah. No. We're coming for your children.
Keep lying to themselves. Even lying
And that's why they have to spend all that money in propagandas and, the whole world has to unite to make it work, or else one flat earther is going to just ruin everything, right? In one.
They wouldn't even be able to get up on the ice wall. They wouldn't even be able to send people to try to explore on top of the ice wall. Once they got the ice wall, they'd be like, "Holy shit, they're not talking shit, are they?"
Yeah. The newest flat earther here can defeat.
You're talking about 6-story fucking ships with cranes on them to get up on the ice wall. Big, huge fucking dude. Operation High Jump, they used huge fucking cranes on top of ships that was already 6 stories high off the water.
Have you guys ever thought about the fact that we probably will never have the opportunity to go to the ice wall?
I wanted to see it. Shit.
There's an ice wall. There's absolutely an ice wall.
Right. Isn't it weird how we're going to live and die and never, ever,
I know, and I might never see mermaids either, and that's more horrifying, actually. I was really counting on that.
The thing about the ice wall is that it's real, right? And it's there. That's why it's Strange.
That's what space is, like a space romance with a mermaid like being from another planet. Same thing as a mermaid story. Come with us. You have the sirens waving the sailors. Listen, the sirens are waving the globers onto the rocks. Come on, use your globe method of celestial navigation right over this way, gentlemen.
Look at my sexy body.
Look, the mermaids are even agreeing with the globe. Let's continue to move that. Oh shit, man. Oh, we're singing. Mermaids are like, you numpties.
Dude, like, if you look at the history of it, there's only been 2 ships, Admiral Richard E. Byrd and, what's his name from fucking Germany? Damn it. There's only been 2 ships to go to the ice wall and climb on it.
And those 2 ships or expeditions were all funded by people such as Rockefeller.
Yeah, Admiral Richard, he had the greatest fleet in American history of when it comes to naval fleet. No other admiral had more to his disposal than Admiral Richard.
Yeah, but he was just the driver. That's all he is.
That's what I'm saying. Even though that's all he was, sorry.
And the public relations guy. Yeah.
He couldn't even do what he wanted to once he seen what he was.
He wanted to go find those alien babes. He found out there was another place down in the south, and I know he met some hot chick up in the north in that underground place he flew into with his aircraft. What a fish story that was. Yeah, he was going to be the new sci-fi author, like the brand new H.G. Wells from 30 years prior. And that's my take on it. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. This has been the Sunny Report. Thanks.
No, I agree with you, dude. But Admiral Richard E. Byrd, at least he told truth within. He told truth within lies. So you got to discern it for yourself. But
did God really say you can't eat any tree in the garden, right? Truth with lies.
Well, everybody eats the fruit of the tree.
True lies. True lies, right? Like the movie True Lies. Lies that are true.
Everybody's taken a bite of the fruit. Even you and I, we've taken a bite of the fruit.
The fruits of the knowledge of good and evil?
Now you want to look at that.
Yes, it's called science.
Yeah, we've all. Oh, it wasn't me. It was Adam that did it. It was Eve that did it. Even though everybody to this day, on an everyday basis, does it. They all take a bite of the fruit. Every day.
Well, that's how the most effective lies work. Like you can't, you know what I mean? Like it has to be around it. It has to sound true. You know, it has to have some aspect of truth in it.
Has to be.
Yeah, that's what we all strive for. Truth.
99% of it has to be truth, and only 1% can be a lie, and that'll do it. That'll do the job. That 1% is what everything is. Other lies are built on.
That's a good point. I like what you're saying there.
I mean, it's how car salesmen. That's how sales work. It's how marketing works. It's how psychology works.
Even the believers. That's how they work. Even the believers. That's what's crazy about that guy.
So telling people to assume a flat surface when they're working, That's a truth, right? But it doesn't mean it's not a ball.
Yeah, think
That's
about
a
that.
lie.
Think about every single tool is designed to be on the vertical. A vertical from what? A screwdriver, wrenches, pliers, sockets, hammer, nails,
vertical, horizontal.
screws. They're based off the horizontal, but they're all standing vertical. Most of the tools, except for like wrenches, and they're still based on
How do you
those
have
principles.
a horizontal? How do you have a vertical without a horizontal?
That's what I said. I don't know
There's
if you're
only
paying
one.
attention. I don't know if you're paying attention, James. That's exactly what I said.
Because of the horizontal.
Right. So that's the lie, and the truth is that. But when you work with it, always assume a flat and level surface. Pilots, everybody.
When using your Phillips screwdriver, be sure it is standing as close to vertically as possible.
Point the sharp side of the screwdriver down.
Sharp downward. In other words, not towards your eye.
It would have been like pointed towards the center of the earth. Down wouldn't exist. It would be pointed in, right?
Use your gravitational meter to tell what the gravitational force is, and that will give you an idea of how warbled your plumb line is and your location.
There's only one way to have a vertical. There is only one way to have a vertical.
Now use your curved leveler to make sure you level the curve.
Every tradie, every builder is laughing right with us right now. Like everybody knows we have to assume a flat surface. That's so silly.
Don't make fun of the gravitational screwdriver. It's a real thing.
He's absolutely wrong. Gotta have a horizontal, not vertical.
Dude, you're doing it wrong. You have to assume a flat surface, man. Like, come on. Didn't you learn anything in school? Oh, sorry. I thought the Earth was, sorry. I forgot the Earth is flat, but it's still a ball. My bad. I thought, silly me.
And next week, I'm going to make a full advertisement on the local cable television, and I'll make a mint, I'm sure.
There's got to be fucking Bill Burr that Flat Earth produces, man. We got to have a comedian somewhere in here, because everybody's making me laugh with facts. We need a Flat Earth comedian. That would be awesome.
I don't think we need one. I mean, things are funny as is. Okay, sure.
No, I just mean like somebody in the crowd says,
we need a gesture, right?
There is a flat Earth comedian, isn't there? Remember that guy that did that stage show with all the video clips? Can't remember
he's
always
you can't have a vertical without a horizontal.
Yeah, he's smoking all the time. Yeah, just sitting on stage smoking, and then bringing up NASA clips, and it's hilarious.
Oh, I forgot his name again. What's his name?
Should be
glasses.
Flat Earth
Cowboy hat.
That funny.
Yeah, that guy was sarcastic as, man. I was like, yo, that's dark, man. Fucking funny. Like, damn, this shit is funny and super serious at the same time. that dark, deep funny, you know, like
When the rocket shoots up vertically in the air, it's funny vertically. How do you get vertically?
I don't know how you could possibly find anybody in Flat Earth that was funny.
Smoking a lot of
I just don't know anyone at all could be that funny.
THC. THC.
I think chocolate might have it. I like chocolate. Chocolate's good, man.
Hey,
Makes
man.
me laugh.
Make sure your weed doesn't have way too much THC. Make sure it's balanced, because that's what's fucking people up. Like, you know, these strains. Yeah, yeah. You have to balance it, like half it. You can't have these new strains. Like
I got a really strong one this time, but it's kind of.
Yeah, I'm talking about the chronic. Yep. I'm talking about all the shit that we love. We gotta get rid of it. Start over.
Get rid of it. Yeah. Start over. How would you go back? How would you?
Oh, we need to add more CBD. That's what we need. Yeah, we need to remove some THC potency and add some CBD potency, and then have a nice smoke. You know,
like this
regular
Kush one. Looking at right now, that's probably kind of what you're talking about.
That's probably not. Yeah, you probably don't want to smoke that. Because that's what puts people on their asses. That's what puts people on their asses. And, you know, when people say, oh, it makes me paranoid, it's that. You know?
Is it?
Yeah, man. It's all been genetically engineered. Like, by the time when you start smoking weed in high school, you were smoking, you know, the THC with almost like with 5% CBD or something. You know, that's.
When I was in high school, I was smoking wait a minute. When I was in high school, I was smoking Paraquat. What are you talking about?
And I suspect our food is like that too. You know, people are fucked with it so much. It's got a lot of this, you know, because of, you know, whatever marketing that, you know, to sell more of it, you know, by using more of that.
I've never gotten paranoid from it at all, ever. But maybe there's been moments when it's been like kind of like close to that, but mainly what I need is the pain relief. Like that's really what I.
But it's not just that. What I mean is when people say it makes them lazy. That's what I'm talking about.
Go back and listen
Couch
to what he
potatoes.
just. That was terrible. I'm sorry. Go.
We can change back. Stay on topic. Hemp only grows from the horizontal up to the light source.
It
From the
grows
horizontal.
up.
What does that mean? I don't get it. I'm lost in translation.
People, you have such. I think globalists think, right, it's flat, and all the way to the horizon, right? But it's still a ball, you know. So no matter what we say, right, they're like, about pilots think it's a ball. They have to assume flat. You do not see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
It's a flat ball.
Yes. You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
Unless you're at the beach. Then the boat go over the curve. But if you're not at the beach, there's no curve.
Well, it depends on, you know, who's at the beach, right?
Well, if you're at the beach, you can see the boat go over the curve. But if you're not at the beach, I don't know what the boat goes over.
Over the curve of the cylinder, yeah.
Or the person.
Yeah. Which contradicts the 120,000 feet observation from the Red Bull jump that stuff is flat, right? So how can Neil deGrasse Tyson say that stuff is flat from under 20,000 feet, and then NASA says you can tell it's going over the curvature of the Earth, the boots? That's a contradiction, isn't it?
Well, you can see why it's a NASA.
I got cut for a couple seconds.
We've all avoided. They use what's called a fisheye lens. Yeah. Even the Red Bull Baumgartner fucking jump, whatever. It started off on the ground. He was standing on the ground, and yet the ground was curved. Like we all know the ground ain't curved. So the camera is giving us an image that's false.
That never gets old, I have to admit.
Eric?
No, right?
Hilarious.
It's legit.
Here we are, folks. We have Earth curve around the
Oh, there
surface.
it is.
Oh, we have Earth curve. Well, how much do you have when you're up in the air? Oh, well,
Apparently, just standing up, you can see it.
Yeah, but once you're so high up in the air, that doesn't matter none.
Well, it still looks the same, doesn't it? Yep.
We have a
still
chicken
see it.
dinner for you too after this, and we'll lead you over there to the chicken dinner area.
Intuition? I don't know. Just trying to
So who's right? Is Neil deGrasse Tyson right, or is NASA right?
Nobody's right, dude.
Well, who's right about the curvature? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that you're never going to see it anywhere, no matter how high you go. And NASA reckons you can see it from the beach as boats peer over it.
They go over the curve.
Well, that can't be because Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with us, right? That there is no curve from over there. That's not a curve it's going over because it's 120,000 feet.
But Andrew Thomas Young says it's at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height.
1.22 miles, man. And then you get the curve, bro. Even though you get it while on the ground.
That's not
Based
a
off-
lie. Look at the black swan. That black swan. You put that guy back into like the kindergarten.
I'll show you the curve. They'll show you the curve.
But that's what the Glovers need to go
Yeah,
by. They're experts.
Yeah, I see it. I see the curve.
They don't have a choice. They want it to be a
Wilbur's be like,
say.
Wilbur's be like, I'm pretty sure it's a ball. It's like, yeah, what's the radius? Oh, I don't know. Does it matter?
Right. You catch them.
That's a good discussion. Wait a minute. That's good. That's a good discussion. Look, can you imagine? They're like, let's go troll the flat earthers, man. Yeah. Hey, do you think we should like go learn anything about what they think? Nah, man. They got to be really stupid. So let's go to. Do you think we should know like the size of Earth or anything like that? Nah, they're not going to ask us anything like that. Right? They couldn't be that smart. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
See, my favorite one is, what is the sun? Because a lot of globe earthers will tell you what the sun is. But when you ask them what it is, they won't be able to tell you. They just believe it's something, but they won't be able to tell you what.
The big burning ball of gas.
I was just going to mention that. I was going to laugh
Producing-
about that for a second. That's hilarious.
I forgot. I forgot how Pumbaa put it. Remember Pumbaa? He explained it perfectly, right?
Oh my
I always thought it was this big burning ball of gas. And Pumbaa, with you, everything is gas.
Was it QE or one of those guys who were in there and said, could you repeat that again, please? And he repeated it again verbatim. Like, what is the sun again? A burning ball of gas. Like, just so confident. So clearly.
Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Big balls, fun.
The ones that think they know, they'll say, the sun is a bunch of nuclear bombs going off all the time. That's
Great
what they'll say.
balls.
To sum it up, they'll say it's a bunch of nuclear.
Good. Then I'm going to put a big ass garden right next to where they're blowing up some nukes. No, the best fruit and vegetables ever created. I can't wait.
But they have no idea what it is.
Couldn't I just go to where they dropped all the nukes somewhere out into Nevada and Arizona or wherever that was and grow a bunch of plants then? Yeah, that's a great idea. I bet they do grow
Well,
better. They lie about it.
They thought that in their mind, if they don't know what it is, then they're stupid.
It's probably good for you and grows the best fruit and vegetables, and that's why they don't want us to have it.
Dude, if even if America knew what the sun was, they'd fucking make one, and it would be it'd be worse than a nuclear bomb. Like if they knew what it was, they'd be able to make it. Reverse engineer. They just claim they know what it is, but they can't make one.
Are they trying to scare people right now about like nukes and stuff and this new fake thing going on?
AI is the new scare.
If you read The Art of War, the best tactic
No,
in warfare.
I'm asking about current times, like what's going. Not the art of war. I'm asking about current times. Are they scaring people that somebody's going to be shooting nukes at each other?
I'm answering your question.
With the
So
art
they
of
use
war. Okay, go.
right? Fear. If they convince you they have a weapon that you don't have, nor could you ever have, then they've won the fear tactic. They've won the art of war, and now they have you in fear. They have a weapon you don't have. I'm not trying to say that that the nuclear bomb's a fake, but I am trying to say it could be.
I guess I'm not getting the answer then. Okay.
Because it puts you in fear.
Nuclear war is no longer a threat. That was put to bed. Star Wars project was developed. It's where they put satellites in space that alerts us if a nuke is launched, and we can take it down because of this technology. And this is why we are united. Space. You know what I mean?
Well, like Nagasaki. Nagasaki
When did they
looked.
practice? When did they practice with this equipment? Really?
I mean, yeah, I know, right?
Your bomb like the one, but it also
that's right.
Massive TNT.
Oh, that's right.
bomb.
Just like the moon, they don't need to practice. They just do it the first time, and it works perfect every time. First time.
First time, every time.
Look like a nuclear bomb. It'll create a mushroom cloud, especially a massive one. A massive TNT bomb will look like what you and I would consider a nuclear bomb, but it's not. So
I had a thought experiment.
I'm sure they got bombs and weapons we don't know about, but at the same time, fear is the number one tactic in warfare, is to get your people or the ones you're going against in fear. So maybe all we have is a massive TNT bomb, but we make it look nuclear with matchbox houses and shit while we set off a firework on camera. You know, I'm not saying that's what's going on. I'm just saying fear is the if you can put your enemy, you've won half.
Remember Dune, the movie, the book? Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah, fear.
Fear is Batman's weapon.
We have what's called the Moab, mother of all bombs, and it's meaning non-nuclear. The mother of all bombs, the Moab that America has, is non-nuclear, but it's a massive bomb. It'll fucking you'll think it's a nuclear bomb. That's how big it is.
So
I
they
don't
would
know.
They would wipe all of life out from a whole part of the globe, right? That's the solution. Eh? That sounds
Yeah.
dumb, doesn't it?
I want to know the
Yeah.
difference because when I'm
They got-
getting obliterated, I want to know which bomb it is, so I could tell. I'd be able to tell the difference, wouldn't I?
Yeah, when the bomb is coming on your head, you want to know which one is it.
Exactly.
So
That's gonna make it.
so I can put on the right helmet.
Last few
So I can wear the
seconds
right helmet.
while my skin is being torched off of the bone. It would matter a lot if it was a nuke or if it was a firebomb.
Or a fart. So I can wear the right gas mask.
You wanna know it was made in America and it wasn't made in China.
Really? That's what I want to know. That's what inquiring minds
I'm not
must
worried.
know about that.
I'm not worried. I mean, if it was made in Germany, I would be worried because Germans make the best stuff, you know. Like,
Precision bombs from the Germans.
They
if
got
it's made by
suicide
America and China, it's like,
bombs. Already seen.
I have German heritage, so it's okay for me to make fun of them. That's the way that works.
But as long as you're in fear of them, and then they got you beat.
and we still able to say the word bomb without, is that still legal? I mean, is that still all right?
I don't know.
When you say bomb? Stop saying bomb, dude. Like, bomb, 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 ram, bomb.
I'm not saying there's no.
Take my hand.
You got me bombing in the bomb and the bomb, 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 bomb.
We already let them off, man. Iran, Afghanistan. They would already let them off, dude. Yeah, it's like I'm not
the
saying
art
that
of
they're-
war. The art of war also says that it's better to take your. It's better to take your enemy whole, right, with all the resources intact, than to destroy it. So I don't think bombing is a good solution for the new world order. If you think about it.
If you read the book The Art of War, the main tactic is to put your enemy in fear. Even if you feel that you're going to lose to that enemy, you want to make that enemy feel like he's in fear. If you can make your enemy feared, then you've already won 50% of the war.
So if your enemy, according to, let's say, you're the expert or the ruler of a certain country, and the enemy, you've determined through certain sequence of events and checks and balances, supposedly, that the enemy is actually the people in your own country that you happen to be the ruler over.
Yeah, and we have each other believing that there's only certain countries with nuclear bombs, and we're doing everything we can to prevent other countries from having them.
So how does a dictator take care of a problem with its own population?
Right.
That it thinks that the ruler thinks are a threat. What do they do usually?
Yeah, they put you in.
They ask other rulers for help. You know what I mean?
We had these things, we would have already seen.
I think there's one more world war. there's one more world war that Albert Pike talks about. In that book he wrote.
That's true. Yeah,
So
think about that.
yeah, and he talks about this war as to end religion, all the differences. It's the Muslims versus the Christians or something. I'm still kind of looking, to see if that's going to happen anytime soon. But anything that's to do with religion, to remove it from the world, I think that's the next big war. It doesn't have to be a world war the way we know a world war. It can be an information war. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've been trying to pull off something major for a long time. I just don't think they really know how to do it. I think they're that demonic, actually.
Dude, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. And people will vote for them as if they give a fuck about you. It's so funny.
Yeah, they're still in the Matrix, man.
Yeah. Like they give a fuck about it. They're just in it for themselves. Are you kidding me?
People believe the system the way they believe the globe Earth.
We're going to give full health care to everybody because it should be your right that you have health care. Meanwhile, they're dropping bombs everywhere else.
Well, if you think that's what healthcare means.
Yeah, that's what they mean by healthcare.
I think you're
confused.
Just make sure you are on the team of the guys with the biggest bomb. Make sure you are on their side.
Yeah, but why?
You mean America?
Either way, in the end, you're the one that's vulnerable. You're the pussy. You're the fucking one that's vulnerable. You're the one that fucking fell for it all. You're the one that's still falling for it all. Not you. I'm just saying in general, like, what they're doing is making people think they're the good guys.
I am the good guy.
The American government's making people think that the American government is the good guys. It's so fucking hilarious.
But me and Gemsy are the good guys.
I am the good guy.
Yeah,
it's fucking
hilarious. We're two good guys. Those good guys.
You're not doing a very good job of it.
And QE's the bad guy. And QE's the bad guy, so say goodnight to the bad guy.
Yeah, what's about to happen, everybody deserves. Because they thought that the government was good guys.
You got my reboot.
You think that, I don't care where you're from. America, Germany, whatever. I don't care where you're from. If you think the government's the
or
good
Mexico,
guy, I hope you get what you deserve, and myself as well.
I might as well be Mexican by now. So will I get what?
You know what I deserve? At least some good meal every day. So I hope I get that.
If I could eat Mexican food every day, I would be perfectly fine.
As of now, it's going good, right? You get that meal.
So if the Mexicans take over, I think I'll make it.
Part of World War I and War II, right? You know, of course,
we're gonna have a lot of lowriders everywhere.
Yeah,
I love the lowrider cars and those chicks. Smoking.
That it's not what you think. The government's not there for you. You fucking morons.
What are you saying? The government's infiltrated the lowriders?
They're there against you. That's what a government is. It's to govern
the government
you.
Is a lowrider?
Yeah, the government is to govern you. To keep you in check. Make sure you're doing what they want you to do.
Unless you're a lowrider.
Well, whatever your opinion is, man. They do it with force, warfare, police, whatever.
I have an opinion about those pinstriping.
Yeah, sure we all.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a pun. Oh, pin striping.
It's like more about like the fear of war than actual war, right?
Yeah, you're almost fearful to say what you want to say because what I said.
Because you might cause a war.
No.
You might incite people to riot.
Little did James Richards know that that brief comment he made on Discord way back in 2022 caused a revolution that still continues today. This is the news report from 2046.
And you don't see the revolution?
Was it something I said? James be like, was it something I said?
Like, are you calling me a liar? What are you saying?
I'm saying that, yeah, what you say
Like, what do you
is very powerful. Is very powerful. You know, like that's why you must censor people and what they say because it can cause wars.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with what you say in Discord because you might cause the Chinese to invade the world and conquer it.
Yeah, so be careful. That could be.
And then if China conquers the world, it might be your fault.
I'm just saying, you'll be.
They might get here
You
first. I'm kind of closer, just over the other side of the Pacific over there. So be careful.
So if you want people to like, let's say you want people to stop saying certain things, right? All you got to do is set up a couple of situations, right, on TV where people say things, on social media where people say things and causes all this bad stuff, right? Problem, reaction, solution, right? Now you got to be careful what you say because, oh yeah, that's true. You know, people say things all the time and it hurts my feelings. What do you guys think? Great plan, right? Do it. Do it. Get those college kids on that social media platform. Yeah, let's do this. That's what I would do if I was the bad guy. You know, like, easy.
Yeah, but for most people, it's gonna make it look like the reason why you're willing to mark yourself is because you're okay with the social media. You're okay with it, so we want you.
Wait, Bong, you're saying you're not the bad guy?
I am not the bad guy.
We're all bad guys. Ain't nobody on the earth that's good.
I am just Guy. I'm just normal.
I'm not the bad guy.
I'm just normal guy. I'm nobody. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Like, people don't see what's coming. Not even flat earthers.
What's coming?
They understand the lie.
What's coming?
They don't get what the lie is.
Yeah, could you tell us what's coming?
What the lie is?
Please.
Just the part about what's coming. What's coming? What's the part that's coming up soon?
Written. What's written is coming. Actually, it's here.
A new world order. A big idea.
No, it's not there yet. That's
been here. It's America.
It's like a revelation. You'll see the earthquake. You'll see the fucking oceans turn blood red. You'll see everything.
Sounds pretty
And
scary,
still,
but sounds like my first wife. Just kidding.
You saying that the air might be cleansed? That might be a good thing.
everything's happening so fast. It's going to happen within 2 generations. Two generations.
What's coming?
Burned up.
Wrath and judgment. Wrath and judgment is coming. This.
But it wasn't God. It wasn't God like. God said in the end, man's tongue will melt in his mouth, his eyes in his socket, right? But it's man that does it. It's man that does it.
I'm sure the new technology, you know, like microwaves and all these high can do that.
Yeah, what they consider the nuclear bomb is fucking literally written. It's literally written. Your skin will melt, your eyes will melt in their place, and your tongue will melt in its place as well.
Before your bones hit the ground? Yeah.
Yeah. Like
but after that, you feel no more pain, and then you won't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, but it's the wrong eternal life. You'll continuously feel that.
How do you know that?
That's what hell is.
You been there?
Well, it's your personal, individual torture.
How do you know? How do you know I'm gonna go there?
Not like hell is the same place for everybody.
I think
Everybody
it is.
has individual judgment, and their hell is different than the next one.
What the Bible says, right?
Well, it's just I believe that's the world we're in, but
So
you
do
don't
people
have
that yeah, but so do the people that preach. So do the people that preach that idea about that. But that's not what the Bible teaches.
believe you're on a ball.
Is that like the only option? Eternal suffering and pain?
Well, what do you think the world is?
It is what it is.
It's eternal suffering and pain.
I think the fear of death is the real power, you know, that is wielded over people. And people.
How do you know death is not the best thing that could ever happen to you?
Well, there you go. That's what I was saying. Only people that have conquered the fear of death. Go ahead, James.
You're looking at death as if it's nothing when it's eternal. Like you're dead.
The Bible teaches that we are born dead. All these people, including myself, were born dead. Even though we're alive, we're dead. We're dead. So it didn't matter, right?
Eternally alive. The Bible teaches you're eternally alive. It's up to you.
You guys are confusing me.
I'm trying.
Are you trying to confuse me?
I'm trying to be consistent with the Bible.
Up to you.
Hey, how come y'all don't think the Bible is a psyop if the Earth is?
They go out and kill people that don't agree with.
Well, you know how we test theories. You know how when You know how we test what we're told and we go by our experience, right? It's kind of the same thing with the Bible. Like you can test its teachings and what it says, and it holds true. And no matter how much scientists have tried to discredit it or to call it, it doesn't, it cannot win, right? Because they've got things like evolution and all this other stuff. So yeah, the whole world is against it, and it's very reliable and consistent. And when you test it, it works. So you know what I mean? Just like flat Earth.
Constantine's a good example. A lot of people think he's a Christian, but Constantine understood the more he persecuted Christianity, the stronger it became. So he embraced.
It's controlled opposition, isn't it?
But he embraced it for political means, not like his own heartfelt philosophical.
Well, I call that the Antichrist. That's what I call that, because they deny
Yeah, everybody's an
Son of God.
Antichrist or Antichrist.
Well, the Catholic Church, the Vatican, especially because it was Rome, right? You said Roman Emperor, right? Constantine. Right?
Constantine, good example. He's a good example of.
In other words, the Pope. In other words, the Pope today is the Roman Emperor. You guys notice that?
Yeah. He was a good example of making people believe they're in a world that they're not in.
Don't they say like the Pope is like the left hand of God or something like that?
In the seat of Christ, the vicar of Christ. Just like the kings are representatives of the gods, right? So too is the Pope. Represent the God, right? But when you look at it, it's like looks like a really evil God though that he represents. So what's up with that?
God said, "Many shall come in my name and claim they are Christ." And in my opinion, that's the popes, because there's been many popes that claim they're of Christ.
Doesn't the Catholic Church owns like a huge amount of land all around the world?
Yes.
Yeah,
they also own all the telescopes, the big ones here.
Like a lot of people think that Rome fell based off the history they was taught as a child. They think that Rome fell. Rome is America.
Rome is the Iron Beast.
Rome is literally America. Same.
Wait, Mexico?
Rome.
Oh, what is steel? Steel is iron.
Rome is Mexico?
Same symbolism. Yeah.
Mexico is also Rome, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, there's a lot of Roman churches in Mexico, so that makes sense.
Well, the Catholic Church, is Roman. So if you have Catholic, if you practice Catholic ritual, if you are, if any rituals of any culture, has a Mary or, you know what I mean, in it, or a mother this or a mother that, then yeah, it's Roman. All the pagan stuff is the same. Where voodoo comes from, it's where all these other so-called magic comes from, right? Where science comes from, where society. Come on, guys, come on.
I'm not totally on board with the history books that I've read, but when it comes to Rome, fucking Rome, there was 9 Templars that was unaccounted for when it comes to their death. Right? And I believe they came to America, the new land, and they brought the Republic with them. And yet, but they made the Republic sound more godly than ungodly. So everybody took a hold of that Constitution, so to speak, Republic. And they did it in a way that they thought was for God, but it wasn't.
It was for It was for the Merovingian family, the East Trading Company. It was for setting up the New World Order. That's what America is. The
There
New
was
World.
there was nine Knights Templars that was unaccounted for when it comes to their death. Nobody knew where these 9 Knights Templars went. I believe they came to the new land with a fucking. They made the Republic sound godly like because they knew they had to at the beginning to make it succeed in the end. They made it sound godly like. Everybody backed it up in America. And that's, I believe.
What do you mean?
America.
What do you mean godly like?
I believe America is Rome.
Yes, yeah.
That shit Rome did. We say we police the world, but it's just us fucking taking over the world.
It's not just America. America is just a branch. Okay? America is the military might of the Roman Empire. Right?
It's not just our military that takes it over. It's our philosophy,
it is the military. It's the military. England, the UK, right? That's the money. That's the financial branch side, right? And then Italy. Italy, the Vatican. That's your spiritual leaders, right? Those are the prophets.
It's the Colosseum. Like the NFL.
Oh.
The NFL, the Major League Baseball, soccer. That's the Colosseum of the nowadays Rome. Gladiator. UFC.
Oh, that's what. Yeah.
All the
that's what football, sports entertainment. Yep.
Rome. Yep. It's all Rome.
Hollywood, yep.
It's the only two nations that bear the same symbolism.
Or Babylon.
When Rome went to battle, went to war, they carried the golden eagle. America's icon is the bald eagle, the gold eagle. Like we carry the maple branches. So did Rome. Like everything is Rome in America. Everything is Rome, but they did it in a way to make it seem like it wasn't in the beginning. It was all good.
When I was little, I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was the Christian God. I thought it was the God of the Bible that those men were about. And as you grow up, you realize it's not the God of the Bible, even though they say it is. They say the earth is a ball.
How it's the same fucking nation. America is Rome, dude. They control the world, or at least they try to.
America.
America controls the Chinese.
No,
and the Japanese.
America works for other people, man. Come on. We all know that all countries work for the banks. You know that? The lender will always the borrower will always be slave to the lender, and we all know who owes, like who's the lender and the borrower, right?
And that's what Rome was. That's exactly what Rome was. The lender and the borrower, or the
credit issuer, the creditor,
the recipient.
That's also part of the whole thing. Yeah. So you need trade, you need economy, but you also need control. You need the force, right? You also need spiritualism. All these things have to be there in order for you to have a complete control system, or any stable system, right? System that can work.
Yeah. If you want iPhones, you need Rome.
The Silk Road, right? Remember the Silk Road, the control of trade on the known Earth at that time, right? But now oceans. You have Silk Roads on the ocean. These are the transport routes that we talk about when we right? And these routes are protected by what? By navies and militaries of Rome.
I mean, if you want to have your laptops and stuff, you need the system to be in place. If not, the pirates will steal your iPhones that you order.
Flat Earthers will.
Like if
I know I
you
would.
You just picture the board game Monopoly. If I had a token on the board and I was the banker, how do you stand a chance? If I had a token on the board and I was the banker in control of the money, how would you stand a chance?
All you gotta do is thank the banker and tip him for the services.
That's what they have.
By sucking up to you.
They literally have a monopoly, and people like you and me as well, I'm not excluding myself, we're participating in the fraud.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're participating in the game monopoly. Even though they have a token on the board and they control the banks.
You're very welcome.
How do you fucking win?
How do you win? You have things things in your house.
As a token on the board, a board game Monopoly. Let's say his token is the doggy, right? If he's got a token on the board and he controls the banks, how the fuck do you win?
You have an iPhone and a laptop right now.
You think you could win. He makes you feel you could win.
I think I played a similar game to Monopoly, Cupcake, something, I forget, a long time ago, but I've never played Monopoly. I mean, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, tokens.
I'm using the analogy. In other words, if you and I are playing a game of Monopoly, and I control the bank, and I've got a token on the board, how are you going to?
I can't. I mean, of course, it's rigged, and it's rigged against the players. It seems.
Yeah, I could put my face on the money.
Yeah, it's like everybody plays by the rules. Everybody has to play by the rules, and you're breaking all the rules. It's kind of not a real game.
I'm breaking all the rules legally because I'm the one that set the rule.
Yeah. It sounds like just getting bullied. Anyone that plays that game just plays to get bullied.
That is exactly what's going on, and people laugh at it. They like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. No, that's exactly what's going on. They print the money. They run out of money, so they just print more. And you're like, oh, I'll keep playing.
Yeah.
And so am I. So I'm not just calling you out. I'm calling myself out. We're both like,
well, there's a difference. There's a difference. Wait, there's a difference between the two players, right? One player knows that the game is rigged, while the other player doesn't. So there's a big difference in the kinds of moves that you're gonna make versus the moves he's gonna make.
That's what I'm saying.
And if you weren't participating in the game, you'll be like, oh, I want to play that game, and you want to jump in.
Yeah,
because you probably know how to manipulate it.
My whole point is, we involve ourselves. We participate with the fraud, knowing it's a fraud.
Yes. Let me say. Jesus, Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar? Right? Now, look, if he says yes, and he goes against the law of Moses, and the people will get angry. If he says no, then he violates the laws of Caesar, and he might go to jail, right, for inciting people to disobey Caesar. So, you know what his answer was? Exactly. His answer was, show me the coin. Whose face is that? Caesar's. Then that means that's Caesar's. Give that to Caesar, right? But give to God, right? What is God's. And that's what they can't take from you. You know what I mean? You and your service and your
at least Caesar had precious metals. Like he couldn't just print. He couldn't just print a fucking gold coin with his face on it.
It doesn't really matter because of ideas like inflation, right? Ideas like fiat currencies. So, you know, like just because it's a gold coin versus a stick with notches in it, right, doesn't mean it's worth fighting for the metal and not the notch in the stick. You know, it's still in this. Go ahead.
When you're the king, you're the king, the only thing worth fighting for is the precious metals. Now they're giving us paper with their fucking faces on it as they collect the precious metals.
Right. But the value of that precious metal, right, is not the same thing like to you as it is to the system, right? It goes up and down in the system. So it's not the same thing as having the actual metal and doing with it what you need, you know, according to what value.
My analogy of monopoly is because it's a monopoly.
Yeah.
The government can run out of money and be like, hey, we'll just print more.
So give to Joe Biden what is Joe Biden's. I mean, George Washington. Who was it? Benjamin Franklin?
More out of it.
Yeah, whose face is on the dollar bill? Huh?
This is I don't care if you're for Trump. I don't care if you're for fucking Hillary Clinton. My point is, the whole thing's a fraud. And if you're voting for one or the other, you're participating in the fraud. That's my point.
Give to Hillary is hers. she wants your children.
I've never. Oh,
in the fraud.
Those are mine, bro. Those are mine.
If you get sent off to war and you come back with no legs, you deserve it. Because you fucking went out there for these liars. You went out there.
What happened? What happened? Did you try to shoot somebody and he shot your legs off? Damn. It looks like we know who the better man was.
For liars.
You should have practiced more before you went out there, right? I mean, it looks like they're better at shooting than we are. So sorry. Here's a wheelchair. Here's a handicap parking spot thingy. All right. Have a nice life. Veterans, the Veterans Affair. Screw them.
It's a whole bunch of nonsense, man. Republican and Democrat, if you look at the definition, they're way more similar than they are different by definition.
Hey, someone has to administrate and govern the unruly.
The resistance.
Yeah, it's like people, you want a nation without God? Guess what? You will have a nation without God.
No, I don't want that. I don't think a lot of people want that. I don't think scientists.
Because they think they're voting for Republican or Democrat, but nobody's voting for God.
Because, well, of course, his kingdom is different. It's not,
Be
same
persecuted,
thing.
be laughed at, mocked, and ridiculed. They'll
They
have to
have their
bear up.
God. The world has
Yeah,
a God, man.
they're not
His
gonna
birthday's on the 25th of December. Yeah, that's the God of this world. The sun god. They worship him on Sundays.
The Bible does not give you Jesus Christ's birthday.
Oh
I
yeah,
think it
of
doesn't.
course. That's different. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It doesn't give you his birthday to expose people who think they know his birthday.
Well, then if 25th of December is not Jesus' birthday, then whose birthday is it? Dun, dun, dun.
He had to have been born around early September, late
11-ish?
September, maybe
Maybe like-
late September, early October, maybe. But it was right. It was right when they started putting the sheeps up for the winter.
Yeah.
It never actually gives you his birthday, though. So for people to think, for people
Santa
to think
Claus,
December 25th his birthday is naive.
Well, it's somebody's birthday, and it's the person that they worship and call God. Go to church on Sundays and talk about that same, Santa Claus and all these other things.
Talking about Santa Claus, yeah.
Totally
That's what I'm
unbiblical.
getting. It's all a fucking fraud.
Well, the Pope leads that.
Well,
The Pope is the leader.
A world that you're not in.
Yeah, the Vatican's God is that God, that Christian God they call the.
All I know is if Christianity is true, if Jesus Christ is the only way to heaven, then the world's in.
I don't call it Christianity. Christianity is the label for the Vatican and the Catholic Church. That is what Christianity is.
No, Christianity is not Catholic.
Christianity is what Catholics were called in the beginning. This is the Christian religion, right? It's the authority. Who decided? Look. Who decides how many books the Bible is made of, right? How many scriptures goes in the Bible? Who decides that, right? That church, right? The Council of Nicaea. How many books? 66 books. I'm not saying that 66 books has anything to do with 666 or sixes or all these sixes. I'm just saying those guys make this. They give it to us and say Christianity, right? No. Then you can have all your little denominations within it. Do whatever you want. Go ahead.
So someone gotta do it, right? Someone gotta do it.
Someone has to organize it all.
Where God says, every man, woman, child, and livestock. There's only one more God says, kill every man, child, woman, and livestock.
Which one is that? Where? The Old Testament?
With the huge war for Jerusalem. But think about it. Hold on. You think about it. Like, what happens to women when it comes to war? What happens to women?
Well, they get widowed.
Not only that, they get raped. Yeah, they get raped.
Yeah, slaves killed. It depends on the party, the raiding party.
When he said kill them all, He didn't want you to take a wife and be like, "Oh, it's my spoils of war." He said, "Kill them all," because he knew that the spoils of war would, necessarily.
Are you talking about in the Old Testament? Are you talking about?
It would necessarily create rape.
Are you talking about in the Old Testament?
Yeah, the Old Testament.
No, that's not
Only
why.
one.
That's not why. Because these people that he did this to, okay, the Canaanites and all these people were Nephilim. They were all Nephilim, giant races. Oh yeah, everything, of course. So, but that's what atheists use all the time to try to justify how God is not really, you know what I mean, blah blah blah. But that's not the point. The point I was trying to make, okay, is that the God of this Christian world, okay, is the God of the globe world. It's on the globe. This thing called Vatican Christianity told the world that the earth is a ball. They're the ones that are the authority over all of it, everything. The Vatican has claimed the world as theirs. They've claimed authority over it.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. So that's what I mean.
Vatican, not Christianity. The Vatican
world. Sorry, I just wanted to do like in a world where the earth is a ball.
Have you ever heard of the Protestants?
Yeah, that's it. What?
Protestants.
Yeah, they're all part of it. It all falls under the label Christianity.
No, they was killed from the Catholic Church because they opposed the Catholic Church.
Exactly, but now it's all the same thing. The Catholic Church has regained control. They're called doctrines.
But everybody wants to put Christianity with the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church.
Ask any Christian what the shape of the earth is. He'll tell you it's a ball. Ask any Christian if they go to church on Sunday, they'll say yes, except for the Saturday, guys. Ask any Christian what they do on December 25. They say they celebrate the birth of the Messiah. So they live on a ball. I mean,
you're
it's all there.
the same.
Protestants and everything under the label Christianity. Yeah.
They're not. Christianity is not Catholicism. Sorry, guys.
Catholicism is Christianity. Protestantism is Christianity. Orthodox Christianity. Anything. Yeah.
Catholicism has the popes. It has the popes.
These books that come from the Vatican. Everything that's called Christianity stays in the 66 books. If you talk about the book of Enoch, you're not a Christian. Because that's not inspired by the Spirit of God, because the Council of Nicaea says so. Only the 66 books. 66 books, okay, Bong? 66. Right?
That's not true.
What? Not scripture. It's not scripture. Right?
That's not just that's not just Catholicism that says that. So I'm agreeing with you.
North Pole.
I'm on your side in a way. It's not just Catholicism. The book of Enoch is false. It's also Christianity within the West.
It's not canon. It's considered not inspired by the Spirit of God. The Holy Spirit. That's why it's not part of the Bible. And who decides that? The Vatican.
No, the Protestants protested Catholicism.
Okay, that's great. That's great. I understand. I know about Luther and all that. But
the Catholics are teaching false doctrine under the name of Christ.
Right, and now, and the King of England, and the King, and the Queen of England, now those are real Christians, right? They're not Catholics, right? They're Protestants, right? They serve the real God of Israel, right? Right. That's the throne of David.
It was the Protestants that got killed. It wasn't the Catholicism.
A lot of Muslims got killed too during the the thing, and a lot of Catholics died too for the same reasons.
The thing.
They're all arguing. The thing, yeah, they're all arguing about God's authority. Who has God's authority, right? Which God?
Was that what Joe Biden was talking about?
In other words, it was you that got in the Inquisition. In other words, it was you that got killed because you're saying the Earth is flat, while they were saying no, it's a sphere, and that's not the reason that they killed you. The reason they killed you is because they knew God better than you. So most people don't realize that Catholicism is anti-Christ. It's not Christ, nor does it represent Christ.
It is very anti-Christ. They deny everything about what Christ is, Jesus is, all that. It's very anti-Christ. So are these so-called Christians. They also deny the word of Christ. It's also anti-Christ. Protestants, everyone.
Catholicism says, confess your sins to me, and myself, I will forgive you.
But the point I'm making, is that all this revolves around the worship of the sun. And they took the model from as is, right? And said, it's a ball, but everything still revolves around us, right? That had to be approved by the Catholic Church. And then in order for the earth to revolve around the sun, it too had to be approved by the Catholic Church. Right, and they have to kill a bunch of people to make it look like they're doing the right thing. That's how you do the right thing, by killing people. So go ahead.
144,000. The 144,000, they're not Catholic. The 144,000 are real virgins that believe and lose their life for Christ. It's totally different than what we've been taught. Catholicism is so far from Christ, it's ridiculous.
And so is Protestantism. Protestantism,
the closest ones up until modern times, and then I agree with you.
Yeah, what about Christmas? Is that close? Because I think that Protestants celebrating Christmas and going to church on Sundays is way off. Just as way off as the Catholics, yeah.
Like Catholicism, yeah, they fell off. But Protestants, the reason they're called Protestants is because they protested the Catholic Church. They did not go along with the Catholic Church. That's why they called them Protestants. They protested against the Catholic.
That King James, I'm pretty sure he translated the Bible from Latin to English, despite the Pope, because of their disagreements. I'm pretty sure all that plays into God's plan. But you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that the Protestant movement that came out of that is the real church. That's what I'm saying. It's all still a deception.
That's what I'm agreeing with. When it comes to Christ, all religions fall short. They all fall short.
Because religion is more of a control mechanism.
Even the Protestants started diving off into, okay, it might not be Christ-like, but this is the way it is. They all started diving off onto the opposite of what Christ stood for. So all of them. It's not like. So when I say Christianity, it's not like.
You know what you get from a Christian, from Protestant Christian, when you tell them the earth is flat? They mock you. They do exactly what Jesus says don't do to people.
Yeah.
Right. They even get They even get really demonic about it. I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean? Christianity.
But the ones that listen to you and they don't have a religion, Those are God's people.
All these Globers we talk to, most of them are Christians.
God's
Mock us
people.
and do all these things. So Protestant. I've never seen a Protestant church heal, make the lame walk or make some blind man see. I've never seen it. All I see are fakes. So either the Bible is fake, or
even you and I. When it comes to the standards of God, you and I are fake, Steve.
Well, maybe because we believe the lies that we're told about God, about the world, right? What experience?
I believe that not everybody's understanding the totality of it. Like, they don't understand that your death is death. The only reason you die is because your sins. Sin is the wages of death. Like a judge in court. You've raped and murdered 3 girls. Here's your judgment. I give you the death penalty. Those are your wages.
A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye.
That's what the true God is. He'll give you your wages, but he's not going to do it until you fully go to your grave, knowing you're against him.
Knowing you're against your experience, the experience you had while you were alive.
Yeah.
Denying your experience. Right?
If at some point you can acknowledge that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, you'll probably be forgiven. But if you don't, then you're going to go to your grave, and it'll be your death.
My litmus test is, if you can acknowledge, right, that what we are observing is what it is, like a straight line, horizontal. But if you can't acknowledge that the earth is what it presents itself as, then how can you acknowledge anything else? You know, like that, you know, but especially God. You know, if you can't acknowledge reality, then how can you really do anything else beyond that, right?
Yeah, he says, seek the truth, and you shall find me. So if you believe that the earth is flat, and you're doing your very best to seek the truth, it doesn't matter if it's flat or curved, spherical. In his eyes, you're seeking him. You're seeking the truth.
What is truth?
It's Jesus Christ. That's the truth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Truth. That's like, if people don't acknowledge that, then they're Jim Carrey in the movie, you know, like I said earlier,
Truman. Yeah.
Truman. They believe they're in a world they're not in, and their death is their own self's fault because they don't believe the truth.
Because they loved the lie. Right?
Yeah, they loved it. They didn't love the one that loved them. Even through all their sins and whatnot, he still loves you. So they didn't believe in the one that loved them. Why would he give them life? It's all in the world you believe you're in. That's why I think flat Earth is huge. It's the Book of Revelation.
But even that's about to change too, man, because so Kabbalah, right? Kabbalah comes from the Jews. That will be your new Christianity in the future, right? I think that will be the new religion of the world, Kabbalism, or something similar to it. Something that matches the quantum mechanics world. You know what I mean? Something magical, right? Technology can't distinguish it from magic, right? It will look like magic. Snap your fingers, right? Like Siri, like just ask and the universe will deliver. AI,
Yeah, if you
right?
don't believe,
What?
it's more true to me though. Like if you don't believe, if somebody can convince you that the truth is not what the truth is, and you believe the lie, you're doomed to death. You're doomed to what you believe that truth to be. That'll be your downfall.
All war is based on deception. On deception, the art of war. All
When it comes
war.
to mankind, I love you, man. I don't want to steal from you. I don't want you to steal from me. I don't want to hurt you or your family. I don't want you to hurt me or my family. You know, when it comes
I don't want to lie to you.
Yeah, when it comes to the world we actually live in, I actually agree with Christ's words.
Me too.
The world we're in, and if people want to deny that, then they'll get what denying that is. They will receive what denying that is.
Oh, it's like being handed the game. You know how? Yeah, it's like you do your best to teach your son, but the Bible is Christ's words is like the game. You know what I mean? It's like being taught by the Creator of everything how to play the game. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you not listen to that?
Yeah, I
Why
don't
would
care.
you go
I don't
after
care.
hacks and cheating? Go ahead.
I don't care about your race. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about. The only thing I care about is that you don't die. And I'm not going to try to do whatever I can to get you to die because you disagree with me. I just want you to live in happiness as much as possible. That's Christ's way. That's Jesus Christ's way. Well, you don't believe in my religion, so I'm going to kill you. That's not Christ. Christ is, you're your own individual. You got your own relationship with him, and nobody can take that. Nobody. That's just the world we're in. It might suck for people that don't believe in it, but that's the world we're in.
If you choose to ignore the truth, then
you get what you choose.
yeah, God will respect your decision if you want to throw away your life by chasing.
Yeah, like he's literally
clouds and
saying, "Hey,
shit.
I'm gonna let you live forever." And all you have to do is pretty much not hurt anybody. Just don't hurt anybody. That's all he's really saying. It's not a religion that says, if you don't believe in my God, I'm going to kill you. The true Christian faith is you're one with God. Everybody has their own. It's like you got to, unless they're hurting your family or whatever, You got to let them go. You got to let them be their own.
I think it's more like flat Earth. Yeah. If we tell you that the Earth is not a ball, that we've been lied to, and you don't believe us, right? You go back to living your life thinking it's a ball. You end up with a miserable life, worried and anxiety and all this crap. And that's your own fault. You die believing a lie because you ignored the truth. Yeah, and that's your own fault, right? Yeah, that's what Christian. I think that's what following him is like. You know.
And now that you put it that way, it is a little harsher than I thought. But I mean, if you go hurting people, how is it harsh? You're the one hurting people. You should be hurt. So it's not like it's
even if you don't hurt people, even if you do the right thing and do everything God tells you, it doesn't mean equals to happy, good things all the time. Shit's gonna happen like Job. You know what I mean? Like good people and bad things. Bad things will happen to good people, and good things will happen to bad people. That's how harsh life is. No matter if you do all the right thing.
How can we do anything but love?
Well, it all starts with acknowledging our experience of reality. How can anyone do anything right?
We hurt each other based on our own God. Like mankind will literally kill one another because you don't believe in the same God as them, and then that's not a God to me. Like God is some people say there's gods, plural, like there's two of them. But the definition of God is there's only one. Like, how can we do things to each other that, harm one another? Like why? All that's gonna do is create a world of destruction. And then you might be in confusion of why the world's in such destruction. But it's only us going against God. Like I don't see how people can't see that. Because if it was just based on people, then fuck it, every man to himself. That would be fucking outrageous.
That would be disorder.
That would be outrageous.
Chaos. Yeah.
Outrageous. Total outrageous.
So what we do is we use religion to bring order to society. Like that. Well, does it have to be any religion though? Well, Christianity, of course, right? It's the only religion that's kind of out there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say religion, dude. I wouldn't say religion. That's where I think people go wrong, because instead of saying religion, replace that word with truth. Because as long as we're only about the truth, we'll find God. We will find God if we're just about the truth. If we're about secrets, if we're all about secrets and me getting one over you, I'm the senator of Colorado, whatever. If we're all about that, then it's not about truth. But if it's about truth, then we're all on the same team. We're all on the same team.
Until we're not. Yep, I agree. I mean, look at what happened to Flat Earth, to us, to the whole community. Like, we're all on the same team, right? Then we broke, and then we broke again, and now it seems like it's about to break up again. We're all on the same team, yes. Why are we fighting each other? Seems even those who are trying to look for truth and do the right thing do the same exact thing. They fight amongst each other. Enemy within is more dangerous than the enemy without. Enemy within is the one you can't see. The indirect attack. The wind that turns the tide. The one you didn't see coming. Ow. Turn flat Earth, I think. You're a flat earther? Like, you think the Earth's flat? The Bible is a flat Earth book, so I mean, that should be the first thing Christians. You know what I mean, just trying to bend it and twist it so it fits the heliocentric model, but it's like, dude, looks silly. Now you sound silly. If you're a Christian and you believe the Earth is a ball, then I think you believe that God made a ball look like it's flat, right? Like, why? Because some scientist told me so. Some very smart guy in a white lab coat.
Yeah, the ball Earth is the golden calf. You ever heard the Christian story, the golden calf?
Yeah, I heard Ken Wheeler was one of them. I've never really listened to him, but
Ball Earth is the golden calf, and you worship it.
Yeah, because I used to try to justify the globe as created by God, because only God can create such a beautiful universe out of nothing. I was that Christian. That's why I'm against that Christian. Because I was. You probably think God created the universe when he spoke it into existence and the Big Bang happened, right? Only God could finely tune such a system. Infinite configurations so that it is perfectly situated for life on Earth. Too far from the sun and not too close. Perfect. Only a God could make that happen. That was me. Yep.
Yeah, if you're a Christian and you believe you can answer every question of Job 38, then you must have been there when he created it. Because if you wasn't there when he created it all, according to Job 38, you're in ignorance.
The thing about flat Earth is it destroys Christmas and all those fake Christian things that come with it. You know, it exposes the Catholic Church and quotation mark Christianity.
Sorry, Job 38 exposes it all. Because he says in the very beginning, you know, was thou there when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declareth thou not standing. And then he goes on to ask you questions about the earth. And if you can answer any of those questions, well, you must have been there when he laid the foundation.
Yep. When the sons of God shouted for joy and sang, you know, yeah, when he saw it, they
And all the
you
stars
know,
say,
you know the store where the snow is kept. You know, like
when God says he knew you before you was in the womb, I think he's saying, don't fuck with the womb.
he's saying that the moment you are conceived, you are alive. That's what he's saying. You are alive with all the rights of any human when you are conceived, and that abortion is murder of innocent children in the
Yeah, he
womb.
tells you. He says, I knew you before you was in the womb. So if he knew you before you was, how could you kill somebody on purpose while they're in the womb?
Abortion is child sacrifice.
Yeah, there's so many. But if you go to Catholicism, it's okay. It's okay to kill somebody. So a lot of people, they'll be like, well, Christians is Catholicism. No, it's not. Catholicism is the beast.
Christians worship the same God Catholicism worships. Claims to worship.
Catholicism, the beast in
Christians
Revelation.
worship it because they go to they acknowledge Sunday to go to Sunday and worship God. Of course, Christmas, Easter, they do Halloween for God's sake, right? Celebrate Halloween, Hallows Eve. It's not obvious that even these Christians are also worshiping the same God of the ball earth.
Many shall come in my name, claiming they are Christ, and are not.
I just want Christians to know.
That would be the Pope, because the Pope claims he's the vicar of Christ.
Well, that's anybody that fails to acknowledge the truth. You know, especially basic truths.
Christianity, it's not.
Especially basic truths, man. Like God made your eyes and God made the earth. Are you calling God an asshole by saying it's a ball? You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, if you can't acknowledge basic truths that God gave you senses to acknowledge it with, to operate in this realm with, right? Then how can you know the real God, right? Like, what are you worshiping? Why doesn't any of you? Why is it so fake? Where are the miracles? Where is the healing? Why do you guys like? Why do you ignore the poor? Why do you give money to the church and ignore the poor? Why do you fight amongst? This isn't Christian. This isn't the church. You know what I mean? That's kind of obvious. Who owns this? Thing they call Christianity.
As sad as it is to say, I can understand why he says
the true church in the Bible, in the New Testament, right? This is what it is. The real church in the New Testament. Sorry, go ahead.
It's only for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. And a lot of people that be like, my ears can hear, my eyes can see. They don't understand what it's actually.
I used to go to an Assemblies of God church in America, and there used to be like homeless people that lived just down the street. And these churches would do fundraisers, right? And when they get their fundraiser, their money, they treat themselves by going to Six Flags Magic Mountain. This is a Protestant church, Assemblies of God, right? And those homeless people are still sitting there. They're close to a church. And for me, right, the reason why I would live near a church if I was homeless is in the hopes that God will send somebody to help, you know? And that's not what Christians do. They're ill homeless people. Oh gosh, you know. It's not a good look for a church. You know, these people are just making it look bad, driving down the value while they pay their loans that they use to build this building they call a church. Hey, isn't that cool? What people do. That's what churches do. That's not what the church in the Bible is about. Church in the Bible was like this place where people bring their resources so that the people who are homeless and hungry can have, you know, can be taken care of. That's what the church used to do. That's not what Christians do. Christians are in it for themselves, you know. What can I get from God?
Themselves, dude. They're like more like a true Christian. Like even if you're faced with tyranny, a tyrannical fucking king, right? You don't pray to God that the king dies. You pray to God that he starts to hear God's words.
Well, God put that tyrannical. God put that person there, just like he put, just like he put Daniel, right? Just like he, you know how Babylon took Daniel was there. There were always men of God in these places, and I'm pretty sure they're there too today. You know, I don't know who they are. They're there, affecting change or making sure, you know, we're not screwed. So.
Like we're like what, 20 years from Christ coming again.
You're breaking. What was that? 20 years.
Yeah, it'll be coming in like 20 years. I'll probably be dead. But I can already see the sign. I can already see how evil's becoming good. Good.
And good becoming evil.
That's happening right now. Right now.
Then I shall be as evil as I can be.
People believe it though. That's how it's happening. It's because people believe evil is good and good is evil.
And level is round.
Yeah, they believe like you can get an abortion at 12 months, 3 months after it's born. Like evil is literally becoming good, and good is literally.
Yeah, well, when everyone's becoming evil, it doesn't mean we have to be evil.
What is that?
Oh, I'm saying that most people are going to be evil. Only a few people are really going to be good. And I think that's just the way it's always been and always will be. There's always going to be more evil than people that want to do as thou wilt.
As a Christian, do you think marriage is between a man and a woman?
And a tree?
Well, yes. Marriage between a man and a woman.
Yes.
Marriage between a man and a woman is becoming evil, and marriage between a man and a man is becoming good.
Well, then that means all animals are evil.
No, I'm just saying. Well, you want to claim that we're an animal?
No, I'm saying that dogs, okay, know that male dogs and female dogs form a family and they look after their young. Birds do this, fish do this, right?
Does the male hold on?
Mm-hmm.
Does a male or a female dog perform surgery on a human?
No. What I'm saying is that what animals do should also be considered evil.
Does a human perform surgery on a female or male dog?
I don't know. Probably tried.
Yeah.
Never gonna work though.
See, when people want to claim that we're animals, that man is animals, it's mankind that defines an animal. So if we're the ones that define what an animal is, how can we be animals?
Exactly. Yes, I agree. But if a man and a woman is evil, right, being together is evil, right, then all of creation must be evil. That's what I'm saying. Because that's the way. That's the initial configuration. That's the default setup.
Well, that's what they want to. Like, mankind, like, there's nothing created. This is what a lot of people find silly. There's nothing created without the word. Language. In other words, if you disagreed with me, the only way you could argue that is by the word. You see what I'm saying? Like, the word, language, what mankind has on earth, man is godly like. On earth, mankind is godly like. Having the form of godliness, yet they deny the power thereof.
Well,
we create highways, skyscrapers, combustible engines. Does any other animal do that? And if they don't do that, why do we compare ourselves to them?
I mean, God does the same thing. Right?
Aren't we the only ones?
God says that about us too, right?
We're the only ones that define what an animal is.
Yeah.
Like there's your dog, your puppy dog that you train, he's not going around performing surgery on humans. He's not going around creating skyscrapers.
I know. To me, animal is the biological animal is the biological aspect. Is that the word? It's we're made of the ground, same as the animals, right? We're made of the stuff.
Well,
we have a biology. Because this thing that we say separates us from animals, it's language, but also it's behavior. That's the other thing that separates us from animals, is how we behave. You know what I mean? In an animal-like way, or in a higher way, which is what we're saying. You know, is what God gave to us.
Define what an animal is. We're the ones that define what an animal is.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, does an animal, like a monkey, do they define man as an animal? Do they define dogs as an animal? Or is mankind the only one that defines what an animal is?
Yes.
All right.
Mankind.
So
Yeah.
what are God like on earth?
Yes. I agree.
We absolutely have the power of godliness on earth.
Over the other creatures and creation.
Yeah, we could teach
yes.
creatures to do.
Yes.
We could teach
But
other
not-
creatures what to do.
But I think it's more important to focus on each other.
But they can't teach us. Other
I'm talking about
creatures
people.
can't teach us. Yeah, it's like, why don't people realize that? Why don't people realize that?
I disagree. Okay? Bible says to the lazy person. Okay? Go look at the ant. Observe how the ant has no ruler over him, right? No one to tell him what to do, but he knows what to do. Look, he works very hard day and night, right?
You're telling me what it says, like any other animal can do the same thing.
No, animals can teach us about life, about God.
Tell you what the Bible says?
No, but God has created these creatures, these animals, right, to perform a certain function.
The Bible says. You're the only animal that can say what the Bible says, right?
Yes, I guess.
No other animal can. And let me tell you what the Bible says. Yeah. People just ignore that like it's nothing. They ignore that phenomenon like it's nothing.
In the Bible, there was this prophet that was asked to go curse Israelites because they were crossing through his town, Moab. Okay, Balaam. Right. He was riding his donkey. Yeah, all of a sudden the donkey stopped. He kept whipping the donkey, and the donkey kept going to the side. He kept whipping the donkey to get back on the road. And all of a sudden, the donkey opened its mouth and spoke to him and said, "Why are you hitting me? Because you're not going on." And instead of realizing that a freaking donkey is talking to him, he just carried on yelling at the donkey back, right? Because I'm trying to get you to get on the road, but you're not going on the road, you know? And then the angel appeared on the road and told him, "Hey, man, your donkey just saved your life, and you kept whipping the donkey."
And you took that parable as it was literal?
Well, look,
You're the only,
is there any other way? Is there any other way to explain the talking donkey?
you're the only creature on earth to decipher what's really going on then. But yet you're acting like every other animal if they had the opportunity to explain it, I guess.
Well, you know, animals are trying. I think animals communicate to each other, right? I mean, my dog, is very affectionate. That's a form of communication. But yeah, I agree. Language does separate us, but it's more than language. It's that we're made in His image. You know what I mean? That's what the Bible says.
Can your dog understand when you just told me your dog, my dog?
No. He's not that. He's not that. He doesn't speak that much English.
Oh, he doesn't. That's weird.
Yeah, just sit, Tom. You know, go. Good boy.
Because he doesn't look like that, maybe you should compare yourself to the dog. Maybe you're just an animal like him.
Yes, I do. You know, and I think the languages that we use to communicate with are also not as efficient. You know, there is probably I think Hebrew might be that language, but I don't speak Hebrew. Samoan is very good language. English, very bad, very confused.
Have you ever had a conversation with a dog where the dog was like, You're not speaking very efficient. You ever had a
Oh,
conversation with the dog?
yeah, when I said no, when I said nope, nope, nope.
Oh, dog
good
was that
boy. And when he, yeah, when he understands me, then I'll say good boy and I'll reward him.
Yeah,
Yep.
see me, I know how to talk to a dog. I know how to train a dog. Like I literally had my dog. I'm bragging. I'm totally bragging. But I could put a pick on his nose, right across his nose, and that dog wouldn't do anything until I said, "Get it."
How'd you do
As soon
that,
as I,
man? How do
I
you
said,
train
"Get
that?
it," as soon as I said, "Get it," that piece of meat would never hit the ground. He would just lower his nose and catch it in the air. Boom, boom, start eating it.
How'd you train that? Hey,
I did train me how to train him.
Yeah, my dog is old and blind, so
I'm just
the next
giving
one.
you your logic. I'm just giving you your logic, dude.
Yeah.
Like we can't monkeys. No, we're the ones that train monkeys. We're the ones that define what a monkey is. A monkey doesn't say I'm a monkey. We're the ones that fucking do that. Till you realize
Adam, God brought. I mean, yeah, God brought all the animals to Adam to name, right? And he named them.
Yeah.
The Bible says.
Named them all.
It's like, damn, Adam must have been. I was like, Adam must have been really, really wise, man. Like to be able to.
Even creepy crawlers.
Yep. Yep. Man, what was that like to be like that? You know, pre-fall Adam. You know what I mean?
It's up to you to believe, though. You don't have.
Well, you know, we got. Well, this is the second Adam, right? We're talking about the second Adam now, Jesus, right? And that's the way. That's how it would be like. Well, if Adam didn't fall, well, Jesus. Yeah. What it looks like.
So we got two saviors?
No. The first one failed, right?
No, there's only one savior because of the first one.
Yeah.
Just one.
Exactly. Because of the fall. You know what's always bothered me is that God planned and knew all this before he even started creating anything. Maybe way before the angels were even created. That's what's like always like, man, this is supposed to happen. It's supposed to be like this. So you just gotta accept that. You have to accept that and roll with it, right? Trust God. That's the amazing part. But
here's what's sad to me. Ever since Christ, the Spirit of God has been put into every man, woman, and child's heart. But because it's so hard to do, they deny it. They deny it because it's so hard to do.
I think that spirit is not in every man, woman, and child. Maybe children in the innocent, maybe in their innocent phase. But I think what we have in us is the same spirit.
Right, you're without excuse.
Yeah, you know that our spirits is Adam. We are Adam's children. And God breathed His spirit into Adam, and then Adam fell, and we inherited that nature. And God's spirit comes through the second Adam. His son, right? So we have to invite His spirit into our hearts. and he's made that available to everybody with the the cross. At the cross, he made that spirit available to everyone, that you don't have to go all the way over there to Jerusalem and worship.
Christ put himself into every heart. When Christ died,
God's spirit lived in the tabernacle, in the temple.
Now,
That's where he would.
I am. But since Christ, the Spirit of God was put into every man, woman, and child's heart. That's what he did on the cross.
No, it was made available to everyone. Right?
It was finished after that. It's a done deal.
Right.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Now we just have to invite him in.
But everybody is left without excuse. They can't go to the Lord and say, Lord, I didn't know. Matter of fact, they'll never say it. They'll never say that to the Lord. I didn't know. Because every man since Christ, it was put in their heart. They know. You either deny it or you don't. Either way, he was put in your heart.
I think what you're talking. I think what you're talking about might be the law. That everybody knows what the right.
Paid fine. He paid your fine.
And the law brought death. The law brought guilt, and brought sin and death. So
yeah, he paid your fine. Your fine's paid. So long as you believe.
The law's still there.
And we all know good and bad. And I choose bad. It's not like I'm sitting up here acting like a saint. I just know through scripture that each one of us, after Christ's death, it was written in our heart. It wasn't before in the what do they call that? The First Testament. It wasn't written in our heart then. But when Christ came and died for all of us, it was written in all our hearts, good and bad. We didn't need a mediator.
He
knew it. We know it. We still know it.
Well, I just want every Christian to know the earth is not a ball. That's what I want them to know. If you think the earth is a ball, what kind of Christian are you?
That's kind of irrelevant if you read Job 38.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant.
Read Job 38.
Right. What you think of God's creation and earth is very relevant if you want to live a fulfilling life on it, right? If you think that your God's earth is a ball because some Luciferians told you, right? Then what does that say, like, about what you believe? You don't believe in God. You believe in some fairy tale story.
Oh, I stand corrected. It's relevant. You're right.
It's very relevant. Flat Earth is very relevant to Christian, to people who believe in God.
Yeah, but if you read Job 38, it'll tell you why.
Right.
It'll literally tell you why.
I mean, confusion, right? That is what the devil does, right?
No, it'll literally.
People... Yeah, confusing. When you talk about curvature. Yep.
like curvature, flat, triangular, whatever. Job 38 will literally tell you why you shouldn't know what the earth is, and it also tells you why you don't know what the earth is. So it's not like I'm like arguing with you.
The book
Job
of
38 answer these questions.
Was it Jude? I think it was Jude or Peter says they talk about the angels that are held in chains in the earth. There's nowhere in the Bible where that is. That thing comes from the book of Enoch. If you read the book of Enoch, it's a flat earth book. That's why.
Well, if you read the Bible that doesn't include, if you read the Bible that doesn't include the book of Enoch,
you won't know where that reference. You won't know where that comes from.
Yeah, but even the Bible without the book of Enoch tells you how important Enoch was. So it lets people know. It lets people know that read it. They should probably read the book of Enoch.
Right, and when you read it, it's flat Earth.
Yeah,
so, Christians Christians always complain about how Enoch is not canon and it's not inspired by God. It was like, who says that? The Council of Nicaea, Vatican. Like, why does Jude know about this and why would he reference it? Because everybody read the book of Enoch back then. That's why it was part of Scripture.
It was part of Scripture in America up until 1853.
Yeah. The Ethiopians have the book. The Ethiopians still have the book of Enoch as part of their scriptures.
Yeah, the cipher. You got the cipher. What's the other one? Got the cipher.
So here we are. This culture called the Western culture, right? Called America. This is where that version of Christianity exists, right? And when you bring up all these other scriptures, you're like, what's that? We only know the 66 books. I wouldn't dare read any other books because what? Did you say 66 books? Who told you can't read any other books, right? When Jesus says, go search the scriptures, they all point to me. What is he talking? Is he talking about just these 66 books? Right.
I agree with you 100%, man. I hope you don't think I'm arguing that.
Nah, I know we're agreeing. Yeah, I know. That's just getting that off my.
The book of Enoch makes me mad. The book of Enoch's not in the 66 canons. Yet without the book of Enoch being in the 66 canons, the 66 canons tell you how important Enoch was.
Yes, and other books, like the book of Jasher.
66 canons tell you how important he was.
Yep.
And if you read, not only that, but if you read the book of Enoch, it doesn't contradict the Bible in any way. It goes along with it.
Right. Even talks about Jesus. Someone that looks like the Son of Man.
Jesus quotes Enoch. Jesus quotes Enoch in the red letter. Even in the red letter, Jesus quotes Enoch.
That's why I left this Western Christianity, and try to distance it like I did the globe. Distance myself from it, and try to just start over, and see what's the real content or, substance, proper context. We don't know the history. The history could be changed. The timeline could be different. Everything is written by the victors. History, you know what I mean? All that has to be considered. And then I think only God's Spirit can really guide you to the real.
It's almost like Satan takes over me on that topic because I get so mad that people don't know the book of Enoch. It's like, how could you say that the book of Enoch should not be in the Bible? if you don't know the book of Enoch? The book of Enoch should not be in the Bible. Have you read it? No. Then how do you know it shouldn't be?
That's what I mean. That all Christianity, even Protestants, are all part of the system.
It's like I get so mad at that.
Yeah. So I think waking these Christians up to the ball earth lie.
Yeah, they think Christianity's like American thing. It's like, no, Christianity's not an American thing. So far from it.
And Christmas is not a Bible thing, or scriptural thing.
It's a pagan day.
Yeah.
Pagan day.
So that's why I think Flat Earth is very powerful in that community, in the Christian community, because I know if they wake up to this, that's a very powerful force on our side.
Yeah, they'll start to see things that they've never seen. But who wants to do that in today's world?
I think they're the only people. They're the people that are not really so concerned about science. They're concerned about truth. That's what Christians, Protestants are about. So I think that's why they're the first. They're important. They're some of the. Go ahead.
They laugh at the book of Enoch, even though the Bible without the book of Enoch explains how important he was.
Yeah.
Don't even have the book of Enoch in it, but it still tells you how important he was.
Yep. And getting them to acknowledge other scriptures, and that this version of the Bible they know, it's like the globe earth, It's already been packaged a certain way to give you the false version, the false God, to support it, because it's the Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? The vicar of Christ, it's the Antichrist. It's Rome. It's the Iron Beast.
So bad, dude. It's so bad, I don't think you understand what I understand. It's so bad right now. We have to be.
Yeah.
We have to be Revelations. Right at the horse that brings the balances with the banking. We're right there.
Cryptocurrency is here, man.
We're right there where one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. He's the balance. And you'll have you'll get like a bread's day for a piece of bread for a day's wage or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Living day to day.
You'll get a bread for a day's wage. That's what it'll come to.
Paycheck to paycheck, living paycheck to paycheck takes on a whole new meaning.
It's worse than that. It's like worse than that. Like people are used to air conditioning and heating, but when this horse comes, you'll have neither.
Unless you receive this mechanism that will help you access all the services that we have to offer you.
You'll be like, man, I miss air conditioning, because it'll be gone. It'll no longer be in existence. Man, I wish heating still here during the winter. It'll no longer be in existence.
You can build a fireplace.
And people think like we're so far from that, when really it's right now. Just wait till the winter.
You mean your winter, or we're in the winter?
Wherever you are. This horseman covers the whole earth, so wherever you are on the earth. Or you'll get hit with storms and shit.
What about
it's not that God's doing it. It's that people want it. People want that kind of shit. They'd rather have fucking Satan than God.
If you build it, people will want it.
If you build it, they will come.
Yeah. So stop building
But I mean, that's quoting a movie, but at the same time, it's quoting Satan.
Well, that's what he's been doing. He's been building, you know? And people have been going to him.
And people are cool with it. They're all right.
People want it.
Yeah, the conspiracy theorist, that'll never happen. And then it happens.
I want it now. Now. Like right now. What's taking so long?
I do too. And it says that his people will scream for that. They'll start singing a new song how they want him to come. Because they're just sick of the dumb shit. It literally says how that'll happen.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, so they say. What do you feel about the Patriot Act? Is that problem, action, solution?
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. I think it's...
Yeah? Patriot Act? I guess you don't know what the Patriot Act is.
It's acting like a patriot, of course. I'm just kidding.
No,
What is it? What is it?
It says if they think that you're dealing with terrorists or are a terrorist, that they can detain you without due process. So if they can detain you without due process, why do they need to say anything?
Well, it depends on what terrorist means. What falls under? What falls under? Well,
without telling people that you're a terrorist.
Because you could be considered a terrorist, I could be considered a terrorist because we're saying the earth is a ball.
Power. You could be threatening their power. Right? You could be like, hey, I'll be the next president. But what they're going to do is they're going to be like, that's the Patriot Act. And we're going to silence you and detain you without due process. You don't even get a day in court. They just say, you're a terrorist, but they don't have to say that. Nobody has to know it. Legally, they just have to say you're a terrorist without telling anybody. Because there's no due process.
What does patriot mean? Fellow countryman.
Yeah. They could just pick you up in a fucking unmarked van, take you out to the hills, kill you, and it's all legal. It's all legit because you're okay with that.
But don't they have to tell your family at least after?
Tell you nothing, dude.
Well, then that's kidnapping and murder.
all they have to say is you're a terrorist or part of terrorism, right? But because you don't get any due process, they don't have to say anything. There's no,
and
you don't get a day in court.
Yeah,
Therefore,
and that's why
they make it sound like, well, you got to say that I'm a terrorist. They make it sound that way legally, but legally, they don't have to say nothing. They just have to be like, you're done.
Yes. And that's why they have to remove guns.
And people are okay with it.
And that's why
They're
they
like,
have to remove your right.
Yeah,
That's why they have to remove your right to own rifles, right? Machine guns.
No, they don't have to.
Right?
They don't even have to remove those rights.
Well, that's why. Well, if you don't remove people's rights to own like these kinds of weapons, then it's going to be easy for them to raise militias, right, and have a resistance against the military.
If people stood up against it, they would have to remove those rights. But if nobody's standing up against it, they don't have to do anything.
But most of these people are also military people. So, it's not just normal people. Most of the people that know how to use these weapons and know, what I mean, are also ex-military or currently military. Those are also people that may rebel. So that's why we have to remove the weapons.
Are you under the influence that if somebody's military, then they're only going to go by the law?
No, that they are also people. They are also part of the resistance. Because most of them are, when they find out the truth, when they find out what's going on, are also going to go join the resistance. They're not, I don't believe military people are going to be that stupid to turn on their own families, So if they go back home, but if they leave and go back home to try to start, some kind of resistance, what are you going to go back home to? What, pistols and knives? You know what I mean?
Why would you knife?
Because that's why if you go back home and people still have their right to own an AK-40, an AR-15, right? And there's going to be a lot of AR-15s, and these people in the military can leave and help the resistance.
What's an AR-15? I'd rather have a weapon than an AR-15.
Well, you know what I mean, like those kinds of weapons that can hurt them.
What? Weapons is a good word. Yeah, weapons is a good word.
Right.
Because a lot of people think that like an AR, a lot of people call the AR-15 an assault rifle.
Oh, it's a rifle. It's common. It's popular. That's why. It's accessible to most civilians.
When it comes to legalities, assault is what you do with a weapon. So you could have a
right. My bad. Yeah.
You could have a baseball and be charged with assault.
Wait. Automatic rifle.
Because the gun is not an assault rifle. Assault is what you do with the weapon. That's assault. But most people don't even fucking know that. They're so infatuated with that Republicans and Democrats are using. They believe an assault rifle is an assault rifle. No, a rifle's a rifle. If you assault somebody with it, then you could say, yeah, you used assault with the rifle. But you can't say that the rifle is an assault rifle.
Okay.
That's like you'll be in court. Be in court every fucking day.
I said even the court. You asked me what it is, and then I used the wrong word. Not bad.
The thing is an assault rifle.
There's what I mean is like these bigger guns. You know, these weapons that can hurt the military. You know that when they send their force and the resistance forms their force, the resistance is going to probably have a better chance at winning. Yeah.
Anything the government can have, you can have.
Right.
Isn't that scary? Isn't that scary? Considering they got nuclear bombs. According to the Constitution. You can have.
Well, I don't have a F-35. I don't have a submarine. So I mean, I don't have a lot of things in the military.
As long as you don't care about the definition of words, you'll lose in court every time.
I don't plan to be in court anytime.
Well, I'm just saying, you're talking about fucking assault rifle, dude. There's no such thing as an assault rifle.
Gun.
There's no such.
Big fast gun.
Assault is what you do with the rifle.
Big fast strong gun. I know. Yes. Yes. If I had a rifle, right, I would be assaulting with. I'd rather assault with the rifle than with a bat. Yeah. So I would definitely be assaulting. If I had a rifle and I had to use it, I would be definitely assaulting someone with it. Yep.
It's, assault is like, we're pinned down, just give fire. I don't see him. Well, throw fire. That's called assault. Just pulling the trigger over and over again like you're in a military battle. You're assaulting the enemy. You're trying to keep them pinned down. Keep them from moving.
Yeah. Cover fire.
Assault is what you do with the weapon.
Yes. You know what I call my fists? Assault fists.
If I hit you in the head with a baseball bat, that's called assault with the deadly weapon.
I practice martial arts. I don't practice self-defense. I practice assault, offense arts. Yep.
Yeah. Assault
my
is what
fists.
you do with the weapon.
Yes. My fists are assault weapons. Yes. Just
Gun
like
is a
the
weapon.
rifles and yeah. My brain is an assault weapon. I'm always assaulting the globe with it. Right?
Dude, so many people have gotten off on, especially lately, so many people have gotten off on gun violence because they knew what a fucking assault weapon is. Any weapon. A fucking knife, baseball bat, a fucking... There's no such thing as an assault rifle.
Assault weapon.
There's no such thing as an assault rifle.
So English is my secondary language. Sorry. My bad. I should know better. I'm a flat earther. Sheesh.
There's no such thing as an assault rifle.
Yeah. I'll try to use the right words next time. Assault rifle is not the right word.
Well,
right? Yeah.
The world ain't what you think it is, but you think it is because, I don't know, media, outside influences. It's not your own discernment of the. It's not your own discernment of the earth you live in. It's outside influences.
You know what we call the machine gun, I guess, or the automatic rifle in my language? It's translated as spinning gun. Spinning gun. Yeah.
Well, I know an LMG and an HMG.
Yeah, well, that's what we call all. That's what we call all. Automatic assault weapons.
It's not an assault weapon. An LMG is a light machine gun.
Yeah.
An HMG is a heavy machine gun. And when you're using them, that's assault.
Yeah.
The thing is an assault gun.
Okay. Spinning gun.
Assault
Spinning gun.
With weapon. Legally.
Automatic rifles. There you go. I think that's the right
Not
word.
even an automatic.
High powered.
There you go again. Thinking no. It's just a light machine gun could be a semi-automatic or fully automatic. Depends on what. A heavy machine gun typically is a fully automatic. But you could still have a semi-automatic heavy machine gun.
Yep. Well, what I'm saying is in our language, it's one word, and it covers all the automatic, semi-automatic guns, which is fanga, that means gun. Ta'avili, that means rolling. Ta'avili. So, yeah, rolling gun. Because it rolls you, roll your head. Pa, 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 pa. Yeah, heads roll.
All I know is if I hit somebody upside the head with a baseball bat, that's assault with a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
Assault with the deadly weapon.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter the weapon you're using.
Yep.
Assault is a specific legal charge. Like assault rifle. That's
physical attack on a person.
Terms that's that's so lazy that no lawyer would touch it unless they had the upper hand. The opponent they was against didn't know what a assault rifle was.
Sudden violent onslaught on a place, or physical attack on a person.
Dude, I was charged with assault with a deadly weapon by using my fists. And I'm not trying to act like a tough guy. I've literally been.
Yeah. Were you in the military? Were you in the military?
No. I was only charged by the way it looked.
Have you ever taken any classes or anything?
Considered my hands assault with the deadly weapon by the way his face looked. I'm not trying to act like a tough guy, man.
No, that's
I was
why,
charged.
Dude.
I have a charge. Assault with by using my fists.
Of course. Look at his face, man.
It's because assault, the weapon. Assault is not a gun. It's not a rifle. It's not a pistol. Assault is what you do with the weapon.
Well, I think if you would have focused those attacks, same attacks on his body, where his body took the punishment, I think it would have been less obvious, right? And you might have gotten away with just assault.
He had braces.
Well, there you go. That's why.
His lips just cut the fuck.
Yeah, they wanted to nail you for that. Yeah.
It was cut the fuck.
Yeah, man.
So they charged me with assault with a deadly weapon with only using fists. A fucking assault rifle? Are you kidding me? I got assault with my fist.
Yeah, assault fists. Yep.
It's not called assault fists. It's called assault with a deadly weapon.
Okay, then deadly weapons. Yeah, my hands are deadly weapons. It's don't get too
That's what
close.
they
It might
are.
get hurt.
That's what they are. By the way his face looked. He had braces. He was cut the fuck, dude. So was my knuckles.
Ouch. Ouch, man. Just ouch. Yeah. Teeth, gums, and everything. Ouch.
Yeah, it's not a fucking gun. You can be charged with assault with a deadly weapon just using your fists. You can literally have that charge legally have that charge against you.
Yep.
No
That's
fucking
why-
gun. Assault is what you do with the weapon. Bat, fists, pair of nunchucks. Assault is what you do with the weapon.
Yes. The mind is the weapon. The body
Yeah.
is the extension
Not
of the
rifle,
weapon.
fucking weapon is.
Yeah. Anything the hand, the body touches, connects to, becomes an extension of the weapon. So the body is the weapon, the mind is the weapon because it's connected to the mind, and the body's connected to the mind. So yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and by the way, you hurt him. Yep.
Dude, he said he didn't want to press charges. I said I didn't want to press charges. But he was fucked up, and so was my fists. I had huge cuts on my fucking knuckles because of hitting somebody with braces.
I would have said
cut-
his brace.
Like cuts from a knife, dude. They look like cuts from a knife.
Yeah. That would have been the perfect time to say he hit my fists with his face. That's why my hands are cut up. He assaulted me with his face.
I was at a young age at the time. I won't lie. But it let me realize what assault with a deadly weapon is. The cop even said, if you're going to get smart with me, boy, I'll charge you with assault with a deadly weapon just off his face. Stuff the way
Holy
his-
shit, that's why. You got smart with him, eh?
I got a little smart with him. Because I was a little cocky because I won the fight. I was a little cocky about it.
And all of a sudden, officer, he started assaulting my fists with his face, using his braces as a weapon to cut my hands. And I was like, stop. And then he fell down, and I was like, ouch,
so
my
bad
hands.
I felt bad. Yeah, but I
Yeah, I
felt
was
bad
like,
talking. This guy was so fucked up. I felt bad.
Yeah, you know, ask questions later type of thing, you know.
I'm not trying to sound like a badass, dude. I fucked this dude up because he had braces. Like his lips were fucking. You couldn't even call them lips. This guy was bleeding so bad it was ridiculous. All because he had braces. It's not like I did some magic ninja shit. The fucking dude had braces, and I popped him in the mouth so many fucking times. It split my fucking fists, and it split his gums like. I don't know. They had to call the paramedics. The paramedics showed up because of how bad he was bleeding. The fucking ambulance. The fucking. Here, take you away to the hospital. You're fucked up.
Teenagers?
Yeah, I learned a lesson, though. I learned a lesson.
Never punch people with braces.
Never punch. And I'm serious. Not joking about it. You're going to fuck your hands up, dude. My hands were so shaking. They were so cut the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. punch them in the stomach.
No, I just kept hitting
body shots. Yeah, we must take care of our hands. You know, it's what we work with. So gotta look after them. Safety first.
The cop literally told me I can charge you with assault with a deadly weapon just off the way his face looks.
That's bad, man. That's bad.
I got 4 witnesses saying all I did was use my hands. He's like, "You want to get smart with me? I can charge you with assault with a deadly weapon right now."
Poor guy. Was he okay?
No, he was fucked up real bad, dude. I didn't want it. I didn't want it that bad. He was
Sucks
bad.
to be him.
Oh god.
He was bad, dude. He was real bad. Bleeding like a motherfucker, dude. Like,
Note to self. Don't punch people with braces in the face.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Lessons learned.
not repetitively. Maybe once or twice, but not repetitively.
Right. Body shots. Braces, body shots. Pow, pow.
So hello, I'm new. I just got VC verified. Hi guys.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So what is you got any questions? You burning questions or anything you want to start off with?
Oh no! I just want to put out front that I probably don't agree with you guys on the flat Earth thing. I'm a glober, but I do really respect your desire to question everything. I think that's really important, and we need more of that.
Have you questioned the globe yet?
What do you mean?
Right. Well, there's a radius.
That's why you're BC verified.
Yeah, there's a radius to the globe. You know, well, when you say we question everything, right? That's just the beginning. Is the radius of the globe is a certain distance, 3,959 miles.
Okay.
And that gives us a curvature rate, just like all balls do, all spheres do.
Mm-hmm.
This curvature rate does not exist. And according to this curvature rate, we shouldn't be able to see past 1.225 miles, right? Like,
well, it depends on your altitude and the altitude of the thing you're looking at.
Yeah. If you're standing on the beach, right, 6 feet off the ground, right, you shouldn't be able to see past.
Average human eye level. Yep.
So because we see so much farther than the so-called curvature, okay, I can't see the curvature from here, right? Yes, we do.
Do we?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we're told that. We're
capable of seeing so much farther than the curvature, meaning our eyes can see things that much farther. I'm trying to understand.
It means that the ground that we're looking across is not curving, right? Not curving according to the radius. It's not curving at all, right? So we go up, and we see that it still appears like it's not curving.
What about a boat on a lake, 2 miles down the lake, and you shine a laser on a target, right? Like that's an experiment we're all aware of, right?
Yes.
I'm only asking that question because you didn't specify radius. You said radius, but
no, he said 2 miles.
No, he said like 3,900 something miles.
Yeah, he said 2 miles. He said 2 miles. No, he said if it was 2 miles, right? Well, I
didn't say 2 miles.
I mean, you said there's a boat out there, right? How do we explain that there's a boat?
I did use 2 miles as an example. Yeah. I'm just 10 miles, we'll say, or 20 miles, or 1 mile, or whatever.
Right.
Well, what do you use?
the problem with that is that if you go up just a little bit in elevation, that boat comes right back. If you zoom in and you zoom in, the boat comes right back. It didn't go over anything, right? It went past your angular, because the plane beneath us, right, meets the sky above us at a certain distance. We call that the horizon, right? And when we go up that horizon, the plane beneath us, we see more of the plane, right? And that's what happens to that boat when we go up a little bit. We see that it's still on the plane, that it did not go around the so-called curvature that NASA says boats disappear bottom first.
Yeah, but if you go up, you should see more.
Yes, on a plane, right?
No, even on a ball, you should see more. Yeah, not a lot more, but some more.
Yes.
Would it be more flatness or more curve?
Well, I mean,
the higher you go.
Yeah, but the problem is when you go up and see more on the ball, right? A little bit more on the ball should be dropping down into that ball, right? And of course,
yeah, but when you go up, you're going to see farther, just not a lot farther.
This is what, yeah, but not on a ball, right? Like on a ball, there is a geometric horizon. On a plane,
yeah, I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Right. On a plane, though, you have a transparent. I mean, what you call it? An apparent horizon. So the big difference is that a geometric horizon will not rise up to meet, like keep rising up so you can see more and more, right? A geometric horizon, if you put something on the ball and move away from it, will start dropping down into said ball. Only a plane, right, would allow you to see more and more and more, and the horizon keeps moving back and back, and it's still not falling down into a ball, whatever shape.
Well, you don't know what's happening. You just know what you can see.
We know that 120,000 feet, the Red Bull jump happened, and there was a horizon right outside the camera. And we know that Neil deGrasse Tyson had to get on the YouTube and explain that stuff is flat. You're not going to see curvature at that
height. It was the wide-angle camera. It was a wide-angle camera.
Right,
and that's gonna have curvature where it doesn't necessarily exist. I've never been to 120,000 feet. I can't tell you if there's curvature at that altitude. And when you look at the scale that the Earth is supposed to be, that we're told it is, that we've measured it to be, 120,000 feet is almost nothing.
Well, then what is it that tells you there is curvature?
Right.
Well, I mean, we send rockets to space all the time. I'm assuming that we're going to have a hard time believing that here.
No. Hold up, stop. Wait, guys, wait. 1.225 miles. Okay, that number, comes from the radius of the globe. In other words, if the globe was a ball of this radius, right, we should 100% see the horizon drop down into that ball. If we were to go up just to 20,000 feet, just 10,000 feet, because it's a geometric horizon. That's why. Because the radius tells us. No. When you say,
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying I'll need, like, I'm kind of drunk right now and I'm ready for bed. But I'd do some math on that, and like if we go up 0.1%, which I think is what you're talking about, or 0.01%, something really small, like you're not going to see much difference or any at all.
What's 0.01% compared to the full percent? What's the full percent when you say?
Well, no, yeah, that's the thing. I'm not trying to make an argument here. I'm just saying, like, if if you look at like the radius of the Earth and you go up like just a like a hair above the surface. Like my understanding is the Earth is so big that the amount that Everest extends into the sky would be like a smoother than a cue ball if the cue ball was planet Earth.
Right. The next
Oh, so
question
you're
is,
Neil deGrasse.
but no, but now you're saying that the Earth does not have a radius. You're saying that the radius of the Earth is not 3,959 miles. You're saying that the Earth is so big that it looks flat. You're saying that the radius of the Earth is way bigger than that.
3,959 miles. That's the radius that we're told.
That's the claimed radius. Yeah, 25,000 miles circumference.
3,959 miles.
Yeah, there's a curvature calculator that was created by one of the globe Neil deGrasse Tyson and this guy named Mike West. Mike West. Okay, these are called science communicators. He came here. He used to be a game developer. He developed a curve calculator that all these people use to calculate curvature. And he even agrees when he came here that there is no known measurable or observable curvature. So
you
can use this calculator.
3,900. Look, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to get into an argument tonight. Maybe tomorrow we can or something.
Yeah, because you're having some drinks. Yeah, too. I agree. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm already drunk. Yeah, and I'm ready for bed. I spent a half an hour trying to get BC privileges.
Go ahead,
and I got to work. I got to work in 6.5 hours.
All right.
But so I did the math. 3,959 times 5,280 gives us a total of 20,903,520 feet. Right. So if we go up 20,000 feet or 30,000 feet, let's go up 30,000 feet, which is the top of Everest compared to sea level.
Did you say? Wait. Hey, hold on. Okay, what is that in miles? The 20 million feet. What is that in miles? Come on. Man.
Oh, yeah, it's 3,959 miles, which is what you said. I'm taking your numbers, which is what you said.
Okay.
The Earth is.
Okay, thanks.
In radius.
Yeah.
I'm using your numbers. I'm like, yeah.
It's not my numbers. These are their numbers. These aren't my numbers. Their numbers. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the numbers we're using today. Is that acceptable?
Perfect. Yes.
No, I'm still typing the numbers into the calculator. I'm just trying to figure out what percentage of the radius.
Man, you're missing only one point. You're missing only one point when you want to figure out. You have that number. Okay. That's great. Now you need to go up. Now you need to go out with that number. You cannot calculate at home, because from home you don't see anything.
Yeah.
Now you need to go to that sea level, what you mentioned before, sea level, and then you measure that mountain is called Mount Everest, and you know that Mount Everest is height 8,000 meters. Do you know why? Because you had that sea level.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. Can you measure elevation on the curved surface?
No, tell him again. Tell him again, because you did it right. He just didn't catch it.
You said
Explain
sea level.
Hey, do you are you in live stream voice text?
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna post this thing called the Black Swan. Okay, it's just a photo. You can download it and sleep on it if you want. Yeah, but it explains what we're trying to explain to you pretty much. But yeah, I'll read it. Modus tollens, right? Modus tollens is like a logical thing. If something is P, right, then Q, right, should be what it looks like. And if it's not Q, then it's not P. So for example, if the Earth is a ball, right, P, then it should have curvature, or Q. Okay? So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles, that's P, then every horizon distance, when you look around you and see the horizon, right, that measurement can't be more than 1.225 square root of the height of the observer, you. Okay? This is on the ball, right? But when we look at it, we don't have Q. We don't measure or see curvature when we do this. Therefore, it's not a ball. You understand how that works?
No, not at all.
Okay. If ball, then curved. If ball, let me simplify it. One last thing. If ball, then curved surface. If not curved surface, then can't be a ball. That's what it means.
Okay. What my answer is, give me some time to sleep on this and/or get sober, because I am drunk.
But only one important thing: you will not find one flat earther telling you from home, "Look, I made calculation. The Earth is flat." You know.
Okay, so there is one thing I would like to broach right now.
Can I ask you one? Can I ask you one question? Did you get it? That?
Let him ask. Let him talk. Hold on.
No. I'm moving on because I'd like to revisit this when I'm in a more sane mind.
Thank you for not listening to me. Okay.
I don't mean that insultingly.
He has to go soon, Sasha. That's why he has to go sleep. And he's drunk. He's drinking.
My brain is elsewhere. I'm thinking about bed right now. To be honest.
Can we do like this when you come next time? Very good. Can we do like this? Then we don't listen to you, and we will do like this, and we will be drunk then.
All right. Well, I'm sorry for insulting
Good position.
you.
Good position, huh?
Like, I hear what you're saying, but I did not come in here expecting an argument right out of the gate. I was just trying to get some things on the table.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a misunderstanding. Go ahead. Ask your question.
It's not a question. It's not a question. It's just an argument I've heard about the flat Earth that I don't think you guys probably subscribe to, but I just like to make sure that we're not there. And it's when you're flying on an airplane, they don't dip the nose to follow the ball. I'm sure you've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am a pilot. I fly little tiny airplanes that hold 2 people. And we don't move the nose of the airplane at all in relation to the Earth. You set your speed with the attitude of the airplane, basically how the nose is. That's how you set your speed. And you set your altitude above the Earth with your throttle. So if you want to go lower, you let the throttle out a little. If you want to go higher, you put more throttle in.
Lift, right? You're managing the lift.
Yeah, I mean lift, drag, gravity. Like there's 4 forces, right? Thrust, lift, drag, and gravity.
We'll cover that when you come back. We'll cover the gravity part. When
okay. Yeah. I want to say hi. I'm gonna get out of here right now. And I will absolutely be back tomorrow. And I'm very much looking forward to talking to you guys about all of this shit.
Hey, thanks, man. Can't wait till you come back.
Yeah. I'll be here about 18 hours from now or so.
We'll be here. We're here 24/7.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Easy. You too, mate. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, that sounds like a good one. Can't wait till he gets back.
Didn't sound too bad, actually.
Yeah, sounded genuine.
A bit.
Well, he did say they don't tilt the nose. They don't tilt the nose.
Bong. Can you imagine people coming? Listen this carefully. Can you imagine people coming here and speaking about ether and bullshitting stuff? You know. Can you imagine people here coming drunk like Helio? You know, and bullshitting stuff. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine me saying? Can you imagine me saying something and be muted because of that? What I said now.
Who's muting you?
I don't know. I want to ask who muted me.
I don't know.
I did because you tell him no. How about we don't speak to you and then he was going away from what he was trying to say. He was trying to say something before. He said he was gonna leave. He said he was gonna leave and he was trying to say something and you were telling him no. We're gonna get drunk and we're not gonna speak to you. And then he was like.
No, Jamesy, that was not the point. You get very, very wrong and very not correctly, you know. But next time, Jamesy, I respect you. But next time, when you want to speak about light and rainbows, don't speak about that, but because of bullshit, you know.
No, he wasn't getting what you were trying to. The guy was strong.
Sasha,
I'm addressing Sasha. Sasha's talking to me. Sasha's talking to me. Sasha's talking to me. Listen, I'm talking to Sasha at the moment. So the thing is that the guy was drunk. He was in a rush, and then he wasn't understanding what you were saying. So we wanted to hear and kind of have like a back and forth real quick before he left. And you were telling him this stuff that we were not gonna speak to him. So then I was just okay. Let's stop this right now. And then he was gonna get out what he wanted to say, and then he was gonna leave, and that's what happened.
This is good point. Okay, can you do that now? From now, Helio, wait.
All right, I will.
Helio, wait. Go ahead. Can you do that, James? Now, from now, can I say it? Can you, James, now do that from now till every day and every fucking day with everybody, not only with
Nobody can.
No, I can do it every day. I can do it every day.
Okay, look, can you stop that? Do that with me, please, James.
Gather 30 yards.
No, we actually can control you, Sasha. You know, with some of that
I've muted
bullshit.
Helio
Yes,
many
we can.
times. I've muted Helio many times.
I don't care.
I've muted other people many times, so it's not a big deal.
I don't care.
The guy was.
I don't care. I tell you, I don't care anymore. Because
it's okay. That's the whole thing that you don't care. That's the whole thing that you don't care.
No, Jamesy, this time you will not pass with this. This time you will not pass with this bullshit. Don't speak me like that. This childish bullshit. This childish bullshit. Don't fucking unmute me. Don't mute me again because of this bullshit. Mute me when I make fucking big confusion in the room. Then mute me. You know.
What? Yeah, that's why.
No,
that's
thank
why,
you.
Meaning right now, I can mute you right now, but I don't want to.
Don't mute Sasha, man. Stop.
Helio, can you? I dare you that you cannot do that. You don't have that power. You can mute me. You know.
Sasha, wait.
Hey, Sasha, I muted you and unmuted you just to listen to the guy what he wanted to say before he left. See, we didn't have time to be arguing about silly things. He came in. He said he was gonna leave, and I wanted to hear to the end, and that's exactly what we got.
Okay, great. I think that I have that click in myself, you know, and I will do it myself if I'm making confusion in the room. But okay.
And that's what you were doing, because the guys wasn't understanding what you were saying.
Jamesy, that's bullshit. Yeah. I'm telling you now, and again, that's bullshit. You will have in this room so many. Listen to me. You will have in this room confusion. You will not do that. You understand me, Jamesy?
Bullshit smells, and that is not bullshit. That is
Jamesy, listen to me. I will point you out. You will have bigger and every day bigger confusion than this one was last 10 minutes. You know how much bigger than ever. You will not do anything.
Is that why you asked who muted you so you can do all this bullshit spiel that you're doing right now?
I respect you, man, in every fucking sense.
Me too. I just wanted to moderate because there was a quick conversation that was happening, and I wanted to finish. And the guy come back instead of being looking for an argument with him.
That I'm speaking about this. This is not first time. And I said I will not speak about this anymore, and I hope it will not happen to me again. And it happened to me again, not to Vitzik, not to you. Helio.
It won't happen again if you shut the fuck up.
No, how about Helio? This is how about this? Da se ti goniš malo 3 pičke matine pizdati materina u strana. How about
Sasha, you got muted for 10
English
seconds.
English only, Sasha.
Okay, can you shut the fuck up?
You got muted for 10 seconds, bro. Come on, like it's not a big deal.
Sasha is right, though. Every time I come in, he's always muted. Somebody's muted.
Good, Sasha. It's easy. He's fucking silver. He's nobody. I can boot him. Yeah. No, I'm not speaking about you, Jamesy. I'm not speaking about you.
Yeah.
You were talking about me when I wasn't even here.
Do you want that I speak about you, Helio?
Yeah, fucking say it.
Stop.
Okay,
Stop.
great. I can
Stop,
bullshit
stop,
it
stop.
like a
Wait.
I can bullshit here for 1 hour,
I
and
want to
it's
say
all right,
something.
you know.
I want to say something, please. We were having a good talk. Somebody comes in, and now this is how we are. I think the miscommunication is kind of like blown every.
Yeah.
You're
I
right.
agree.
Listen, it's
I
very
agree,
simple.
Bone.
Listen,
I agree,
listen.
Bone.
It's
Yeah.
listen, guys.
Wait. Sasha's trying to address something that's been happening to him here. Okay, that's why I think we should listen to it. Because every time I come here, he's always muted. And I have to unmute him.
Always?
So please, can we get
Since
a
when?
little bit
No,
more
no, James. That's not true. It's not always. But this situation happening to me, and I'm hoping that I'm not the rude person in the room. And am I? Am I that?
No, it wasn't. Listen, it wasn't you as a person. I've been in the VC for long hours, and Bong has been speaking to James for hours and hours, and then this Glober joined, and he said, he was gonna leave in a little bit, and Bong was trying to bring some points, and he wasn't understanding what you were saying. And you were kind of upset by that, and then I said, okay, let's try to hear what he has to say, and not argue with him before he goes. So we got what we wanted to get. The guy joined. The guy said a few things, put a few things on the table, and then he said he was gonna come back. That's it. It's not a big deal.
I don't think it's a big deal either. But Sasha's making the big deal out of it.
Oh yeah, Helio, but look at this. How is about this that you say to me, Sasha? Look, this guy will go now.
No, you brought my name into the conversation because the guy was drinking. So
you didn't have to say that. Stop. You didn't have to say that. Okay, let's just get back on track real quick, man.
Listen. I muted you for 10 seconds, and then I unmuted you because I don't want to mute you for whatever other reasons. I just muted you so we can finish the conversation with the guy, and that's it.
Helio, sorry, because I used your name. Next time we'll use another name, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another.
Right,
it doesn't matter.
Cool, yeah, I mean, cool, but it's
and you know what? It will not be mine on that list.
Hey, it's. Obviously, I will be mute. Obviously, I will be inebriated sometimes, and that's But I don't necessarily try to cause a big problem. I don't know why you would think that you would put my name in your mouth about that. It's like with some
because if I have a power, I will mute you every 10 minutes.
No, you can't do that. So anyway,
why I am muted?
Well,
we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop.
It's just retarded. This is dumb.
Hey,
I shouldn't even have joined. Whatever. But I heard my name.
If you want to discuss about that, Helio, I'm open. Let's discuss about it.
I'm open, bro. I'm here a lot, so I mean, you can talk to me about it anytime.
For example, I don't want to mute nobody.
All right, is there a difference between a drunk flat earther and a drunk glober? Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Really?
Oh.
All right.
What? What is the difference? Their model?
No, they are both drunk, and one is wrong.
So they're both wrong because they're drunk? Is that what it is?
No, they're both drunk, and one is wrong. I told you.
Okay. Well, then why would you freaking bring my name into it when I'm not even fucking here when you were talking about it?
Anyways, the name of that guy was Think something. I forget now. I think we should prepare something for him. Because he's gonna be back. He'll be back in 18 hours. He's got his day scheduled. He has to go to work. So I think this guy might be pretty good. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. What was his name again? Shit.
It was safety third. Safety third.
Yes. Safety third. Yeah. When he comes back, let's have some tea ready, you know what I mean?
Bong, now every time when somebody, we will have many persons, and person will say, I will go home, and I don't have power to say, Bong, mute all people because this guy must go, and blah, 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 and that this will, this is like a fifth time that I'm telling people, do not mute people because of, tell them. Tell me, you know, Bong, when you was like fighting with the Helio, that everything happened like 2 days ago. The IE move was everybody in the voice stream too, because of, you know,
to shock people out of it. Yeah.
And you was the chaos. And I asked Helio, can you leave fucking Bong 5 minutes to make first confusion? Because I didn't felt confusion. And you could not say nothing about, and you know, and you were speaking about flat earth, nothing else. You could not say 5 minutes. You could not speak for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, I know. I kept trying to get back to the point. Wow, but I think that's a psychological thing, you know, that, you know, all debates.
But I'm listening. I'm listening everything, you know, and now I'm the point to be muted. My God, what the fuck is going on?
No, hold on. Bottom line, I love you, Sasha. I'm just saying. I was just like, comparing, you know, drunk people on the internet. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, it's fine. You know, obviously, you know, I own the tag.
I didn't want to,
or whatever.
I didn't want to offend you. I like a person or something, or that came from my mouth, or blah blah blah. It's not nice even. I
totally get it.
Sasha, what I agree with Sasha saying is that night when I was trying to do this, that I should have muted you. And I agree with him. If you're gonna mute him for something like this, that's what he's saying. Then what you did that night is totally deserving of a mute. When you were drunk and just going off about, you know, personal things and but questions. So stop muting Sasha.
No, let's say Helio, you're right.
I can't think of any time I've ever muted Sasha.
Helio, you're right. No, Bong, he's right with that, because I call his name in particularly, you know, and that was like
sure, but I'm a notorious drunk, so that's the thing, you know.
No.
Don't compare me to these idiot Glover drunks, you know.
I was not thinking about that. I was thinking more about what Bong said in a sense that he could not reach the point, you know, and nothing happened, you know. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. No, sure, yeah. I mean, I just want to set everything straight because I really like you, Sasha, and so yeah. I mean, I won't ever mute you. You know, when you're making some really good points, I just was wondering why you're comparing me to this stupid Glober drunk.
No.
It's not that. It's because we're mods and we're the ones behaving, you know, that way, right? But we don't mute each other. We actually distract from the topic, right? But he, right? When Sasha came in, of course, he kind of most misunderstood it, understanding what was happening, but he came in about Flat Earth, and you muted him, even though he didn't understand, was confused what was happening. Him. Not you, when Jamesy muted him, right? Because, you know, we were trying to get
Jamesy because we were arguing, and he just wanted to get everything done.
His point is, it's not deserving of a mute because he is not drunk, and he can get that he's confused and back off and mute himself. You know, he can do that, and it's not deserving of. What is deserving of a mute is the way we behaved that night. Is that the people were trying to talk about Flat Earth, and we kept like attacking each other about, you know.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean, it's just natural, you know, normal stuff that anybody would be pissed off about. You know, especially when your leaders are acting like a bunch of assholes, and you're just trying to talk about Flat Earth.
And listen, it's true. It was not long, you know. But I didn't know that will be long. Every time was long in the past, you know. And first, you can look in voice text chat. I wrote, Bong, unmute me, because I need to ask some. No, shut up, Eddie.
Yeah.
I get muted by, you know, like Jamsy's muted. Like he said, he muted me several times when I'm out of control. You know? And I don't mind it because I actually, I actually don't know sometimes when I'm out of control.
Yeah, that's all
right.
I
don't really take offense too much.
I'm offended only with this. That means that I was out of control, and I don't feel myself that I was out of control.
Oh, sure.
Well, you included we. You said we won't speak to you, whatever, when you come back, and we're gonna get drunk. I was like, okay, Sasha is, and then the guy was getting off what we were talking about. So yeah, and Bone was speaking to him. So just for that allowance and for the sake of the conversation and have the conclusion that we had, I think for me that was at that moment the right decision.
I told him that flat earther will not stay at home and calculate at home that earth is flat. They will go outside and measure that it's flat. And he didn't listen to that. He said he spoke about 1%. That's what's important to speak about 1%.
Sasha, shouldn't you respect the moderation? I mean, even though you disagree with us, shouldn't you respect the moderation? You know,
yeah,
when it comes
nobody was moderating. Nobody was moderating me because
that's not,
at that moment
you're missing. I got this one. You're missing the point. Okay, you get muted. All right, and people forget to unmute you. Okay, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times. Okay, like all the time. Like that's what he's saying. Okay, it's not that he respects the moderation. Gotta respect him. Okay.
Like Sasha,
yeah, I mean, moderators get muted too, so don't take offense. It's for the
QE muted me last week. Like I didn't cry. So, anyways, I muted you like for 10, 20 seconds. It's not a big deal.
It's all good, man. Yeah, I mean, just respect one another, right? I mean, we know when to do it and when not to do it. We can.
Love, bros. It's all love.
I hate being fucking mod. I hate being mod. I hate being in charge. I hate having power. Wish I could just be a blue little earther, like.
Just like if there's a conversation going on and somebody's a little out of control, but you want the conversation to flow, then you're gonna mute somebody every once in a while. I mean, it's kind of the way it goes. I mean, if they get pissed off and then make a big deal about it, then you're gonna have to mute them again. You know.
Well, let's just reserve our muting powers for globies that disrupt. Yeah, how about that?
No, you have to mute flat earthers sometimes too. So
no, Bong, it will happen again and we need this for 5 minutes, 10 minutes also. Like Ether, if Ether has time, then we have time also for this. That's all. I need to bring my daughter in school. Everything.
Next time we mute you, Sasha, it's going to be in space time.
But, whoever mute me, I will ask somebody. Or I will maybe ask you, Helio, fuck, unmute me. Somebody mute me.
Oh, sure. So, I mean, but dude, I love your argument, Sasha, but it's just like it's not just me and dude. Like I said, I get muted by other people all the time.
No, I'm telling you,
when it happens, it's just like just go, oh, okay,
This is important part. What you are all missing. That means this. Sasha was crossing the line. That means that moderator is doing this. Sasha, listen, and then Sasha stop immediately.
Because you can't talk because you were muted. That's why.
Yeah, but if you tell me, Sasha, you are crossing the line. Can you now?
Sure. If I mute you, I'll message you and say, "Hey."
No, don't mute me, Helio.
Don't mute him. He's saying, "Use your mouth, okay?" And say, "Sasha, please wait." And he will wait. That's what he's saying.
And I think that often happens with a lot of people, but it doesn't always work for a lot of people, even if they're not drunk. Even if they're not drunk, a lot of people have diarrhea of the mouth.
I'm telling you now, it's working.
Yeah, but we're not talking about other people. We're talking about Sasha.
No.
Okay, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, just say.
Fucking love you guys. This is the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Let's continue the conversation.
All right, we good? Forward march.
Everybody's good. Forward march. I watched Full Metal Jacket again the other night. I freaking love that movie. Don't you guys love that movie?
Not really.
You hate to love it. You hate to love it. It's just like I would never want to be a Marine. See, you're in the Navy, Bong. So it was a different kind of right? Or I don't know. I wouldn't know. I've never been in the military, but boot camp for the Navy was a little different than the Marine.
It's like it's you know how QE when QE is in here, yeah, it's just like that.
He was Air Force.
That's exactly what being in boot camp is like. When QE is in here and he's talking to us, that's boot camp. Like it's literally what it sounds like and feels like. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like literally.
But that's not Marine boot camp, right?
It's Full Metal Jacket. This is how they talk to you. This is how you're spoken to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
just
more
like Full Metal
intellectual.
Jacket.
It's just like, dude, I get it. But I'm like when I was watching Full Metal Jacket, and I watched it when it first came out, and I've watched it at least 10 times, I think. One of my favorite movies, but in Marine boot camp is totally different than Air Force or Navy boot camp. Am I wrong about that? I'm not sure.
By the time I got into boot camp, they changed a lot of things. They got a lot softer, and this whole.
They can't hit you in the face.
Well, it's changed, right? It's the new, thinking man's Navy, right? Military. You gotta. Yeah, it's changed. So what you saw in Full Metal Jacket, that's not what it is today.
Do you ever watch some of those videos where they analyze the Full Metal Jacket Marine camp boot camp video? There's like somebody that's a Marine that went through boot camp, and they.
No.
You haven't seen that? No, hold on, let me find it. It's interesting to have someone that's been through the Marine boot camp analyze the video and say, "Oh, this is interesting."
Mike could probably explain it just by.
Yeah. Mike has explained it, on here a few times. So but it's really kind of like it's almost like that, It's just like Private Pile. It's just like he's in your fucking face,
dude. A fucking
Private Joker.
We had a Private Pile in our division. Somebody stole a donut. Everybody fucking laughed because Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, really? So it was already a thing.
The instructor laughed. The guy that stole the donut laughed.
But he didn't get
this motherfucker exists. I was like, I can't believe this is real. Private Pile is real, man.
Yeah, bro.
But we did it.
It's just like
we don't do that shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a video of a guy that went through Marine boot camp like back in the day, similar to what they had on that movie. Let me find it.
Let's get back to that. Yeah.
Flat motherfucking Earth.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Where's this flat Earth that everybody keeps talking about? Oh, it's right in front of your face.
It's all in your mind. Like, what? This is real? Neo, remember Neo? This is real? The mind makes it real. Hey, Neo,
yeah, that's the God's honest truth. Is Earth what they told us it is? Well, it obviously isn't, because we all experience the same Earth. And just like, people knew coming, like, well, the Earth isn't what we experience because I believe it's this, and my belief is And my strange belief is my freaking rainbows and cartoons and unicorns are something that we never could experience, but if you believe it hard enough, it will actually manifest itself as the globe, third rock from the sun.
You believe in magic? Yeah, belief, right?
I'm not gonna lie. I do believe in magic, but I don't believe in magic that way. Because the earth isn't magic. It's the only thing that we can experience. But as far as spirituality and electromagnetism and even magic, I'm all about that shit. But this stupid globe Earth, I ain't all about that at all.
Are you talking about technology?
Bro, I mean, this stupid globe shit is the most ridiculous thing. And I've been into conspiratorialism, if you want to call it that, for a very long time, and I don't buy it.
When I was a glober, I thought it was the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, me too. But I thought,
it did, man.
Yeah, the solar system, the universe is like, this is badass. And the first time I heard about flat Earth, I was like, oh, this is. Why is somebody saying flat Earth? And I was like, this is dumb.
I thought the universe, the Big Bang and the universe was God's work. I thought it was beautiful, right? It's like, you know what it looks like? This is what it looks like. Wow, God, it's so beautiful.
So amazing, isn't it? It's like explosions, and it's just like,
so pretty.
Black holes colliding.
What is this? This is a quasar. What? A quasar.
Anyway, here's the video I was talking about.
Blasts of energy from this quasar, right, are millions and hundreds of millions of miles wide. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, this is a video I was talking about the Marine.
Yeah, man.
This is the video I was posted in live stream voice text. The Marine reaction to what he experienced, you know, as a Marine in boot camp, and he was giving his opinion about how accurate it is. And
what was his conclusion? Accurate? Very accurate?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Because it's a Marine, they pretty much will kick you in the nuts.
Yeah. The actor that plays the instructor was also a Marine. So.
Yeah, he died last year, and it was just like, yeah, bro, it's one of my faves. And yeah, dude, he was like, yeah, I've seen this video, and Full Metal Jacket is one of my favorite videos. I mean, movies. And bro, this dude's like, yeah, that's pretty much what Marine boot camp's like.
But is that
like,
what
who wants
war,
to go through that?
But is that what war is really like?
You remember in the movie when he asked Private Joker to give him his war face? You remember that?
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember it, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like,
wow,
bro, if you're in war, I don't want to be there, and I never have been, but I think Private Joker did a good fucking badass war face.
Yeah.
And that's what he was asking for. Give me your war face. Sound off! I was like, Like, I'm going to war, and I would never want to go to war, but
That's all programming.
That is one of the best movies ever of all time. Full Metal Jacket is in my top 10. And this video shows you this is what Marines went through in boot camp, and the guy's pretty much like, yeah, it's pretty much like that,
Boot camp, basic training. It's all initiation and preparation, of course, but it's mostly initiation. Like indoctrination and initiation.
It's different for like the Air Force and Navy.
No, it's the same for all. It's the same for all of it. It's like Freemasonry.
Is it really?
Yeah. The point of the initiation is that you go through something very hard, difficult, okay, with somebody else, and when you come out on the other side, your bond, you
push yourself. Yeah, you push yourself to the extent, and your brothers.
Yeah, well, it's a ritual that challenges you and the person you're going through with. Because you shared this very special experience, your bond is now closer than anything, right? You would die for each other. So it's initiation into a gang, into a family. You know what I mean? Into a brotherhood.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how tough it is. I mean, it might be tougher for the Marines or Air Force, Navy, or whatever. But you all go through. I mean, it's. And I get that too. And I think we actually, with
James,
we didn't do training for like flat Earth thing.
James was asking,
but we all have each other's back here in flat Earth, right? In this thing. But there are a lot of military men, just like you. I mean, but we do actually have each other's back, when it comes to a lot of fucking shit that we take here, when it comes to new people coming in, if they're fucking attacking one of our friends, it's like, what the fuck? No.
Patriotism, right? Patriotism. That's what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you suspect somebody, that's a terrorist, right?
Well, as a matter of fact, Sasha is a trusted member here. I mean, even though I, gave him some shit tonight, that doesn't mean he's not a trusted member anymore. I mean,
So boot camp, the military basic training, right, is designed to brainwash you and turn you into a patriot, somebody who would give their life for this idea that America is this bright and shining symbol of hope, unity, justice, and freedom, and love.
Okay, cool. Let me ask you this, Bong. Now, on that point, do you think that America deserves that from you? I mean, especially since you grew up in American Samoa, which is all the way across the world.
What I'm saying, right, is that it is designed to brainwash you, right, into thinking that you're this when you're just fighting for some fucking bankers. You're just a goddamn killer for hire.
God bless America, right?
God bless America.
America! Fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! Bitch, do you think I give a shit about America? I give a shit about humans.
Yeah. In America.
It's just like a lot of people think flat earthers are just like they
you don't give a shit about Cubans.
In modern times
you don't give a shit about Cubans, though, do you now, Helio? You don't give a shit about Cubans, do you?
Oh shit, Jen.
Cuba?
Just because I was on the other server talking about Cubans. You
don't give a shit about humans, do you? Because you don't give a shit about Cubans. Don't lie.
I was on Michael's server, earlier tonight, and now Jen's over here fucking tracking me. Anyway. No, it's not about that, bro. It's not about that. Or do you think I don't give a shit about Japanians? Or some fucking shit about that?
I don't really give a shit what you give a shit about.
I don't give a fuck what you think of fuck. See, now here we are again. I'm arguing with somebody again.
As long as you don't say stupid things like Cubans should be annexed to the United States.
Well, I was just wondering what. Stupid. All right. With everyone that's in this room, since you brought it up, I was wondering how the Dominican Republic is a part of the United States when Cuba's not. How is it annexed on the other side of it?
Well, what about Washington, D.C.? How is it the capital of the United States and it's not even part of the United States?
See, you're missing the whole fucking point, bro. And you can get pissed off at me, but I'm making a very
not
solid
missing any point.
Washington D.C. should be annexed. Washington D.C. should be annexed to Cuba. That'll make it fair.
Think Cuba has a chance against the United States?
Washington D.C.
They let them be communists. Like right off the shore of Florida, they let them be communists.
What the fuck are we talking about, man?
I know. Well, this is an argument that Jen and I were having in. It shouldn't happen here. Cuba shouldn't exist. If it was supposed to be a thing, bro. I mean, it's like, don't you think America could have?
Why do you care? You're not Cuban. But why do you care what happens to them?
Jen's not Cuban. He's an Englishman that lives in fucking Japan. Anyway, now you're coming here and fucking...
I am an African. You got it wrong. I'm an African who was born in England.
Really? African that grew up in Europe and then, then you're Japanian and all kinds of shit. Who gives a fuck?
Right. I'm moving around, man.
Yeah, you're a fucking mover. You're a mover and a shaker, aren't you?
I'm a mover and a shaker. That's right. That's the one.
All right, cool. So why do you think Cuba, why did they let Cuba exist as a communist quote-unquote nation? Hold on. Quote-unquote nation off the shore of Florida. Don't you think there's a reason?
Cuba can have it. That's the reason.
Cuba can't have it. Dude, they can't have it. Look at America. Look how big it is. Look at the England. Look at fucking Spain, France. It's like Cuba, this little fucking island. It's just like the only communist nation. They let them. We let them do that.
Okay. We let them do that. There's no we, Helio. What the hell do you mean we let them?
It's not like we.
You pay taxes.
Right.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
It's wrong. You pay taxes and then you die. That's all you do.
All right,
what do you
check
mean?
This out. No, check this out. Yeah. All right, so people will like risk their lives to travel from Cuba on freaking plastic bottles that they make into ships.
They want to get the fuck away from what's going on there. What's wrong with that,
bro? If we didn't want Cuba to exist,
who's we again?
America, England, Spain, France.
It's the governments doing whatever the fuck they're doing. You don't have anything to do with it. You don't have any power to affect change.
Bro, I'm telling you, if
you and those Cubans are the same fucking people. You're treated the same.
All right,
You're exactly
not
the
we.
same.
I'm not part of them either. I'm just an observer.
You're just
No.
You're just as a
Do you
victim.
think
as
there's
they
a
are of the
reason
system.
that they let? Here's what I'm saying. Do you think there's a reason they?
You're lucky.
God damn it, Bong!
Sorry.
Do you think there's a reason they let Cuba exist that way? Because obviously it would. The UN could take it over quite succinctly, in a fucking heartbeat.
Who cares what the reason is?
Okay. Well, then why the fuck are we talking about it? Why shouldn't it be annexed by America?
Why should it? Who cares what should be done with it? Like, there are plans.
You ask
for
me
every nation,
because it's right off the shore.
There are plans for every
Florida.
nation. There are plans for every nation, and every nation plays a role. Like, we don't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, it's because of characters. It's because
we're
of
stuck in
characters.
these-
The story. Listen, the reason they let it happen is because they can make stories and build caricatures and fucking stories in Hollywood and everything. Because obviously, the countries that surround Cuba could actually just like annex it and just take it over, and nobody gives a shit. But it hasn't happened. It's really, it's a borrowed country as a it's like it's not even Russia anymore. I mean, it's just like Russia. I mean, well, hold on. Cuba and North Korea are the only communist countries, and China, but whatever, that exist in the Western world.
Why whatever? Because they make stuff for us.
Why whatever? I mean, it's like, why should I give a shit about Cuba, a communist country right off the shore of Florida?
I love China, man. I love Chinese people. I love Chinese food.
I love their cheap ass fucking shit that I
love
buy
Wing
from
Chun,
them.
right? But I don't love the Chinese government, and I don't really give a shit about it or what they do. You know what I mean? Because
why are you talking about China? I'm talking about fucking Cuba. I'm talking about
Same
Cuba.
thing with Cuba. Same thing with Cuba. Okay,
all right, so do you love their products?
Listen.
I mean, what's your favorite product from Cuba? What's your favorite product?
Let's not forget. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget
movies. Your favorite product from Cuba is movies.
Castro. Hang on.
Stop, Helio.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Fidel Castro did give medical assistance to the emergency services that were injured in 9/11, yeah, because the American government wasn't forthcoming with medication and compensation and help. So they took them to Cuba and they got sorted out. Do you remember that, guys? If you watch, I think it's not, is it Sicko? I think it's Sicko by Michael Moore. He takes a bunch of these first responders over to Cuba, and you won't believe it. The Cuban firefighters lined up and saluted them in their uniforms, and then gave them medical help for a few weeks.
Sham. It's a sham.
That was brilliant.
They call it a communist country, but
Cuba,
it's not.
Okay, don't forget that.
Yeah, it's a sham, bro.
Yeah, and America is here to save the day. Right?
Good guys. We're the good guys.
And you believe that?
Yeah. Well, that's okay, but I mean, it's like,
not
even with
okay.
Cuba, it's not okay. But I mean, it's like how the fuck can it be okay when they're claiming that Cuba is a communist country, but they're completely infiltrated with Western ideologies and shit, and they claim a dictator.
There's no such thing as a communist country.
The dictator from Cuba is one of one of the president in Canada. Anyway.
there are no communists and there are no capitalists. There's just everything in between. That's all there is.
Like, sure, but the story...
calling people commies and capitalists or whatever the hell else.
Right, but that's a political ideology. You know, it's a waste of time.
It's a lie.
Yeah, but it's not a lie because it's functional, but it's actually it can cause a lot of problems that people can utilize for years, with political dissonance and ideas, and so that's how politics works. But once you see through the fucking bullshit, you can't be affected by it anymore. But to a certain extent, I mean, you still can be, because your friends and families are affected. Go ahead.
There's this book by Niccolo Machiavelli called The Prince. So I mean, I think that's pretty much sums up politics. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What does it say? Can you give a summation of?
It's just all the devious, evil ways that you can manipulate people and climb your way to power.
Through politics. Through politics.
Well, he gives examples. He'll give examples of how, like this guy, this ruler or this king or this guy, you'll give these examples of situations that actually happened and how you should take a lesson from it. Yeah, Machiavellian. When they say, "Oh, that's very Machiavellian," right? They're saying that
exactly.
It's evil.
Right. It's just like the generic version. I mean, when you say Machiavellian, it means generic politics of how you can control populations. It's just like plug and play.
Evil, yeah. In an evil way, though.
Yeah. Evil motherfuckers. And that was the bottom line of everything that I just went through. Shit with Cuba and with that fucking Cuban Missile Crisis. That was a bunch of bullshit too. That was all fucking political. Evil motherfuckers.
It should have been titled, it's called The Prince. It should have been titled How to Manipulate Your Way to the Top. If it was rewritten today. That's what it would be.
But you can't even make your way to the top unless you're part of the elite families. So it's like you're a fantastic person, right? You know what fantastic means? Fantastical, fantasy. You're just like it's like I'm the next step to the next step of the next corporate entity or president or any type of entity that that might be senators and congressmen and all that shit. This is their goal, and it's like, I'm gonna make shit happen. I want to help people. They don't want to help people. They want to help themselves.
Well, they'll take something that's actually not good for people, and they'll reword it so that when people hear it, they think it's something else that's good for them, right? And because people don't read, but because people don't pay attention and read the fine print, they just sign it off, right?
And the worst part about it, even if you're a good person, you want to get involved in politics, you'll find yourself in a situation where you're going to have to compromise your ethics, and then you're fucked.
Yeah, it's called bribery. I mean, lobbying. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. And I've said forever that lobbying should be illegal in Washington, D.C.
So bribing people is bad?
No, it's not even. They don't call it bribery, but it is pretty much what.
Yeah, because it's negative.
But it should be illegal in Washington D.C. Lobbying should not be a thing, and then we could actually, kind of figure out.
Well, then how else are corporations going to get what they want?
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying.
How else are you going to fund that campaign?
If you make lobbying illegal, it will shut down the entire system. And maybe it'll be tough for a while for a lot of people, but they'll be like,
yeah, I know. It sucks. It's going to save a lot of lives, probably.
Dude, it's going to
sucks, man.
It will stop inflation. It will stop inflation.
People are going to stop dying. Yeah. People are going to live healthier. Fucking sucks.
But we can't do it. We can't do
it. What can a slave do, right? Like, let's say you're a cow on a farm.
You can lobby for your freedom as a slave. I'm gonna vote for my fucking slaver. Oh God. I mean, it's not funny. It's not funny at all. I mean, it's just like I feel like I'm under slavery, and so I'm gonna vote for my best slaver and see which one treats me the best.
The less evil one. The lesser of two evils.
The lesser of two evils, yeah.
Oop.
Yeah, I knew Gemsy was when I started talking about it.
Vote for the lesser of two evils.
That's absolutely not true, Gemsy. The Dominican Republic is a part of the USA.
Check it out. Who cares? Because they say American
Samoa.
So
is Puerto Rico. So is Puerto Rico.
They say American Samoa is also part of the U.S., right? But we're not.
Oh,
yeah,
exactly. Maybe I'm wrong both ways. Fuck it.
We're considered an unincorporated territory of the United States. What that means is we're a colony. Yeah, we're considered nationalists.
It's a colony. Yeah, it's a nationalist colony.
Have you ever? You know how you have a citizen, right? And
it's like associated. It's association, not.
What's a non-citizen, right? What's a non-citizen called there? There's another kind of person called a national
employee. A lowercase citizen is an employee of
the
government.
What? Somebody say I'm a lowercase citizen. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean that goes for any member of the political process.
Yeah. So I mean, if you think about nations and countries, I saw this in the movie. If you think about it in terms of corporations, right? And you are an employee, like the bro said just now, of that corporation, and things will make more sense, right?
Corporation.
Right? Each corporation has a culture, just like countries, nations, right? A brand. So, the world is a world of consumers, and it's made up of corporations, not nations. Isn't that kind of make things make sense more, right? That's why that's why it is the way it is. What do you think? Yes.
This is why me and Jim. Yeah, this is why I said this, and I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong, Jimsy. So Dominican Republic, see, like you make jokes, I can't even figure out, Jimsy, if you actually are Dominican or freaking Mexican, I don't think you're Mexican because your accent doesn't.
It's from Puerto Rico.
Oh, he's Puerto Rican. Okay, cool. But anyway, so yeah, this is why I give Jimsy so much shit, and he gives me shit back.
Puerto Rico.
Miguel, are you in? You're in South America, right?
No, I'm from Portugal, next to Spain.
Oh, Portugal. Oh, yeah. Fuck, I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah, you're definitely Portuguese. And Jimsy is in Boston, but from the Dominican Republic. Fucking fuck with him again. I know he's not Dominican.
He's Puerto Riqueño.
I know. I just had to fuck with
Yeah. And there's only a few corporations that own the world. They all corporations.
Dude, I had a girlfriend that was Puerto Rican. Oh my god, she was like Brooklyn Puerto Rican chick, but she was in Arkansas. I fucked that shit up, but we had a good time for a while. She was awesome, man. Oh man, she was so. Anyway.
No regrets.
Yeah. No remorse. No repent. We don't care what it meant. Another day. Another day. Yeah, bro. She was so awesome. I fucked that shit up. And just like I do with every relationship I have with a woman. But, bro.
Got a good attitude.
I love that girl. She was freaking awesome and sexy. Man, it was. And she could cook some fucking Puerto Rican, like shit of it is just like.
Man, you really fucked up.
Yeah, I fucked it up. I fucked it up real bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I fucked it up.
Fucking bad.
Yeah.
God damn. You know how hard it is to find a woman that can cook. Fucking.
No, but cook and had to. Had to buy and loved God, all that shit. She had everything, and I messed it up.
You thought she was too good for you.
She probably was. So
see, that's your problem, man. That's your problem, man. You gotta stop thinking like that.
Dude, she was all the way Puerto Rican, man, from Brooklyn. It was very. And I was the first white guy she was with, because she was with black guys in Brooklyn, but somehow she found her way into Arkansas, and we hooked up, and somehow I fucked it up. I was the first white guy she ever fucking was with,
Fucked it up for all white guys.
That was fucking crazy, bro. I don't know how I fucked it up. Well, I do know how I fucked it up, but. It was because I met her in church, and we got too hot and heavy, and it's like, we can't do this because we're not supposed to be doing this. Anyway, that's another thing. But, bro, she was. I mean, it wasn't because, the sexiness of it. It's just she was freaking awesome, and so am I, right? You guys think I'm awesome?
Apparently,
I actually missed out. I mean, I think about her all the time, but it's just like we should have actually been together. But anyway, it ended, and man, she was freaking awesome.
Shamsi is asking.
She was Puerto Rican.
Shamsi is asking, did you give her papers?
I didn't give her papers. Well, I mean, in a way I did, I guess. I don't know. We did have some good times together before the shit just This is like, okay, we're not supposed to be doing
Puerto
that.
Rico. You don't need papers if you're Puerto Rican.
This was in Arkansas, so anyway.
You're automatically a citizen if you're Puerto Rican. So.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but dude, she was freaking. This is one of my great regrets is not really solidifying that relationship with her, because that was one of the most awesome time. I was in love with this woman, and
you fucked it up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she fucked up. Who knows? It just.
You said you fucked it up. You know.
Well.
So
we went to church together, and it was like we were doing stuff that church people don't do.
Judging from what you've said about her, okay, I think I agree. I think you did fuck it up. I think
I fucked it up. I ain't gonna fuck. Dude, I fucked it up really bad. I mean, it's like I could have fucking made it happen, but I fucked it. I fucking miss her every day. She was fucking awesome, bro. I miss her.
We'll meet another Puerto Rican chick and try again. Yeah.
Or if I find another Puerto Rican badass bitch, I'll fuck it.
It's called the internet. You can just look it up. I mean, damn, dude. We're on Discord, and they're everywhere.
We had a lot of fun when we were together, but anyway, it was my fault ultimately. It was my fault. But anyway, but yeah, she was awesome.
So it's always
shout out to the Puerto Ricans, man. Genzi, I met a Puerto Rican woman and we fell in love, and then I fucked it up.
Are you trying to okay.
Did you say, was I trying to what?
Is this before Flat Earth or after Flat Earth?
Oh no, this is way before that. Yeah, this was in my my mid-20s and stuff. Yeah.
I was gonna say
we met at church. We met at church, and we had a good time. She had a couple kids, and I had a kid, or whatever. We'd like watch movies and stuff. And then shit got super whatever. Whatever, but I mean, she was awesome, and so was I. I guess. I don't know. We fell in love.
So what? You're never gonna give marriage another shot, or is that where you're at?
Yeah, I will never get married again. I mean, I'm.
What about a girlfriend?
I'm almost 50. I as far as dating, I'm up for dating, but I don't put an emphasis on it.
Man, there's 60, 70-year-olds freaking dating all over the place on the internet, and you think you're too old? Yeah.
I didn't say I'm too old to date. I'd just rather hang out with you dumbasses fucking and go out with some other dumbass on the weekend. I mean, I hang out with my friends sometimes. We'll go camping or go to the club or whatever. Well, I'll do that sometimes, but I mean, I'd really rather hang out with you fucking dumbasses.
Anne needs a woman, in my opinion.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it doesn't mean I don't need flesh to flesh.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Get on skin. Let the love begin.
No, I'm talking about the feminine side of the females. I'm talking about the other things that you can't do.
I can't tell you what a woman thinks, because
a companion. like the Bible says, you know.
Sure, yeah, good partner. I was married twice, and both of them turned out to be assholes. So
King Solomon had 500 wives, man. Keep trying.
All right.
You can do it.
Third time's a charm, right?
This guy stopped after 2. Are you serious?
Yeah, but I guarantee you, if I marry someone, if I marry someone else, it won't be legally. It won't be legally. But if I find someone, I'll
can't just marry any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Right? I mean, Sue, Jane, and Karen. You can't just marry any Karen, Stu, and Jane that you fucking run into. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta pick the right one. Like,
no shit.
That's where the effort goes into, right? Is assessing. Is this gonna be cool in it? And it takes time. Right?
I'm not necessarily a catch, so it doesn't. For the most part, it's just like women that are. Either way, I mean, either way, I mean, I don't,
We're talking about
looking. I'm not looking. I mean, I'm
we're not talking about a woman who's looking for a trophy, right? We're talking about a woman who's looking for a friend, like you, right?
Hey, bro.
Right.
I've met a lot of women here online,
but you've only been married twice.
No, but it was before online, right? That was a long time ago.
Look, you have not experienced the many kinds of women out there. I think about it, right? Of all the women in the world, there's probably like so many of them that's perfect for you. You just haven't run into them yet. So, it's all about positioning. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
At the same time, I don't feel like I'm in position. I mean, but hold on, Bong. I'm about to say that I know when I do meet the woman, it will be that person, and I won't marry them.
Well, just
and they have to agree to not marry me.
Two different things.
I won't be marrying someone else.
Legal marriage, you're bringing the state into your relationship.
Yeah, I'm not going to marry anyone
marriage.
Else.
It can be done.
But if I meet someone, who's the guy with the very light voice?
Oh, sorry, I might need to turn up my mic.
Yeah, go ahead and increase your microphone volume.
Hang on 1 second.
Oh, is it
hard to hear me right now?
Yeah, Zoltan G. How the fuck do you pronounce that?
Zoltangy.
Zoltan. Why don't you turn your microphone up so we can fucking hear you?
Aaron? Is it Aaron?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I will never get married legally again. But if I meet the right woman, I will marry them, but not legally. Anyway,
why would you legally marry a woman that's not right for you, and then not legally marry the woman that is right?
Because fuck legal.
What if that's what she wants?
Well, then she's not the right woman for me.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna be alone for the rest of your life.
Probably.
Yeah,
is she waiting for me to bring her the fucking biggest diamond ring she's ever seen before I marry her legally? I mean, is this what she wants? That's not what I want.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I was saying is legal and lawful marriage are two completely different things. Legal marriage, you're bringing the state into your affairs. It's two corporations. Your name is a corporation, and then her name is a corporation, and you're coming together.
That's exactly something, and I've already done that twice, and I'm never gonna do it again.
Yeah, well, a lawful marriage, you can just do it with 2 witnesses and record it into a family Bible, and that's a lawful marriage. You can actually.
It's an agreement. It's it's a lawful agreement, not legal.
Yeah, legal and lawful are two major different things.
Yep.
If you have a lawful marriage, but it's not legal, is it still recognized, like, by the state?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree then. Yeah.
Yeah,
Lawful
man. You
legal,
sign. You go through the
You'd have to give public notice, like put it in a newspaper or something that they used back in there. Like you post it at the library and like take a picture of it each day or something for like 30 days.
But I guess as long as she agrees with it. Yep.
Sure. I mean, I have a couple of friends that, they're married, but they're not legally married, but her husband and wife. They got married at a rock festival by through other means or whatever, which I consider that they're committed to each other. They've been together for years.
By a satanic priest? Is that what you were going to say?
No. Well, sort of. Not satanic, but
well, is that lawful?
There was witchcraft involved.
That's illegal marriage, though.
Anyway, but it's they freaking they're still together. All kind of shit.
But is it lawful? Right?
Wait. Is legal marriage the only way to be connected to someone?
If the process or the ceremony is performed like by, say, people worship, say, Luciferians, is it lawful? Because it's still lawful?
Yes.
What do you think?
Wait, what was the question? What was the question?
If you're married by a satanic priest, it's still a marriage.
Is it recognized by God? Is it lawful?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to ask God about that one.
Well, then as long as it doesn't matter. I don't think who marries you, as long you might you as long as you have two witnesses and record it.
That's legal.
Yeah, and give public notice on it. Then it will actually stand as
be married by a satanic priest. Yes, you can definitely be married by a satanic priest, and that's legal.
But is it lawful?
It would be, if it's a priest, it's going to be a legal marriage, from my understanding.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be legally married. You want to be lawfully married. Every lawful is way better than legal, in my opinion. In most regards, the legal is statutes and codes, and like if you get pulled over and given like a speeding ticket or something, it's a legal matter.
Property, like when you're legally married, property is combined unless you sign a prenup or whatever, all kind of shit. All that shit's legal, right? But if you're lawfully married, then it's 50-50.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Anyway, I mean, it's like that's too much to talk
about. Yeah, our language is what's really sucked everything up. Like, as far as being taken advantage of by the so-called government or the elites, whoever it is that's done this. Like, if you find like old law books and stuff, like a person, like what do you think person means? A person is a government, or not a government employee. It's a corporation. A trust. What else? It's so like what happened is, have you guys heard of a maritime law?
Yeah, it has to do with shipping.
Yeah, well, it has to do with all.
Yeah, I know. I only said that to.
No. It also does have to do with shipping, but it was brought onto like the land quite a while ago. I don't know exactly when it was that it got instated. But yeah, so the only way that people, like corporations, can only contract with other corporations. They can't contract with a man or a woman. And so, oh my God, I'm like forgetting what I was saying. Sorry, I'm so high.
A person, legal fiction that is on paper.
Yeah. Yeah, so the corporations can only contract with other corporations. So when we're born or birthed, we're given a birth certificate, and it's a corporation that's created it with the name that we were given. It's the name that we use. It's not our name, but it's a name that we use.
You came through the birth canal.
Yeah. The currency. The banks are at the edge of the river, at the river banks. That's why it's a bank. Yeah. Hey, listen to Jordan Maxwell on maritime law.
Yeah, we have. Or I'm not speaking for everyone, but I have.
But like person, people, completely opposite. Like living men and women are people, and persons are corporations and trusts and estates. And
that's why you have a birth certificate with capital letters, which are,
yeah, the birth canal. Yeah, all men and women are ships, and actually all ships are women. That's how they come down the birth canal and are delivered at the dock. And the dock signs the birth certificate.
Yeah. Isn't that gross, or is it fascinating? It's both, isn't it?
It's fascinating.
It's pretty amazing. It's like in court. It's like it's a game. It's a game that goes. They're going back and forth, like just on a baseball court, or like, and it's played with a racket. Yeah, that's what's happening when you're in actual court. You're one side does their talking, and then it bounces to the other side, and it's a game going back and forth, and the judge is the referee. And you're literally playing a game when you're in there. The second that you get an attorney and you give up all your rights, you become what's known as a child of the mind, or an infant of the mind. If you have an attorney and you don't go in there on stand as yourself, and you don't want to represent yourself, but Chomp, stop it. No. You can't represent yourself.
What does that mean?
It's what they label people who aren't able to go up and actually speak for themselves. Like if you have an attorney, if you have an attorney, you're considered an infant of the mind, and yeah, and so you have no rights. It's why they can impound your car. It's why they can put you in jail. It's because we give them consent to do all these things. And if you don't claim to be the name, like when you get pulled over, or if you don't you don't have to register your car. Like having a license is completely voluntary. Taxes are voluntary. The IRS, like one of the first things in the manual or the employee handbook for the IRS says that they cannot make people pay taxes, but what they do is they try to not enforce, but what's the word for it?
Intimidate.
Well, yeah, but try to promote or motivate to God damn it. I'm just forgetting like every word today. They tried to encourage what the fuck is it? encourage
participation.
They encourage you to pay taxes, but it's completely voluntary. They encourage voluntary voluntary paying or something. I forget the words. It's crazy. Like every word, like if you download, I'll throw one in the chat or a couple of them. Black's Law dictionaries, like the definition of a human is a monster. Like in the old Black's Laws and the old Bouviers, like the actual definition, and legal dictionaries are what our language is actually based on. Like it's not Webster's and stuff. It's the legal dictionaries that matter, because those are the words that actually hold weight. But a human is a monster. It's like hue. It's a hue and a man. So have you ever heard of color of law? Anyone? So color of law is law without any merit. It has no weight to it. It's not real law. It's like law, but it's not. It has none of the actual meat and potatoes to it. Kind of. It's an impersonation, pretty much, of the law. And so, color of law is kind of like hue man. So hue means color. So human means color of man, which means it's a man without the actual man there. It's a synthetic fake. The corporation.
It's a hue of a man.
Yeah, it's a hue, which means color, and then man. So color of man. And look at the definition of color of man or color of law.
So I would be better off having a Black's Law dictionary and just never mind the Webster's.
You want, well, it's good to have both of them, but like if you ever find like in like a garage sale or at a thrift store or something, old dictionaries or old Bibles and stuff, like that's where you get like the real definitions of words. Stuff's so like mixed up and flipped on its head now. They're just trying to, like with rap music, with so many different things, they're completely altering our language so nobody knows what words mean, and they're just completely screwed when it comes to like defending themselves or knowing who they are. Like it's how like flat earth, like people like don't know where they live or who they are or like why they're here, and they've taken that away. They've taken like the language. It's so messed up. Like back in the day, like people could like write and it like oh dude, why the fuck am I forgetting every word? What's the thing that you put in a court? Paperwork, when you submit paperwork to the court. Not an amendment. Oh my god, I can't even forget. Affidavit.
Affidavit.
Yeah. Like they used to like teach that in like high school, how to submit an affidavit on the court. And that like so many books like there were burned like back in I believe the early 1800s or early 1800s, I think it was. There's like a huge book burning, and right now like books are being completely gotten rid of and they're putting them all online, and it's crazy.
Where would the lawyers be getting their definitions from? The
lawyers are part of R, which is it's owned by the Crown. So when you're a lawyer, you have to swear to the bar to like never humiliate them, and you can't ever go against the bar if you're a lawyer. And so your client does not have like your client's importance is second to the bar. and to the judge. So, like, no matter what you do, your lawyer is not ever going to expose or like humiliate the other side, or like humiliate the bar. At least they might like try to win your case, but no matter what, you lose when you have a lawyer going in there. You like, when it really comes down to it, like, you're losing in some way.
Yeah, they're all brothers, right? The brotherhood comes first.
Yeah.
For anything. For everything. It's above the law. You can legally kill anyone if you're, in the brotherhood.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Never to reveal the secrets of the ball. Or the ball. Or the secrets of what
you have to have special knowledge to avoid taxes, or you have to file special paperwork. You can't just ignore it. You can't just ignore it.
Yeah, you should pay your taxes. I believe you should pay your taxes.
In court, an affidavit, that you sign is as good as if you're sitting, in the seat. Once you sign an affidavit and you make a statement, you don't have to show up. Once you sign the affidavit that you said this, you sign it, you don't even have to show up in court. That's as good as you sitting, giving testimony in front of the court. Affidavit is the same thing. No. As far as
where's this affidavit?
As far as cross-examination goes, that won't be possible if you give the affidavit. But yeah, the affidavit is your signed sworn statement in court. If you give an affidavit ahead of time, you sign it. This is my sworn statement, and it's going to be presented in front of the judge. You don't have to, show up in court unless you're summoned. If it's not good enough.
What's up? Let's say you don't register your car, don't get a driver's license, right? And you're driving on the road, and you know all these things, okay? Like, what would be a realistic situation? What would that look like if a cop pulled you over and you started, saying that you're not required to do that? Wouldn't the cop just write you a ticket anyways, or arrest you anyways?
A cop is required to give you a citation for driving without a license.
But there's no paperwork of the car being the license and registration, please.
Well, driving. That's where the language is all mixed up and construed again. If you admit to be driving, then just like a taxi driver, a truck driver, a school bus driver, like all these things are in commerce. They're all on the road, and like doing business. And if you are in your personal conveyance, you're not in a car, but you're in your personal conveyance, and you're just moving your property from point A to point B with not making money or not doing it for any personal gain, then you do not need a license.
A license is permission. When you get a license, that's permission to do something.
Yeah, but on the road,
you can actually travel through whatever means you do to travel from one point to another.
But to Bong's question, on the road, you don't want to argue or fight with the authority.
Of course.
You don't want to like answer
they'll
questions
fucking
either.
Kill you.
Yeah, you don't want to like answer questions either. what you want to do is just if they give you a ticket, take the ticket and fight it after. But don't answer questions or give any information that they can use against you. You're not gonna fight them on the street.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like if you speak the right words, right? Let's say the cop is ignorant to the words you're talking to him, and you can only speak those words in court.
The cop's not ignorant about the law.
It's not the law. It's like it's the way. No, it's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you say, "Sir, I am conveying my property, right, from this location to that location without commercing. I'm not trading or involved." You know, when you word it.
He doesn't know about that. He doesn't know about
exactly. Well, this is why I'm asking, right? And you get to settle this in court. Is the judge going to recognize what you're speaking?
The judge probably does, and the
judge knows exactly what you're doing. They'll try to trip you up, but a lot of times they'll help you out. They'll like throw you a bone, like to see if you know what you're actually talking about. And if you don't, then they might put you in like contempt of court. But if you do, and like if they say, the cops do this all the time too, say, do you understand? Like, and just something where you'd be like, oh yeah, like I understand what you're saying. You by saying you understand, you've created a contract with him, and you are now in their jurisdiction, and they can give you tickets, they can arrest you, they can impound your car. But as long as you don't contract. So you should only ask questions, never make a statement, never make claims to any cop or anything.
So police officers, when they ask the question, do you understand? They know what they're asking, right?
They're asking, do you understand?
No, they're going through a function. This is how they're trained.
Mm-hmm. No, they're asking you if you understand like what they're saying legally in legal terms. So it's almost like a trick question, right? Because they're saying these things, but it could mean something totally different. And you saying you understand is you signing a contract saying I understand what you said when you really don't.
But in order for them not to fucking flay you and shoot you in the chest, you're gonna have to agree with them. At certain points. I mean, I don't think most cops are gonna fucking kill you, but they might if you get too freaking hardcore with them.
Bro, if they tell you get out of the car, get out of the car, bro.
Get the fuck out of the car, bro.
Of course.
No. I just crack my window when I get pulled over. I just have it barely cracked and just talk to them through that. Just don't answer any questions, only ask questions. And they say, like, license and registration, like, if you want to, it's probably a good idea to give them the license and registration so they don't tear you out of the car. But aside from that, like, and they say, what's your name? They say, what makes you think I have one of those? Like, and how they're like, well, I need a name. Like, what is your name? Say, like, well, oh my God, dude, I'm so fucking high right now. My eyes are going like cross-eyed.
Can I ask you how many times you've been to jail?
Me? It's been like 10 years since I've been to jail, but I've been a lot of times. I didn't know any of this stuff when I was going to jail, though. I wish I did.
Yeah, but it still might have not stopped you from going to jail because you're still going to go to jail.
No, but it would have been really fun to use the stuff when I'm in court and trying to figure it out and learn it. Oh my God, I need to go to bed.
I've had a recent experience similar, and I was just like, all right, I'm going to do what you tell me to do, because I didn't want the cop to get freaked out, because I know how they are.
Yeah, when they ask your name, though, you say, like, what makes you think I have one? Or, like, how can someone
I'm not
own?
going to ask them that shit.
You can practice.
I'm on my way to work, motherfucker.
Yeah, see, you don't want to say that. That's making a claim. You're giving him something to go off of, like something to use to piece together, like trip you up. That's what they want to do, is they want you to make claims.
You know what? After I told him all that shit, he's just like, "Thank you for participating. I'm glad that you're so humble and all this kind of shit." It's like, bitch, I just don't want you to shoot me in the fucking back. That's why.
But yeah, like we don't have a name, like like the name that you were given to use, but you can't have a name if it's my name. Then
if I gave him my fucking ID, then he already knows my fucking name. He asked me for my ID and I gave it to him.
How about this one? No sprechen de Inglés.
no. It's just like I'm hoping to God this motherfucker doesn't shoot me.
That's don't get pulled over, guys. No spit. Does it? I mean, would that work? I mean, how far can I get with that? If I pretend like I don't speak English, his language.
Probably bring out somebody who speaks English.
Oh, good. That's better. Good. I always play stupid. I play so stupid with cops, but I don't let them do the other stuff. I play stupid, and they know that I'm playing stupid because of how I'm playing stupid, and like, where this guy go, man?
Can I? It's somebody in court. It's not on YouTube or anything. It's somebody in court that's doing the whole thing, just not making claims. And like when the judge says, like, "What is your name?" They're like, "I'm here on that matter." Like, and they're just completely avoiding making any claims, and the case gets dropped.
Oh wow!
There's lots of them.
Wow. Hey, can you do that? Do cops do that? Can you do that with cops or no?
Yeah. If you don't make a claim, then you do not contract. They need you to contract with them to have any jurisdiction on you. If you do not contract, then they cannot do anything. They can't arrest you. They cannot do anything to you.
Okay. I get pulled over. Okay. License and registration, sir. And I say, yeah, I'm here about that matter. Is that okay?
No, that was for the court. But that was when the guy's in court. But like I say, license and registration. What makes you think I have something like that? What makes you think I have that? And so you want to use stuff like "I believe" and like when they say, "Okay, what is your name?" Like or what, and you say, "Well, the name that I use is allegedly," and they're like, birthday, like I don't know, I can't remember it. And they're like, "You can't remember your birthday?" Like, "Oh, I was just born." I was like, "How do you remember when you were born?" And they're like, "Well, when were you born?" "Well, allegedly, I'm told it was blah blah blah."
Yep. Nah. Right? Wait. Let's say a cop gets frustrated. Let's say a cop doesn't want to play along and gets frustrated. What can you do? What What is the worst that a cop can do if he gets frustrated?
If they hold you at gunpoint, just follow instructions very carefully.
Yeah, just try not to make claims.
All right. What would escalate? So what? Usually they'll play along until. What?
No, most cops don't. Well, actually, cops know that they need you to contract. That's one thing that they do know.
So you can just keep dancing around the topic by asking questions, but never make a claim, right? Is that it? Play that game.
Providing your ID or your name, that's contracting. So if they ask you for that information and you give it, you're contracting because you are saying you are that name, that fiction that they have in paper.
Yeah. That's why you don't say your name. You say allegedly. Like I answer to the sound. Or I've been known to answer to the sound, like, and then whatever that sound is that you're your calling or the calling that you answer to.
Yeah. Okay. License and registration, please. What makes you think I have one of those?
What makes you think I have such a thing or one of those? Yeah.
Such a thing, yeah. And what would he most likely say?
He will say it's a requirement for you to be driving this vehicle to have a driver's and registration, so hand it over.
Who said that? Who's saying that?
What if he says that?
The state of Massachusetts.
Can I talk to the state?
Oh.
Sir, if you don't provide your license at this moment, I'm gonna have to take you out of the vehicle and tow your vehicle.
Why would you do that?
Because that's the law.
Are you the claimant?
Well, I'm not here to debate you or to speak legalese with you. I'm just doing my job. So get out of the vehicle right now.
Why is your job to take me out of a vehicle?
Because in order for you to drive this vehicle, you require to have a license and a registration and insurance, and you haven't provided that.
Who's claiming that?
Okay, right now he's getting frustrated, right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna give me your license, yes or no?
I don't know what makes you think I have such a thing. Who's claiming that I can't drive? Or that I can't be in the vehicle? Yeah, you don't want to say drive. But you're still not making that claim if you say that. Because you're not saying you are driving. You're saying, who says I can't drive? Where does it say that?
If I was the cop right now, I'd be pissed off, man. I'd be like, get the fuck out.
Like, why do you want me to get out?
Right? Something like that.
Well, if he get pissed off and he start yelling at you and saying, "I'm gonna call the dog and my reinforcements," you say, "Well, sir, I'm not a violent person. If you're gonna do anything violent to me, I'm just gonna put my hands up and you do what you gotta do."
Yeah, that's what
I will get angry as the police. I would get frustrated and I would try to hold you here as long as I can. Now, fuck it, I'm gonna call the boys. Hey man, I got one. Just come over. Fucking guy over here is acting.
I'm a peaceful person. I don't have any weapons with me. I'm not gonna cause you any harm. You don't have to shoot me. So if you have to do anything, I'll comply, sir.
4 police cars just showed up. Starting to look like a scene.
They might try to intimidate you, and if you don't fall for it, they let you go. Most likely, ask for a supervisor or something, maybe. But I don't know. If they're trying to get violent, you don't want to escalate anything. You, sir, like you have all these questions for me. Whatever. Just I don't know. I can't speak too much at the moment. So yeah, what this guy is saying, it will make sense, and hopefully you could keep it with not escalating. And yeah, you're a peaceful person. You're not doing any, you're not doing anything wrong. So there shouldn't be any reason for him to get violent with you or anything.
Saying you're a peaceful person, does that fall under making a claim or no?
Yeah, saying you're a person for one, that's a corporation fiction.
Yeah.
But saying I'm. Could it be that I'm just trying to move freely, like from one place to another? And if they say like,
without being molested by you, I'm trying to travel. I'm trying to travel, and you're being molested at the moment. Can you stop it, please?
Yeah, and they say like, you just need to get out of the car, and they say like, why would I do that? Like, why do I need to? And they'll say, because I said so. It's a lawful order. So is that you making the claim? Like, the whole thing is if there is somebody trying to give you a ticket or arrest you, that means there's somebody who is it the cop that is trying to charge you? Because if there's no injured party, injury or loss suffered by somebody, by a claimant, then there is no crime. The only law is don't hurt or steal from people, from other people. Like as long as there's no injured or party that suffers an injury or a loss, there is no law broken. Everything else is statutes and codes. And so when the cops are trying to give you a ticket or pull you out of the car or arrest you, it's based on a statute and a code. Unless you hurt somebody or like stole something. But only if you stole from an actual living man or woman. Like if you stole something from a store, like there's still no actual claimant like to arrest you.
Right. So if you get pulled over for speeding, right? No crime has been committed, right? No crime has been committed.
Speeding is not a crime. Right. If you get a license and follow along with all their little bullshit,
then you have violated. Then you violated the terms of the license. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you're a government employee at that point, and you're like accepting what they're saying. But as long as you're not making a claim, then even if you did get a license, like then it doesn't even matter. As long as you make no claim, you're not claiming to be that name, because it's not our name. It's a name that we use. And that name is a corporation. And so like when they're putting you in jail, they're not arresting, or they are putting you in jail, the body that you use, but the body is just being surety for the name. Like there's numerous ways to just accept or agree to the judge and not plead guilty or not guilty. And you're just accepting it or agreeing to it, and that's good enough. You're just, it's kind of like wiping away the case where they get their money from it still, or their whatever they get, their credit, and you don't go to jail. And like I have a few people that have gotten their cars out of impound for just by talking, and tons of people I know.
Check this out. I have a court date coming up next month, and I got a public defender, and of course they're always going to say, "Hey, accept these terms by the public," by the
infant of the mind.
All right, because I was pulled over driving on a suspended license, and of course DWI, but it was like in the morning, but whatever, it was after, but I submitted under duress, because if I had done what you guys were just talking about and said, hey, you pulled me over under circumstances, I was exceeding the speed limit, which I was a little bit, but he lied about how fast I was going. But anyway, he can't prove it, and I can't prove it, and he's not going to come.
I mean, there's a speed limit.
Yeah, well, either way.
How does that?
I gave him my identification card, which wasn't a driver's license; it was my ID, which is the same number.
Actually belongs to the state.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I was under duress, because if I had resisted in any way, that motherfucker would have pulled his gun on me and shot me to death.
What?
That's a claim.
No, man, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, it seemed like he was a nice guy as long as I was submissive to his shit. Bro, I promise to God that motherfucker would have shot me to death.
Well, you can ask him, you say, what if I don't? Like, if they say, like, get out of the car, say, well, what if I don't? And you're just asking them, as long as you're just asking questions.
Okay. Well, that's all in their body cam, right? I mean, just like the rest of it's on their body cam. Hey, I was under duress the entire time. It's like, bro, I know I was driving on a suspended license. I admitted that, but I
making a claim that's
anyway, but I wasn't. I was just trying to go to work.
Then you should have said that I am just conveying my physical body to a location.
I know. Should have, could have, would have, but I was under duress the entire time. It's like when you have this fucking guy who has a gun on his hip, you're always under duress when, with the threat of violence,
Is a DUI is nothing if you haven't, hit anybody, but you get pulled over and you're charged. Is drinking while under the influence a crime? Considered a crime. Okay.
No, it's not a crime in that. I mean, legally, it's a crime. I mean, you get one. That's whatever. But anyway, I mean,
not a crime.
I was just like I woke up in the morning. I woke up in the morning and then was on my way to work. And whatever.
It's not a crime because you haven't injured or hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Although the risk was great. Right.
See, and this is what with a public defender, I'm trying to figure out a way to contact a public defender to get a better defense, because what they told me when I went into court is say, hey, you qualify for a public defender, which means that the day I go to court, then I can talk to him for a few minutes, and then he's already going to be like, accept this thing from the state or whatever, or the county or whatever, from the county
this offer
prosecutor. Yeah. I mean, anyway, and so I'm just like, I'm looking at. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I mean, of course, there's going to be a fine, and I'll pay it, but I'm just like, but he shouldn't have pulled me over in the first place. Because he lied about why he pulled me over, because I wasn't going the speed.
I'm gonna guess you're looking at some jail time
no, I don't think I'm looking at jail time at this point.
Okay, then you're looking at some community service and AA meetings.
Which that's almost impossible for me to actually accomplish. But I sort of like AA meetings, yeah. And a fine, but at the same time, I did what it was like, hey, as a matter of fact, though, I thought that I was going to go to jail that night and like be in there for a long time because of previous infractions, like from 10 years ago. But anyway, it didn't happen. But now I'm a free. So anyways, and I know all the shit you guys are talking about. I was like, oh, here's my freaking ID. This is not a driver's license because it's suspended because of
So
it wasn't because of previous DUIs or anything. It was because of unpaid fines, and that I just complied with. What they, and matter of fact, I woke up before he pulled me over. I woke up like 20 minutes before he pulled me over, and so I was already like still sleepy. I was just driving. I was going to work, and if he hadn't pulled me over, I would have fucking went to work, and everything would have been fine. Nobody would know the difference.
Nobody would ever know you broke the law.
No, I didn't break the fucking law.
Why were you sleeping in your car?
I wasn't sleeping in my goddamn car. I just was exceeding the speed limit, but it wasn't 57 like he told me. It was like 57 and a 40. I know I wasn't going that fast. But when he pulled me over, you get this cop, come up to your car and he's got a fucking gun. He's like, hey, do you know why I pulled you over? He always asks you that.
All I know,
you know why I pulled you over?
All I know is that a lawyer and a police officer gave a talk on YouTube, and this is what they said: "Do not talk to police." Okay?
Yeah.
And they're like, look, listen. Do not talk to police.
Yeah, because and half the time, if they have to give testimony in court, they don't even show up. So
anything you say will
be used against you.
No. What they stressed was the will part, right? They said that it's not a can or may, it's will. They were like, it's will. Like, they will find a way to use
but
it.
they have to show up for the testimony, right? So if you get a court date, the cop has to be there to testify, and they don't go to they don't show up at court. So.
Practice double speak. Practice asking questions and not answering them.
Yeah. It's a good
answering
idea.
questions with a question. Like, how much have you had to drink today, sir? What makes what kind of drink? I guess like I'm practicing. What makes you think I had one of those?
Yeah, I fucked that all up. When he started.
I can smell it all over you, sir. Makes you think what you're smelling.
It was like 20 minutes after I woke up. I was like, "Oh shit, I'm late for work." Get in the car, boom. And it was like 20 minutes. And
is it possible to talk your way? Is it possible to talk your way out of a DUI? Like, if you had to go to court?
I guess there probably is, and that's why I want to get a hold of the public defender that's supposed to be defending me when he's just going to agree with the prosecutors and be like, "This is what he has to do: go to meetings and pay $1,000 fine or whatever." It's just.
Well, you've already agreed and contracted a bunch of stuff.
No, I haven't had the trial yet. That's why I want to talk.
But when you were arrested, you did give all these statements, didn't you? Yeah.
I went out. I was like, I went to county jail. I freaking blew the breathalyzer and all that shit.
Because you've said that I am that person on that driver's license. That was the first.
Well, I gave him my ID. Yeah, man. It wasn't a driver's license. It was a state ID card, which is just, it's not driver's license because I'm not licensed to drive.
Look, I have been known, as you hand them your license, I have been known to be called by, look at your license, this name on this thing here. I've also been known to be called by,
Well, I could have sworn I was going to be taken to jail on previous warrants and shit, and so I was kind of like, "Oh shit, I'm fucked now," But I thought I was going to freaking sitting in jail now, and all you guys would be like, "Where the fuck did Helio go?"
Were you drinking?
What?
Yeah. Were you drinking?
No. Well. At the time, no. I mean, I'd fell asleep like 4 hours before I got up.
You said you blew a breathalyzer. Did they record alcohol on your blood?
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they had me dead to rights for that. But I mean, what was I supposed to do? Bitch.
You're supposed to play the game until you go to the court. You're supposed to say, "I have been known to be called by this name."
I have been known to be called.
What
have you thought of?
If that bitch hadn't pulled me over, I'd be, I'd have went to work fine that day. I'd have been all right.
Have you thought about, in case something happens to you, you can have someone take care of the server in case you have to go away?
No. But anyway, I really have, I have some, I have a good feeling about what's going to happen in court next month. And I don't think it's going to be that bad. I mean, I'm going to have a fine. May have to go to some AA meetings or some shit. I've already been to a couple of AA meetings. It's not for me, but
have you thought about clearing yourself up?
He was gonna say,
people are already
that's
laughing.
not the point, right?
It's
He's
like
gonna say, that's not the point.
it's not even what it was. It's just like, bro, I just got caught. I just got caught in a bad circumstance. Do you think that? Anyway, all right.
Well, he's
so
right.
what do you mean? I mean,
he's right.
I can change. I can't change.
Why are you driving with blood alcohol?
What?
Why are you driving with blood alcohol?
I didn't necessarily know I was. I was just on my way to work and only had like 4 hours of sleep. And I was a little bit late because I woke up late. So I was just exceeding the speed limit in a certain area, and this cop pulled me over. And then he was like, he said he could smell it, and maybe he didn't. I don't know. I mean, cops can say whatever the fuck they want to say, anytime. But either way, and then he pulled me out of the car.
Well, what was your blood alcohol level? Was it like borderline?
What do you think it was?
I don't even know what number they got, but if you're a borderline, maybe you can talk your way out of it. But if you're like fucking in the red, then you can't say shit.
You can't talk your way out of it. You're claiming to have done it, and you're fucked regardless. Why? Who's claiming that I can't drink and drive? Who's making that claim?
What do you think it was? That's what I'm asking. I know what it is. I had a field sobriety test, all that shit, and then I got to the station once they arrested me, and then I did, their big machine, and I did that. What do you think it was?
Here, can you guys hear this audio? 1 second. It's only like 3 minutes.
Legal limit is 0.08 in Arkansas. 0.08.
This isn't the whole making the not making claim thing in court.
Allegedly, that's the name of it.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah. Well.
Okay. What do you mean? I mean, for that matter, I believe. If you get proof of insurance or an inspection, I'm here to ask about that. Can you just tell me?
Yeah, are you?
You guys can hear it fine, right?
Not fine. I mean, it's a little soft. I mean,
let me try to turn it up. Maybe if I share the screen or something. I'm not exactly sure how you do it on here.
You can't share a screen in this room.
Okay. Okay.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, did you break your knee?
Can you hear that better now?
Mr. Spark, what do you mean? Yeah. Yes, you are here about that. You're charged with a tag violation, an insurance violation, and an inspection violation. Do you have the thing fixed? Allegedly, that's the name of it under use. I'm here to do the claimant. We don't play those types of games. Do you want to represent yourself, or are you going to hire an attorney? How can I represent myself? Yes. You just have a seat. We'll let the court do it. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much.
I understand that there's folks that come through the legal system and like to do certain things to just kind of delay. It's just a whole lot easier if you just answer my questions. Do you have an attorney represent you or not?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, sir. Your name is Jonathan Sparks, is it not?
How does one own such a thing?
I'm trying to make this easier on you.
One more thing. Well, pause for 1 second. When they say yes, sir, or like a sir is somebody who's been knighted by the queen. And so like if they say sir or Mr. and then like your last name, it's not your last name, it's a family name and that you use, but it's not your name. If they say Mr. or sir, they're trying to get you to respond to them. If you say yes, that like just say yeah. If they're then you're contracting with them right away and you're in their jurisdiction. So as long as you don't identify as that name and you do not respond, you don't answer one of their questions. If you answer their questions, you're in their jurisdiction. I'm going to keep playing it.
I believe I'm here for that matter.
Sparks. Jonathan Sparks.
Allegedly.
Sparks. The court will advise we got 3 charges. Class 3 misdemeanor, class 2 misdemeanor, and that's punishment advances of 80 days. Such you can represent yourself.
Are you speaking to me?
Every bit of that is illegible.
There's a Sparks, stand up. You right there, stand up.
Are you talking to?
Yes, I am. Stand up. I want you to show the content powers. Whatever you follow the court's instructions can result in contempt. Do you understand that? Sheriff is standing up.
Are you speaking to me or the name? I'm about to go to jail. Would you like me to?
You come right down here behind this table.
Okay. Would you like me to come here? I'm here for the matter of the name, and I believe there's been a mistake.
I advise you of your maximum punishment for your offenses. You have 3 options concerning an attorney. You wish to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or ask for a court-appointed lawyer.
How can I represent myself if I am myself? I would like to deal with this matter honorably, and I think there's been a mistake in the matter of this name. Who is claiming that I have made a claim to that name?
Are you Jonathan Sparks?
How can one be a name?
I'm going to issue an order for arrest for Jonathan Sparks if Jonathan Sparks is not in his courtroom.
How can one be?
Now, if you're saying you're not Jonathan Sparks, then I'll issue an order for arrest and the sheriff will take him into custody. You understand that?
How can one be a name?
You wish to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or ask for a court-appointed lawyer.
Again, I believe there's been a mistake in the matter. Is someone claiming that I've made a claim to that name? Can I speak with the claimant?
The court will find that the defendant has willfully failed to exercise the right to request a court-appointed lawyer. Will find that he has waived counsel by being obstinate and refusing to answer the court's questions. And the court will set a trial date, Super Soil's trial date, June 9th. June 9th, you might be on for hearing.
You're done. Have a good day. Nope, you're done. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good.
There's a part 2 also. When he goes back to court.
Okay. I'm here for that matter. Allegedly.
Mark Seifert, here. The attorney done.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good day.
I got dismissed.
What was more? We could barely hear the questions, but what were they like questioning?
Are you Jonathan Sparks? Are you Jonathan Sparks? If Jonathan Sparks is not here, I'm going to issue a warrant for arrest. And then he'd be like, sir, or what was it? Here, I think I have a transcript of it too. Where'd it go? Let me see if I have it.
How can I represent myself if I am myself?
Yeah. And you can do this with bills too. Like I haven't paid a utility bill in over a year, and my rent, I've not paid rent in 15 months, and it's supposed to be. It would be
What was he?
$4,800 a month.
Wow. What is he see? What was he kept saying? About the misunderstanding, right? About a person, someone has made the claim, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to speak to the claimant. Like, what was he saying there? Can you help clarify? Like,
He's saying that when you're going into court and you're trying to, what you're saying is you're saying, I believe there's been a mistake with that name, and it's the name that I use, but I believe there's been a mistake. Can I speak to the claimant? Because if there is no claimant there, which there isn't, like the state, it's the state versus the name. And so when the state is like, who's the state? Or like they'll say the crown versus the name, and the public or the whatever it is, the district attorney is the crown. And so they're representing the crown, the Queen of England. And so they are the attorney, or they're representing the state. And so if they're representing the state, they have no firsthand knowledge of the matter if they weren't actually the ones there, and they weren't the ones that actually suffered a loss. And so when you're there for a ticket or anything that's not an actual man or woman that is coming after you directly, like if this, even if you hurt somebody, like if they're not the ones that are in there filing charges on you as a man, like man to man, then there's no claimant there, and they need you to contract and to make a claim that you are that name. Yeah.
To represent the name. They want you to contract to agree to represent the name.
Yeah.
When he asked, he wanted to speak to the claimant, was he talking about the DA that was there that represents the state or the queen?
No, because that's he's asking to speak to the one with the firsthand knowledge of the case, because like the cop isn't even the claimant. Like the cop is just writing you a ticket based on, like, that's his duty, and with like, and if you ask the cop, like, are you making the claim? Like if they're like, you were speeding, like, who said I was speeding? They're like, the speed limit's like 45 and you're going like 70, saying, who said that? Or like, it's posted all over the signs. What makes you think those signs apply to me? Like, and if they're like, it's the law, like, who made that law? Like, who, like, what makes you think that applies to me? And you just keep going with that. Then if you don't make a claim, like, even if they do end up giving you a ticket or something, when it goes to court, especially if you have it recorded, it will get thrown out, or most likely not even make it recorded.
So to kind of simplify it, as long as you do not represent that name, right? You're all right.
Yeah, you can't represent yourself. It's impossible. That's what when they were saying, do you want to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or I forget what the third thing was. It says it right here. He's saying here, I'm gonna just fast forward it to that part and play it again, and tell me if it's too quiet, and I'll read the transcript what he's saying.
Turn it up. Yeah, turn it up, please.
Yeah, that's as loud as it can go.
Okay.
You can represent yourself.
saying you can represent yourself, you can hire an attorney for your own choosing, or if you can't afford an attorney, one of these,
One will be provided.
yeah, or an attorney. Which of these three options do you wish to do? And he says, and then the guy says, "Are you speaking to me?" Because he called him Mr. Like Mr. Sparks right before he said this stuff, like Mr. Sparks. He's like, "Do you want to represent yourself? You can hire an attorney, or you can have one." Get one chosen for you if you can't afford an attorney. And then the guy's like, are you talking to me? Because if you answer to Mr., if you respond to him at all, or like even if you're asking a question, like, but you're replying to his question, like you're contracting with him.
Yeah, you're acknowledging that you are Mr. Sparks.
Yeah. So he was just completely just being silent whenever the judge would say Mr. or Sir. Like right here it says, he said, Are you speaking to me? And then the judge was like, Mr. Sparks saying that you're right there. Stand up. And are you talking to me? Yes, I am. Stand up. And then he's not standing. He's just going mute because the guy said Mr. Sparks, and said, "Are you speaking to me or the name?" And then he's like, "You're about to go to jail." And then, would you like me to come right here? And so, like, because he was telling the deputy to stand him up, like he's like, "Get over here," because if you end up walking over there where he says "Get over here," or if you stand up when he says "Stand up," you're contracting. You've taken an order from him. You are in his jurisdiction now, and you're in the.
No, you have to. So he has to make the distinction that you're talking to the name, and you have to say, "Are you talking to me, or are you talking to the name?" Right? You have to make that clear. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you do not admit to being that name, and there's no actual injured party or no one experienced injury or loss or harm, like they cannot arrest you. They cannot do anything to you. Like they only contract. Like what they're trying to do is they're trying to make a contract. They're putting the name in jail, but when we admit to being that name, we're giving them our body, or the body we use as surety for that contract.
Yep. So the name can go to jail, and you go home.
Yeah. If you accept, you can. There's ways to do it where you're accepting it and agreeing to it, but you're not pleading guilty or not guilty. And then what he just did, it's not. The name didn't go to jail. He just never admitted to being that name, and the court didn't know what to do with him. And because he's not saying he's that name, he just uses that name.
So let's say, let's say this is in the courtroom, but let's say you leave the courtroom, right? And then, because this name, you have to use it, say, to get a job. You have to use it to, do certain things, right?
You work in commerce with other corporations. We all have a corporation. And like, if you ever get a bill, like sent to your house, any bill, electric, water, power, cell phone, the name that you use, that you think it's your name, the name is in all uppercase letters, and it's called glossa or dog Latin. It's not English. It's not your name. It's a name that looks like yours, but it's not.
It represents a corporation.
Yeah, so uppercase letters are what are on tombstones, and it's the language of the dead. So when you die, your name gets put in all uppercase letters, and that's what's on your tombstone. That's what's on your death certificate. That's on all that stuff.
So what
do you do when you get those letters in the mail? What do you do with that?
Well, you can do it through paperwork, or you can do it on the phone. I'm not that good at speaking clearly, and so I've done all my shit through paperwork. But I follow this stuff a lot, doing it. This Viva Versa. I don't even know how you say it. Viva Versa. I'm doing it just off the top. But so here, watch the. I have an audio that he's talking to a debt collector, I believe it is. And this one's louder too. That one was quiet because it's like recorded in his pocket in court. Where is it? I think it's this one.
Am I speaking to the claim? Jamie, I believe I used the name, and I was calling to find out who the claimant is regarding this matter. That's the person that I allegedly used. So do you know who the claimant is regarding this matter? Well, how could one be a name? I believe I used that name, that person. Are you the claimant?
Well, sir, you're calling Resurgent Capital.
Who's claiming there is such a thing, a file regarding that person? Oh, could you explain to me how anyone could be a name or a person? Could it be we use names and persons?
Correct, sir.
So can I speak to the claimant? Second, you just said I'm speaking to the claimant, and then in the next sentence you said that I'm speaking to a representative. So am I speaking to the claimant or a representative of the claimant? Well, I believe that name and that person is property of the United States, and I believe I used that.
Okay, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, the purpose of the call is to find out who's claiming, if anyone, who's claiming there's a matter with the name or person. Is that claimant available to speak to me right now? With the claimant, the one with first-hand testimony claiming that there's a matter regarding that person. What is the name of the claimant?
Well, again, sir,
Is that the claimant? Let me speak to the claimant to help settle any alleged matter with the person. That's great, but you're not the claimant. You're not going to be able to provide first-hand. Well, how are you going to verify it? Could you notate the account for me? If there's no claimant, could you just notate the account to cease and desist? But who would I send that to? What is the name of the claimant that I need to send that to? Okay, what is the name? That wasn't the good one. There's one where it's done for I think a Spectrum bill.
In the paperwork side, in the letter, let's say the bill that you get in the mail, what do you do with that? You personally, you yourself.
Who is the claimant? What is
Sorry, I don't know what that was. Where is it?
Can you hear me, Sultan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So on the bills that you said that you haven't paid sometime, what do you do with the bills that you receive?
I submit them to the IRS. It's you have. There's a lot of studying that goes into this, but you submit a notice of assignment to a living man or woman that's an IRS agent. You can look up what a notice of assignment is.
Yeah, let me 1 second before you go to the next.
There's a few. I can post a link in here for a W-4.
You send your bills you've been charged. You send those to IRS. What for?
Yeah. Well, in 1933, I believe it was. In 1933, there's something called House Joint Resolution 192, Section 12, Subchapter 48 or something. And it states that that the U.S. owes all debts, public and private. So, or all debts are they're refundable, all public debts and all private debts. And so, because there is no money, the money is not. Then they took us off of the gold standard in 1933. The dollar, what they used to back the dollar after that is human work energy. And so that's why they give us all birth certificates and social security cards, is because there was nothing backing the dollar anymore. And so every man, woman, child that's born, they get a birth certificate and a corporation is created in their name. And so like the national debt isn't a debt that's like owed to like China or different countries. That's the amount of money that is, or amount of credit that is owed, or amount of debt that is owed to all the creditors. And everyone that has a birth certificate is a creditor. And it's the amount of money that is owed to all of us, or amount of credit. There is no money. There's only credit and debt. And so that figure, whatever it is, like $28 trillion or whatever, that is the amount of credit that is created from every time you sign something. More money is created. Like every day that you go to school, when they're taking attendance, and when you're in school, or if you go to jail, every day that they have you on a bunk, like I don't know if anybody have ever heard. I used to hear this all the time when I was in jail, that they make like a few thousand, like $5,000 or $6,000 a day to house each inmate, and they get paid for 2 times if they move you from one bunk to another bunk, and they get paid like just astronomical figures. And I've come to find out that it's not like the jail or the court is the one that's making that much money. It's the money is, or the credit is put into mortgage-backed securities, and they create bonds, and So for every day that they do, there is a like $6,000 that's created off of your security, off of the security that was made in the name that you were given. I'm not the best at explaining this, but
so when you grab a bill and send it to the IRS to the notice of assignment, you're basically passing the bill to the public office, and they take care of it, basically.
Yes, yeah. You need to find here. I can play part of this audio. He explains it.
But there is a process that says you have to sign it, and with that signature, you're giving them basically some type of monetary instrument for them to take care of it.
Yeah, you do. You give a power of attorney from yourself, or you power of attorney the name that you use, like your birth certificate. You do a power of attorney to yourself, so you become the attorney in fact, or the name, and so then you actually can make like decisions for that name. If you don't do a power of attorney, then and you have to get it notarized and certified, then you don't have any control over anything you do with your person or the person that you use. And then you so then you take that power of attorney, and then you do a power of attorney from the living man or woman to an IRS agent, but you have to get a name somehow of an actual living man or woman within the IRS, and somebody that's in like a position. Like you have to like just try to send like letters into different offices that are I'm not allowed to really speak on like the offices or give too many like deep details. I had to sign a non-disclosure, but you need